React is one of the most popular front-end JavaScript frameworks, and this beginner's course is the perfect way for you to learn how to use React. This course is unlike most of the other React courses out there today. Instead of just a single teacher, we've brought together an all-star lineup of instructors to teach this course. These 3 instructors are some of the most popular instructors on our channel and have received well over 10 million views on other tutorials. Learning from a variety of perspectives can help you solidify your understanding of key React concepts. This is a project-based course, and it focuses on teaching you everything you need to know to start creating your own React applications. First, Gavin Lawn will start from the absolute beginning and teach you the basics of React through building a simple, single-page application to keep track of team members. Gavin has been a software developer for over 20 years, and he's great at passing down the wisdom he's learned over the years. Next, you'll learn how to make a meals app from John Smilga. John is one of the most viewed instructors on our entire channel, so you're definitely in good hands for this second project. He'll teach you how to fetch data from an external API to use in this React application. Finally, you'll learn how to create a simple stock trading app from Sanjeev Thiagarajan. You'll use what you've learned so far and apply it to an application that gets data from an API and stores data to local storage. Among other things, Sanjeev previously created one of the most popular and comprehensive API development courses in the world. So he is the perfect person to teach you more about using APIs with React. And to follow along with this course, all you need is a web browser. Every project in this course is developed using the Replit Online IDE. Replit provided a grant that made this course possible. So we're about to get started, but let us know in the comments what you think about courses with multiple instructors.
Hi and welcome, I'm Gavin Lawn. I've been developing software professionally for many years, and I'm really excited to bring you this React for Beginners course. I hope you enjoy it and I hope you benefit from it. I've developed a very basic SPA application, single page application, using React that we'll create in this video. While we create this application, we'll cover basic concepts in React. Let's take a brief look at the React application that we are going to create. So let's say that we are a developer in a software development company where a lot of contract developers are employed on a temporary basis and assigned to their relevant teams depending on the current projects being developed by our organization. Team members are moved between teams on a fairly regular basis, depending on the current projects being developed by our organization. So, the team member agility, as it were, is great, but keeping track of who belongs to what team can be difficult for our development manager at times. The development manager has asked us to develop a basic SPA application where he is able to use the application to allocate team members to their relevant teams, and can use the application to keep track of the teams and team members. On the home page, you can see that at the top here, we have a drop-down list that contains the names of the teams in our development department. Below the drop-down list, we have a number of cards displayed in a tabular format. Each card represents an employee. The cards that have a dark box shadow surrounding them are the team members that belong to the team currently selected in the drop-down list. You can see at the top of the page, status is presented to the user displaying how many members the selected team currently contains. The count of the relevant team members in the selected team changes dynamically and appropriately as the selected item in the drop-down list is changed. The user is able to add a new member to the selected team by simply clicking on a card that does not have a dark box shadow surrounding it. Once the card is clicked, a dark box shadow appears around the relevant card, and this means the relevant employee represented by the card is now a member of the team selected in the drop-down list. As a new member is added to the team, the count of team members displayed to the user in the status message at the top changes accordingly. We have a navigation menu at the top of the page. We are currently on the home page where we are able to add team members to teams and remove team members from teams. The user is able to navigate by clicking the Teams menu option in the top navigation bar to a page that displays the teams and team members in a collapsible list. The user is able to click each team name represented as headings in the collapsible list to reveal the list of team members that belong to the relevant team. When the user navigates back to the home page, the team that was last clicked, as it were, in the Teams page will be the selected team in the drop-down list, and the user can then add or remove team members from the selected team. When the user clicks a card on the home page that already has a dark box shadow, meaning that this card represents an employee that is part of the selected team, this action will remove the employee from the selected team. The result of this action is represented on the UI by removing the dark box shadow from the relevant card. So the cards can be toggled, whereby the employee that the card represents is added to the relevant team through a click action and is also removed from the relevant team with a click action. We are going to develop our SPA application using Replit. Replit is a popular free collaborative in-browser IDE where you are able to code in 50+ languages without spending much time on setup. So in order to create our React application using Replit, you'll need to sign up for a free account with Replit. It's a very simple process where you are able to use your Google, GitHub, or Facebook account to sign up for your free Replit account, or you can simply provide a username, email address, and password to sign up for your free Replit account. For details on how to create your free Replit account, please navigate to this URL. So you can see here I've logged on to Replit. And you can see that I've created a few REPLs here. REPL stands for Read, Eval, Print, Loop. In a bit, I'll take you through a way in which you can create a REPL through Replit. But for more details on ways in which you are able to create a REPL using Replit, please navigate to this URL. So before we create our REPL, let me open a REPL that I created earlier that can be seen as the prototype for the React application that we'll create in this video. The finished code for this application is available on GitHub at this URL. So before we leap into writing code, what is React? React, which is sometimes referred to as a front-end JavaScript framework, is a JavaScript library created by Facebook. React is a tool for building UI, user interface components. How does React work? Very basically, React creates a virtual DOM, document object model, in memory. React is very fast. React finds what changes have been made and changes only what needs to be changed. So let's create a REPL for our React application. To create a REPL, we can click this Create button here. You can see in the drop-down list, we have a number of programming languages and developer platforms that we can choose from. But we want the React.js item. In the title field, we can name our REPL whatever we choose. I'm going to name my REPL Team Member Allocation. Then let's press the Create REPL button. Great, and our environment is set up for our REPL. It's that simple. We can now build our React.js SPA application. Let's quickly create the traditional Hello World application. And look at that. When we change the output in the app.jsx file, it is immediately reflected in the output of our application. Before we get started building our application, let's remove the default CSS code in the app.css file. This is the file where we'll include all of our CSS code for layout and styling purposes. We are also going to use Bootstrap 5 for layout and styling purposes. We'll look at how we are able to integrate Bootstrap 5 into our application a little bit later. So let's create 3 UI components using React. These UI components are represented in JSX files. I'll explain what JSX is in just a bit. So let's create a JSX file named header.jsx, like this. Let's create a JSX file named content.jsx. And let's create a JSX file named footer.jsx. Let's create the code for our header component. In this video, I'm going to teach you the modern way of developing a React application, which uses functional components rather than class components. For more details on class components and functional components in React, please navigate to this URL. I'll represent our functional components using JavaScript arrow functions. So for example, a JavaScript function can be represented using this syntax. You can also represent the same function as an arrow function using this syntax. If the function contains parameters, the arrow function representation of this function would look like this. For more details on arrow functions, please navigate to this URL. All the references to links in this video can be found below in the description of this video. So the code for the header component simply outputs this HTML code to the browser. We are now able to reference the header component in our application declaratively by appropriately including a header element within the app.jsx file. We first need to import the header component into the app.jsx component. To do this, we can include this line of code at the top of the app.jsx file like this. And now we can include the relevant header element appropriately within our app.jsx file. Great! Let's take a quick pause and look at the structure of our React application. If we open the index.html file, you can see that we have a div element with an ID of root. We also have a reference to the index.jsx file. Within the index.jsx file, the container const is referencing the root element. You can see here the render function is being called to render the app component within the root element. So let's create the code for our content component. To get the basic structure for a functional React component, let's copy the code from the header component and paste it into the content.jsx file and appropriately change the code to suit our content component. Let's do the same for the footer component. Let's write code to import the content component and the footer component into the app component. Let's appropriately include the content element within our app component, and let's also appropriately include the footer element within our app component. So, as mentioned earlier, we are going to use Bootstrap 5 for styling and layout purposes in our application. We are easily able to install Bootstrap 5. So to do this, let's click the icon here, representing packages. Let's search for Bootstrap. And this is the package that we want to install. To install this package, let's click the plus icon here. Great! To have access to all the Bootstrap 5 classes within our React application, we can include this import statement within the index.jsx file like this. To double check that our Bootstrap package has been successfully installed, we can open the package.json file. Great. To test that Bootstrap is working as expected, let's include a few Bootstrap classes within our h1 element in our header component. Great! Notice here that I've used the class name property within the h1 element rather than the class property. In a plain HTML web page, you would use the class property for this purpose, to reference a CSS class or classes. In a React application, we must use the class name property for this purpose, because the class keyword is used in JavaScript. Class is a keyword in JavaScript, and JSX is an extension of JavaScript. That's the principal reason why React uses class name instead of class for this purpose. So what exactly is JSX? JSX stands for JavaScript XML. JSX allows us to write HTML in React. JSX makes it easier to write and add HTML in React. It is just an XML-like extension that allows us to write JavaScript that looks like markup and have it return from a component. So within the component, we have here the return keyword. The code that the component returns is JSX code. That represents the markup that we are returning from the component. It's important to note that JSX is not valid JavaScript, so browsers can't read it directly. So what's known as a transpiler translates it to React.createElement calls. Transpilers, a compiler that translates one form of syntax to another, like Babel or TypeScript, compiles the JSX into appropriate syntax that browsers can understand. Let's remove these Bootstrap classes here and start to develop the functionality for our application. Let's create a file named employees.jsx. Let's copy the basic code structure for a functional component created in our header component and paste the code within the employees.jsx file. So let's write code to import the useState hook into our employees component. We can do this with this line of code. I'll explain what a hook is in React and the functionality made available through the use of the useState hook in just a bit. We are using the useState hook in this case so that React can track the state of an array of objects that contain details about our employees. So we can set a default value for our useState hook by passing in an appropriate argument to the hook here. So we want to pass an array of employee objects. To speed things up a bit, we can copy the code for the relevant employee array from this location on GitHub. And appropriately paste it into our code here, like this. So let's look at the code that we have just created regarding the useState hook. And let's understand the purpose of the useState hook. If we navigate to this URL, the React docs describe hooks as follows. Hooks are a new addition in React 16.8. They let you use state and other React features without writing a class. You can see here in an example where the useState hook is used within a functional component. The equivalent functionality can also be achieved using classes, but of course the code is different when using class components, when compared to how we write the code using functional components. A hook is a special function that lets you hook into React features. For example, useState is a hook that lets you add React state to functional components. So when would I use a hook? If you write a function component and realize you need to add some state to it, previously you had to convert it to a class. Now you can use a hook inside the existing function component. What does calling useState do? It declares a state variable. Our variable is called employees, but we could call it anything. This is a way to preserve some values between function calls. useState is a new way to use the exact same capabilities that this.state provides in a class. This JavaScript syntax is called array destructuring. It means that we are making two new variables, employees and setEmployees, where employees is set to the first value returned by useState, and setEmployees is the second. So basically the first item is the employee data. The state of the employee's data is maintained in this item. The second item is a function reference and is used wherever we need to change the state of the employee's array, stored in the first item here. So basically, the useState hook returns a pair of values, the current state and a function that updates it. When the state of the employee's array changes through a call to the setEmployees method, our employees component is re-rendered to the user's browser. The markup JSX code that we'll write in a bit denotes the HTML code that is re-rendered to the browser. So I'm going to quickly demonstrate writing code within the employees component to output a list of each of the employees' full names to the screen. You don't need to follow along with this part of the video, as this is just to demonstrate outputting the relevant markup from our component to the user's browser. Let's write code to import the employees component within the app component. Let's replace the content element here with the employees element. Great! So we of course don't just want to output a list of employee names to the screen. We want to output the employee details within cards to provide a better UX, user experience. Before we create the code for this, let's upload two images that will be appropriately displayed in our employee cards. Let's first create a folder named Images where we'll house our images that we are about to upload. You are able to download the relevant images from this location in GitHub. You are then able to upload the images like this. We can then drag and drop the images into our images folder like this. Great. Let's write the code to output the employee data as cards to the UI. Firstly, let's import the image files like this into our employees component. Notice how when returning JSX code, the markup-related code must be contained within one element. One element must be returned from JSX code. If you wanted, for example, to return the P element and the img element without wrapping these elements in, for example, a div element, React allows you to wrap the relevant elements in empty tags like this. In our case, we are going to return markup that is wrapped in one element. Let's write code to return the relevant markup from our employees component. Note that we are using semantic HTML here. So instead of just using a div element here, we are using a more descriptive main element here. For layout purposes, let's set our main element's class name property to the Bootstrap container class. For layout purposes, let's nest a div element within the main element. Let's then nest another div element within the div element that we have nested within the main element. Let's set the class name property of the first div element to a Bootstrap class that denotes a new row in our page's layout. Let's set the class name property of the div element we have nested within the row div element to a Bootstrap class that denotes a new column. So I'm using relevant Bootstrap classes for these div elements appropriately for layout and styling purposes. I won't go into details of these Bootstrap classes in this video because I want to focus on React. Please navigate to this URL for more details on the Bootstrap grid system. We are using JavaScript's map method to map the data for each item in our employees array to appropriate markup code that will render a card for each employee in the employees array. Great, our cards are displayed as expected to the screen. Let's center the cards using these Bootstrap classes here. Great. I want 3 cards to be displayed per line, so I'm going to use the CSS grid for this purpose. So let's wrap the cards in a div element. Let's set this div element's class name property to a class that we'll write in just a bit named card-collection. Let's open the app.css class and include the appropriate code for our card-collection CSS class. So we are setting the display property to grid here, and then appropriately setting the grid-template-columns property so that each row of cards contains 3 cards on the UI. Excellent. Let's use an appropriate Bootstrap class to create an appropriate amount of space around each of our cards. This Bootstrap class is simply appropriately adjusting the margin property of each of the cards. Great, that looks much better. We want the user's mouse pointer to turn into a pointing hand icon when the user hovers the user's mouse over a card. We can ensure that the appropriate style of the user's cursor pointer is applied by including this code within the relevant div element that represents a card. Note that because this is JSX code and not typical HTML code, we must set the style property within the relevant div element to an appropriate JavaScript object that represents the appropriate CSS code, rather than the literal inline CSS code that we would apply if we were just writing HTML code. In the case of JavaScript objects like this, it can be confusing for React beginners because you have 2 curly braces, one for the JSX and one for the JavaScript object notation. One of the great things about JSX is that we are able to include JavaScript logic within expressions to determine what markup code we want to render for our components. So we can use curly brackets to tell React, as it were, that the code within the curly brackets contains JavaScript logic. Within the JavaScript logic, we can return HTML markup related code. So let's write a JavaScript expression that uses a ternary operator to evaluate the gender property of each employee. Based on this property's value, an appropriate img element is returned from our JavaScript logic. Great. Let's create code to output a drop-down list containing our teams. So for the sake of the example, I'm just hard-coding the teams. In the real world, you'd likely retrieve the data from a database through a call to, for example, a RESTful Web API component. Great, but the select list or drop-down list could look a lot better. A really simple way to make our drop-down list look better is to use these Bootstrap classes. Great. So whenever the user changes the currently selected item in the drop-down list, we want this to change the state of our component. So to do this, we are going to once again use the useState hook. So here, the selected team variable will store whichever team is selected in the drop-down list. The second item, setTeam, is a function that we can use to change the state of the selected team variable. When the setTeam function is used to change the state of the selected team variable, our component will be re-rendered. So when our component is first loaded, our component is rendered. When the user selects a new item in the drop-down list, our component will be re-rendered. This is because whenever a user selects a new item in the drop-down list, our component's state is changed, and therefore a re-rendering of the employee's component is triggered. We can pass in a specific team name as our default value to the useState hook. Let's pass in Team B. So when our component is first rendered, Team B will be the selected item in our drop-down list. So the next step is to set the value property of the select element to the selected team variable. So you can see how React is now able to keep track of the state of our component and render the component appropriately in response to state changes. We need to use the setTeam method to change the state of the selected team variable. In order to know when to change the state of the selected team variable, our component needs to know, as it were, when the selected item in the drop-down list changes. We can use the JavaScript onChange event for this purpose. So let's appropriately wire up the onChange event to a method that we'll write in just a bit, named handleTeamSelectionChange. Let's write the handleTeamSelectionChange method. So we can use the event argument that is passed into our handleTeamSelectionChange method by default to get the value of the item selected in our drop-down list. We can then use the setTeam method to change the state of the selected team variable. This means that when the user changes the selected list item in the drop-down list, that this action changes the state of our component, and our component is then re-rendered. Let's write code to log the new selected item's value to the console window in our browsers. Great. You can see that we have a few warning messages logged to our console window. We'll address these issues as we develop the application. I'm in a bit of a bad habit of using class instead of class name when applying CSS classes to elements. Please note, whenever I forget to use class name and use class, ignore me, and rather use class name to apply CSS classes to the elements in your JSX code. So we want to add a box shadow around our cards when a user clicks a card on the UI, meaning that the user is adding the card representing an employee to the selected team in our drop-down list. So if the relevant card does not already contain a box shadow around it, a box shadow will be added to the relevant card. So if the card already has a box shadow surrounding it, when the user clicks this card, the box shadow will be removed from the relevant card, meaning that the employee has been removed from the relevant team selected in the drop-down list. So basically, we want to write code so that whenever a user clicks a card, that a box shadow effect is toggled for the relevant card. So to do this, let's use the onClick JavaScript event and wire up an event handler method to this JavaScript event named handleEmployeeCardClick. We are going to call the map function on the employees array to return a transformed array, where the relevant employee item, which in this case is denoted by a card that has just been clicked on the UI, within the array is changed in accordance with the team selected in the drop-down list. So, for example, if Team A is selected in the drop-down list, the employee item represented by a card that has just been clicked on the UI will change, whereby its team name property will be set to the team selected in the drop-down list. If an employee is already a member of the selected team, the card representing the employee will have a box shadow around it. When a card with a box shadow around it is clicked, the relevant employee item's team name property will be set to an empty string. The box shadow will be removed from around the relevant card on the UI. So the map function traverses the employee items in the employees array. The ternary operator checks to see if the employee, represented by a card on the UI, matches the current evaluated item in the employees array. If a match is found, the evaluated employee item's team name property is changed accordingly. So basically, when a card is clicked, if the employee that the card represents is already a member of the team, this functionality will cause that employee to be removed from that team. If the employee, however, is not a member of that team, that employee will be included within that team. Once all the employees have been traversed by the map function, the newly transformed array is returned and assigned to the const named transformed employees. Our code is then using the setEmployees method to change the state of the employees array. This state change then triggers the employees component to re-render. So how do we reflect the change in the state of the employees array on the UI? We can add a CSS class that contains an appropriate box shadow property to the clicked card element, or remove the relevant CSS class if it already contains the relevant CSS class. So we are essentially toggling the CSS class to create this effect. the effect of adding and removing the box shadow from the relevant card. So we can achieve this in code by including an appropriate ternary operator that returns the appropriate CSS code to the appropriate class name property within the relevant div element that represents a card. So if the employee's team name property is equal to the team selected in the drop-down list, ensure that a CSS class named standout, which we'll write in a bit, is referenced in the relevant div element. Else, ensure that the standout CSS class is not referenced in the relevant div element, i.e. the div element that represents a card. The card, of course, represents an employee. So let's write the code for the standout CSS class. Let's open the app.css file. Let's add the standout CSS class. Let's include the box-shadow property within the standout CSS class and provide the appropriate box shadow settings. Excellent. So we now want to output status information from the header component, whereby when the selected item in the drop-down list changes, a count of how many team members exist in the selected team is presented from within the header component. To make it easy to communicate state to both the header component and the employee component, we can include the state-related code that currently resides within the employees component in the app component, which is the parent component of both the employees component and the header component. So let's cut the state-related code from within the employees component like this, and appropriately paste this code within the app.jsx file, like this. Let's cut the code that imports the useState hook into the employees component and appropriately paste this code into the app.jsx file. Now, in order for the employees component to be able to effect state and respond to state change, we need to pass down the state-related items to the employees component from within the app component. We are able to do this in a React application by passing the relevant props to a child component, like this. Prop drilling is an unofficial name for passing props to a child component from a parent component. Let's take a moment to understand the concept of props in React. Let's navigate to this URL. What are props in React? We use props in React to pass data from one component to another, from a parent component to a child component or components. Props is just a shorter way of saying properties. They are useful when you want the flow of data in your app to be dynamic. How to use props without destructuring? We are going to use destructuring, but let's first understand how to use props without destructuring. To use props, you have to include the props parameter within your function. This is similar to passing arguments into your regular JavaScript functions. Here's an example. So you can see here the values for the name prop and the tool prop are being passed down to the tool child component. Within the tool component, these prop values can be read through the props object like this. So we are passing in our props values from the app component to the employees component in a similar way, but we are going to use destructuring to read the relevant props values from within the employees component. The next step is to include these props within the function that denotes the employees component. So instead of the props object being passed to our employees component, we are destructuring the object into its individual property values. So through destructuring, we don't have to reference within our employees component the relevant values with props dot preceding the relevant properties. Destructuring in a JavaScript expression makes it possible to unpack values from arrays or properties from objects into distinct variables. So here we are unpacking values from properties of a JavaScript object into appropriate distinct variables. Great. We can now use prop drilling to pass in the selected team and count of the number of members of the selected team to the header component. We can use JavaScript destructuring to unpack the relevant props in the relevant object into appropriate variables. Let's change the header of our header component appropriately. Let's include code to output the count of team members within the selected team to the browser. Excellent. Let's use Bootstrap to include appropriate layout code for our header component. Great. Let's write code in the app.css file so that text within h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, and p elements are horizontally aligned centrally. Let's include some basic code in the footer component with some appropriate layout code provided by the relevant Bootstrap classes. Great. Local storage. So every time the state changes for either the employees array or the selected team variable, we want to save their values to local storage. In React, we are able to implement the useEffect hook to track state changes for specific variables. When a particular state change occurs, code passed as a function to the useEffect hook can run that appropriately saves our state to local storage. So let's see how we can do this in code. In the app component, where we are importing the useState hook, let's also provide code so that the useEffect hook is also imported from React. We can then pass in an arrow function as an argument to the useEffect hook. So the first argument denotes the code that we want executed when a certain event occurs. For example, the state of a variable changes. The second argument denotes the event that must occur to trigger the function passed in as the first argument, i.e. the function that we want executed. If, however, we passed in an empty array like this as the second argument, the function passed in as the first argument would only execute when the component first loads. In this case, we want the function passed in as the first argument to the useEffect hook to run when the state of the employees array changes. So this is when a user clicks on the card and a team name for an object within the employees array changes, i.e., when its team name property changes to the selected item in the team's drop-down list. So to do this, we can pass in the employees variable, wrapped in square brackets, as the second argument. Then we can appropriately call the local storage.setItem function to save the employees array to local storage. So when the state changes, we are updating the employees array in local storage. We can use another useEffect hook to save the state changes to the selected team variable to local storage like this. Great. We can then use the local storage.getItem function to get the value of the selected team saved to local storage rather than the hard-coded value we currently have here, that is currently setting the state of the selected team variable by default. So by default, we are going to be setting the value of the selected team variable from local storage if it exists in local storage. If it doesn't exist in local storage, it will then be set to the hard-coded value, i.e. team B. So if the relevant value exists in local storage, the relevant value in local storage will be passed in to the useState hook and set the selected team variable by default to the appropriate value saved to local storage. So we are using what's known as a short circuit evaluation for the JavaScript expression passed as an argument to the useState hook here. What this means is that when JavaScript evaluates an OR expression, if the first operand is true, JavaScript will short circuit and not even look at the second operand. So we can apply the same logic for the employees array, like this. So the state of our application will now be persisted to our browser's local storage. Great. One thing I forgot to do is to include an appropriate key attribute within the div element that represents a card that denotes an employee object within a list of employee objects. The key attribute helps React identify changes within a list of elements. So whenever you have code displaying a list of uniquely identifiable elements, it is a good idea to include a key attribute and assign the key attribute to a unique identifier. In this case, the key is assigned the ID of the relevant employee object. Just to get rid of some of the warning messages I'm getting in the browser console window, I'm going to track down where I'm using class instead of class name. Great. Routing, React Router DOM. The next step is to create functionality so that we can navigate between two of the main components within our React application. We have already created one of the main components, which is the employees component. We'll create the other main component in just a bit, which will be named grouped team members. So we want to create functionality so that a user, through the use of a navigation bar positioned at the top of the web page, can navigate between the employees component and the grouped team members component, while the header and footer components remain rendered to the screen. So we are going to create a nav component that will appear at the top of our page so that the user can speedily navigate between the two main components. So let's start by installing the React Router DOM package. Let's click the package icon here. Let's type React-Router-DOM as search criteria here. This is the package we want to install, so let's click the relevant plus icon to install the package. Great, and if we open the package.json file, we can see that we have installed the appropriate React-Router-DOM package. Within the app.jsx file, let's import the components that we need from the React Router DOM package. Let's wrap our header, employees, and footer component within the router element. Each component that we want to navigate to will have its own root element. So let's create a root element for the employees component. We want only the employees component to render along with the header and footer components when the user first loads the application. So the employees component renders between the header and footer components when the URL does not contain any path information. Then we must include an element property within the relevant root element and set this to our employees element like this. Then let's include a root element pertaining to the navigation to the grouped team members component. Let's set its path property to /grouped team members. This is the path to a component that we are going to create in just a bit. This component can be seen as the other main component of our application. The two main components are the employees component and the grouped team members component. Let's appropriately set the element property to the grouped team members element like this. So basically, if the browser contains the path to the grouped team members component, then the header component, the grouped team members component, and the footer component will be rendered to the UI. The employees component will not be rendered to the UI. If no path is provided along with the URL of our application, i.e. no particular path is provided to a specific component, then the header component, the employees component, and the footer component will be rendered to the UI. And the grouped team members component will not be rendered to the UI. So let's create the grouped team members component with minimal functionality at this point. We'll create the appropriate functionality for the grouped team members component once we have written the code for the navigation functionality. Let's import the grouped team members component into our app component. If we type in the path to the grouped team members component in our browser, you can see that this component is appropriately rendered to our UI, along with the header and footer components. Great! If we remove this path, the header, employees, and footer components are rendered to the screen. Excellent! Let's create a file for our nav component named nav.jsx. Let's write code to import the link component from within the React Router DOM package. The code for the nav component will basically rely on Bootstrap classes for layout and styling purposes. So within the first unordered list item, let's include a link element that navigates the user to the home page. Within the second unordered list item, let's include a link element that contains the path to the grouped team members component. Let's import our nav component into the app component. Let's appropriately include the nav element within our app.jsx file. We now have a navigation menu presented to us at the top of our page. Our navigation functionality is working as expected, but we want the navigation links to be displayed next to each other rather than on top of each other like this. Oh, and the problem is that this class should be expand rather than expanded. Great. That looks much better. So, if the user types in an invalid path, we can include a route to handle this. To do this, we can include a route element below the existing route elements here. We can set its path property to a wildcard character, which will act as a catch-all for URLs that don't match the paths declared in the route elements above this route element. So let's set its element property to a component that we'll create in just a bit named NotFound. So let's create the NotFound component. This component merely outputs a message to the screen stating that the requested page could not be found. Great. The next step is to write the code for the grouped team members component. Let's open the grouped team members.jsx file. Let's import the use state hook. Let's include JavaScript destructuring code to destructure the props that we want passed into our grouped team members component into appropriate individual variables. Let's go to the app component and write code to pass in the relevant props to the grouped team members component. Let's go back to the grouped team members.jsx file. As stated earlier, the use state hook returns a pair of values, the current state and a function that updates it. The set group data function will be used for changing the state of the grouped employees array. Let's pass in a call to a function named group team members to the use state hook that will return the default value of the grouped employees array. Each object in the grouped employees array will contain one property that stores the team name, a property that stores the employee data for employees that are part of the relevant team, and a property named collapsed. The collapsed property will store the state for a list item in the collapsible list that we are going to return from the grouped team members component. When a user clicks a team in the collapsible list, as it were, the collapsed property for the corresponding object will be set to the opposite Boolean value currently stored in the relevant collapsed property. This state change will cause the component to re-render, and the relevant list item will either be in a state of collapsed or expanded. We'll write code in a bit to return the appropriate UI markup from this component so that this state change will be appropriately reflected on the UI. So, the collapsed property facilitates toggle functionality, whereby a list item in a list of teams can be collapsed or expanded by clicking on the relevant list item. When the list is expanded, a list of the relevant team members are presented directly below the team list item. When an expanded list item is subsequently clicked, the relevant list item will be collapsed, whereby the relevant team member data will be hidden. We are passing a function named group team members to our useState hook here. This function will return an array of objects that will be the default state stored in the grouped employees array. So let's write the code for the group team members function. This function simply returns an array of objects where each object stores a team name, a list of team members, and a Boolean property named collapsed. The collapsed property denotes whether a team list item displayed on the UI is in a collapsed or expanded state. Please note that I would not write code like the code I'm about to write for the group team members function in the real world, and the relevant code is only meant to set up relevant grouped data for this example. We are going to flagrantly violate the principle of dry. Don't repeat yourself in this code. So, the purpose of this function is to transform the list of employee objects stored in the employees array and group the employees into their appropriate teams based on the team name property value for each employee object. So let's declare an empty array at the top of our method named teams. Let's use the JavaScript filter function to return the team members for team A using the filter function called on the employees array. Let's create the object that contains the team name for team A. The employee objects representing the members of team A, and then let's include a property named collapsed. Let's use a ternary operator to initialize the value of the collapsed property. If the selected value in the drop-down list is team A, then we want this list item to be expanded and display team A's team members. So in this case, we set the collapsed property to false, else the collapsed property is set to true, meaning the list item is collapsed and the relevant team members for team A are not displayed on the UI. Let's write code to add the relevant object to the teams array. Let's repeat the same logic for the other teams. Let's write code to return the appropriate UI-related code from our component. So to do this, let's map the data stored within the grouped employees array to the appropriate collapsible list of teams. So, to handle the event where a user clicks on a team list item, let's wire up an on-click event within the appropriate div element to a method that we'll create named handleTeamClick. Let's write the handleTeamClick event handler method. In this code, we are using the map function to traverse the items in the grouped employees array. If team name matches the ID of the clicked item, then our code knows, as it were, which team list item was clicked and which item's collapsed property value to appropriately change in the array. So our code changes the relevant collapsed property to its opposite value. Of course, the collapsed property is a Boolean value, either true or false. This is to create the desired toggle effect for our team list presented on the UI. The map function returns the transformed array We can then write code to change the state for the grouped employees array by appropriately calling the setGroukedData function. We can also call the setTeam function that has been passed in with the props from the app component to set the selected item in the drop-down list on the employees component appropriately. We are able to change the state for the employees component through the relevant props passed into the grouped team members component. So this has facilitated dynamic communication, if you like, between the grouped team members component and the employees component. So appropriate changes made in either of these components, the employees component or the grouped team members component, will appropriately be reflected in the other component. So the collapse functionality is currently not working. The reason for this is that I've used a class named collapsed to create the collapse effect in our list. This class doesn't exist in our application. A class that I meant to reference here is a Bootstrap class named collapse. When this class is present in the relevant div element, a list of team members will not be displayed for the relevant team. When the collapse class is not present within the relevant div element, the list of team members will be displayed directly below the relevant team item. Let's just quickly fix a small issue here where there is only one member in a team and we want our UI to reflect one team member rather than one team members. Lastly, let's neaten up our code a bit by appropriately abstracting certain functionality into their own components. So for example, we can abstract this code within the employees component that renders the drop-down list to the UI into its own component. So let's do this. Please feel free to reference the relevant code at this location on GitHub if you get stuck at this point. Let's abstract the code that traverses the employees array into a component named team members. A component named team member card is called from within the team members component. We can include the code that resides within the employees component that renders the cards to the UI within the team member card component. So let's create a component named team member card that renders each card appropriately to the UI. The code is now much neater. Great. Let's include a media query within our app.css file so that on small screen sizes, each card is presented in a new line. So by doing this, we are making our SPA application responsive. Excellent. Note that I've created two versions of this application that can be found on GitHub. The version that we created in this video can be found at this location. As an added bonus, I created another version of our application on GitHub that can be found at this location. In this version of the application, I have implemented code for abstracting the management for passing data between components through the use of context. Let's navigate to this URL and read a bit about context. Context provides a way to pass data through the component tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. So by using context, we can avoid prop drilling. In a typical React application, data is passed top-down, parent to child, via props. But such usage can become cumbersome for certain types of props, e.g., locale preferences, UI theme, that are required by many components within our application. Context provides a way to share values like these between components without having to explicitly pass props through every level of the tree. The application that we have created is small and fairly basic. When an application grows, it may be better to use context so that the code used to share values between components is neater and easier to maintain. Please check out this version of the code on GitHub to see how I have implemented context for the purpose of sharing values between components without using prop drilling. With React, you can break down an interface into reusable components that allow you to build dynamic user interfaces. React can be described as a mature JavaScript framework, and it has an enormous community supporting it. The performance that React provides makes it an excellent choice for the implementation of front-end user interactive functionality. I highly recommend learning this technology.
Now that you've learned the basics of React with Gavin, it's time for you to apply that knowledge to a more complex application. John Smilga is your instructor for this next section.
Hey, what's up? It's John from YouTube channel Coding Addict, and welcome to our next React project, the Meals application. And before I showcase the app, let's quickly discuss the main objectives of the project. And essentially there are two of them. First, in this project, we'll learn how to fetch data from external API. And as a side note, during the project, we'll utilize the MealDB API as our external data resource. And our second objective is to get familiar with app level state, and more specifically context API, since it's something you simply can't avoid when building more complex applications. If you want to take the project for a test drive, just navigate to this URL, mealsapplication.johnsmilga.repl.co. Again, the URL is www.mealsapplication.johnsmilga.repl.co. SEO. And as far as the functionality using this application, user can search for the recipes. So when the application loads, we display some default recipes. And if the user is interested in the cooking instructions, he or she can click on recipe. And here we display the image, the title, cooking instructions, as well as original resource. Effectively, this is where the original recipe is coming from. And also we can close the modal. Now, user also has an option to search for recipes based on a search term. So for example, if I go here and type A, now I'm going to get all the recipes where in the title there's a letter A. Now also user can get some random ones if he or she clicks on the surprise me. Notice now we're getting the random recipes. And also there's an option to add recipe to the favorites. So if, let's say, I like this recipe, I can add it to the favorites. Now we also have an option to remove from the favorites, and we can also take a look at the favorite recipe again in the modal. Now the favorite recipes will be persisted in the local storage, and therefore even if you leave the application and come back later, you'll still have the recipes that you saved in the favorites. So it's not just going to be the local state, but also will implement the local storage. For this project, I also created a README file, and in there you'll find useful external resources, code snippets, and all the steps we're going to take to build the application. I like such approach since it saves you time on taking notes. Essentially, all the important stuff is already documented, and more importantly, it allows you to work on a project independently. Once I'm done explaining the step, if you feel like working on it independently, just pause the video and try to solve the challenge on your own, and resume it once you're ready to see my solution. Lastly, I will share the URL, basically, where you can find the source code with the README file in the following videos. Just remember that you can always find both URLs for the complete app, which we covered in the last video, and for the source code in the video description below. Okay, and we're going to start our journey by creating a new project in the Replit. So assuming that you've logged in or registered, go to your dashboard and look for Create button. In there, look for React template. And at least I'm going to go with default name, but of course you can come up with whatever name you want for your application. And once all the dependencies have been installed, just click on Run so we can see our project in the browser. And then at the very end of the video, I'll just change the title in the index.html. And basically, this is what we see in the browser tab. So since I have logged in, let me just navigate here to a dashboard. And like I said, we're looking for Create. If you want to see all your projects, they're going to be down here. So let's go for Create. We're looking for a React template. And I'm going to go with this default name that they offer. And now we want to go with Create REPL. We'll just have to wait a little bit for the dependencies to be installed. And once everything is ready to go, we just want to go with the Run. So effectively, this is going to open up our application in the browser tab here on the right-hand side. And once I can see my application in action, let me just showcase that all the way on the left-hand side, these are going to be our files. Then in the middle, we'll have our code. And in my case, I'm going to keep it between 200 zoomed in and 250. So hopefully that way you can see clearly my code. And I'll also change the size from time to time of the browser tab, just so I have a bit more real estate here in the middle. All the way in the bottom, we have the console, which for the most part, we're not going to use. And what's really cool that for our little browser window, we also have the DevTools. So if you click on these ones, notice here we can also see all the errors, warnings, and of course our console log and rest of the stuff. Now we also have this cool option of opening this one up in the new browser tab. And as a result, we get a bigger canvas. So from time to time, yes, I'll switch actually from this small one to a bigger one because it's going to be easier to showcase the DevTools and all that cool stuff. And at the very end of the video, I just want to change here what we see in the page. So let me just go here with meals and app, and I'll do the same thing in the index.html. So let me navigate to index.html, and here where we have the title, we can change the name. So let's go with meals app. Let me save it. And of course, we can see the result in both places, in the small browser window as well as the big one. Okay. And now let's grab some assets from the complete project. So first, what I want you to do is navigate to this URL. And again, the URL is following. We're looking for replit.com at John Smilga and meals application. Now in here, of course, it adds that hashtag readme because that's the file where I'm at. But the main URL is again, replit.com, John Smilga, meals application. I want you to navigate there and more specifically navigate to app CSS. And then we'll talk about what we want to get from there, as well as why I suggest copying readme. So first, let me just showcase the URL. So I'll copy and paste everything that I have right now, and I'll just remove that readme. Now, if you have a different view of the application, again, it doesn't change the files that you're looking for. So navigate to the source folder. You're looking for app CSS, and at this point, you have two options. If you don't want to type CSS together, just take the whole thing. So just copy it and set it up in your project. Now, if you do want to type the CSS, and as I note, yes, I'll make the CSS videos separate. So that way, if you don't want to type the CSS together, you can just skip it. Or if you do want to build it together, then just grab everything up to the end of global styles, which is going to be my case, of course, since we'll type the CSS together. Again, this is a somewhat of a hot button topic because some people prefer typing CSS, some don't. So in this case, you have an option. If you want to type out the CSS together, then just grab everything up to the end of global styles. If you don't want to type the CSS, then just take the whole thing. Hopefully, I made myself clear. And like I said, in my case, I'm going to take everything up to the global styles since, of course, I will write the CSS for the upcoming components. Now, I'll cover the global styles in a little bit more detail in one of the upcoming videos. For now, just take the CSS you want to get from this file, navigate back to your application, look for source, look for app CSS, remove all the code that you have right now, save it, and you should see different result on the screen. Now, when it comes to README, I just think that it's better if you have those steps in your own application. Now, you don't have to copy the contents. I mean, you don't even have to follow along as far as the steps, but I think it makes more sense if you want to work on the project independently. And therefore, in my case, I'm just going to take all the code that, again, I have in the complete project README, and I'll just navigate back to the project that we just started building. Again, I'll remove all the code that is currently there and copy and paste. And successfully, we have acquired all the assets that we needed from the complete application. So at this point, I can actually close it. And from now on, of course, we'll be doing all of our work in the application we just created. And when it comes to global styles, essentially, you'll just find some settings for typography, a reset, CSS variables, for example, for colors, as well as the border radiuses, box shadows, and then just some general styles, including some classes that I use somewhat often, for example, button. And as I know, this is something that I use not only in React projects, but pretty much in every project that I make, because in the long run, it saves me a bunch of time. since I have some preset values, and that way I don't have to reinvent the wheel each and every time. Awesome. We're pretty much done with the general info. So now let's start coding. And the first thing that I want to do is to set up a structure for our project. And in order to do that, I want you to create a components folder in the source. Add there 4 files. Effectively, these are going to be our components. In my case, I'm going to go with favorites, meals, modal, and search. All of them will have that JSX extension. And in there, we want to create a component. And in my case, I'll set it up as a arrow function. Now, I want you to set up a basic return. In my case, I'm going to go with component name, but of course, you can type whatever you want in the return, as long as we can see something on the screen. Now, my personal favorite is shake and bake, but of course, you can, for example, go with heading 1 and dude, where's my car? As long as you can see something on the screen, we're good to go. Now, we do need to remember to export this as default. And then in the app.js, we'll import all of them and set them up one by one. So effectively, the component is going to look something like this. For example, search one. Again, I have the function. I have some kind of basic return, and I'm exporting as a default. Then we want to import all of them in app.js and set up the following structure. So notice these are all the imports for our components. And then inside of the main, we want to go with search, favorite, meals, and modal. And if you can see all the returns on the screen, you're good to go. And the last thing that I will do, at least in my case, is to comment out search, favorites, and modal. Why? Well, because we'll start working in the meals. And even though I do want to see that the component has been set up correctly, so essentially, in the beginning, I do want to see some kind of return. I just think it's going to be easier, at least for me, as I'm developing and showcasing stuff, just to have the component that we're actually working in. So this is how I'm going to set up the structure for the application. However, I'm going to do that in the following video. So if you want to work on this independently, then once this video ends, just try to set it up yourself. And if you want to see my solution, I'll cover it in the next video. Okay, so let's get cracking. First, we need to create a components folder. So let's go with add folder in the source. And I'm going to go with components. Now in there, we want to add some files. Yep, that's correct. And of course, we can see the list of files we need to create. So one by one, let's just set them up. I think I'm going to set up the files first, and then I'll set up one return, copy and paste, and just change some values. So first, let me add those files. We're looking for meals, JSX. Then we also want to set up a modals, JSX. And then lastly, we have the search one. So let's go with add file, and we're looking for the search JSX. So let's start, I guess, with the favorites, where we want to go with our arrow function. So const, and in my case, I'm going to pretty much name it same as the file. So favorites here, it's going to be my arrow function. And as far as return, I'm just going to go with heading 1, and I'll write favorites and then the component. And like I said, we want to export that as default. So export default. And I think I actually want to get it in the app.js right away. So before I copy and paste anything, let me just go to app.js, and we want to import that from components. So favorites from, and then we want to go with components, and more specifically favorites file. And then where we have the main one, why don't we change this around and let's just say favorites. So that's our component. And if everything is correct, this is what we should see on the screen. And since I can see that that's the case, now let me just go here and I'll copy these values. So I'm looking for a meals one. I'll copy and paste. Then I'll select all the instances with the command D. At least that's the shortcut on a Mac. And then we'll change it around to meals. we want to do the same thing here in the modal. Again, copy and paste. I'll just write modal. And then the last one is going to be a search one. So again, let's select everything, all the instances of favorites, and let's go with search. Let's save it. Then we want to navigate back to app. We want to copy and paste, and we'll just set up a few cursors here. So the second one is going to be meals. Then we'll be looking for the modal, I believe. So let me type here modal. I actually messed it up here a little bit. So let me go with a /, and then lastly, we also have the search one, I believe. So let me remove all of them, and then let's go with search. Now, as far as the structure, we'll start with search, favorites, meals, and modal. So let's go here, search. Then we'll have the meals, and also we'll have the modal. So modal over here. And if you can see 4 heading 1s displayed on the screen, we're in good shape. Basically, we're moving in the right direction. And once everything is good to go, then one by one, I'll just comment them out. Like I said, it's easier that way for me to showcase which component we're actually working in. Otherwise, you might be confused by all of the heading 1s that we can see on the screen. Now, the way we can set up a comment in the JSX is actually in the following way. So let me showcase that. Notice. So we go with curlies, and then inside of the curlies, we go with / and then star, and then star and /. And then whatever we place here is going to be commented out. Again, eventually we'll use those components. But for now, what I'm going to do is back in the app.js, like I said, we want to set up the curlies here. Then we want to go with / and then star, then star /. And I'll copy and paste right away. And I'll set up one for search, one for favorites, and one for modal. Because we'll start working in the meals. So one by one, let's place them there. So you cannot see the search anymore. You cannot see the favorites. And also you cannot see the modal. And now let me move this sucker down. We have meals ready to go. So now we can move on to our next step. Okay. And now let's talk about the app level state. And essentially, it's a decision we need to make of how we're going to handle the props in our application. Because one thing we need to keep in mind that in React, we can only pass the props down. So for example, in our application, we're going to have favorite meals. And then once we click on a meal, we actually open up a modal. So there's going to be a communication between the favorites component and the modal component. And as you can see, it's not like we can just directly pass from one to another one. Effectively, we can either set up all the functionality here in the app.js, since that's the root component. Again, we can only pass the props down. We can go with context API, something that we're actually going to do. And therefore, I'm not going to go into more detail since we'll cover all of that in the upcoming videos. And also we can go with third-party state management library, for example, Redux or Redux Toolkit. And then, of course, there's a million more. Now, to tell honestly, in this case, in this particular application, we actually can go with app.js approach, since there's not that many levels that we need to pass. However, again, we need to keep in mind that all the logic is going to be here in the app.js, since this is a root component. And then from the app, we pass to a separate components. Now, the problem is going to start as your app grows more complex. And if you have more nested structure, for example, you have more components inside of these components, then effectively it becomes a pain. And it's not an official name for that, but it's referenced as a prop drilling, where basically you pass the props down to one component, then it has some nested components, so we keep passing down and down and down. And one of the solutions for that is using context API. Now, once you get to really complex apps, then it makes sense to use Redux, Redux Toolkit, my personal favorite at the moment, and some other choices that are out there. So in this application, I didn't see the point of actually using Redux or Redux Toolkit. And therefore, the choice was really between the app.js and Context API. And even though in this scenario, we can set up all the logic here in app.js, I decided that this is going to be an awesome introduction to the Context API. All right, and now let's talk about the Context API. Before we go any further, let me just mention two things. First, if you don't find my explanations good enough, I can always suggest this article by FreeCodeCamp, where they cover Context API in a great detail. Now, the second thing that I want to mention, even though, yes, Context API is an awesome approach, still keep in mind that it has its limitations. Yes, it's good enough for this project, and it's way better than just passing down props from one component to the next one, let's say 7 levels deep. However, once your app grows and becomes really complex, essentially you'll hit two roadblocks. First, there's less structure than, for example, tools like Redux and Redux Toolkit. And that becomes especially important if there's a team working on a project. And the second roadblock you'll most likely hit is the fact that it's somewhat clunky to communicate between multiple contexts. So when it comes to really complex application, most likely you'll not only have one Context API, you'll have multiple. And at least in my experience, it's way easier to communicate between these functionalities when using the third-party state management library. Like I keep saying, Redux Toolkit, because that at the moment is my favorite. Now, as far as the setup for the Context API, again, effectively it's a way for us to have all our logic in one place. And instead of prop drilling, where we pass the props from one component to the next one, again, let's say 7 levels deep, we can set up all the logic in one place. And then that specific component can just cherry pick what data is necessary. And if at the moment you're somewhat fuzzy on that, don't worry. Once we set up the actual example, it's going to become clear. So first we want to create a context.jsx file somewhere in our root. Now, technically you can create the components and all that, but I always prefer setting it up in the root. Now, when I say root, of course, I'm talking about the source. Then we want to import React and use context, something we're going to use a little bit later from React. And we want to come up with a variable name. Now, I always like to go with app context or some meaningful name that references the context that I'm creating. But again, shake and bake is also a good choice. And then we want to go with React dot and create context. So we have this method that creates the context. And once we invoke create context, effectively we get back two things. We get back the provider and we get back the consumer. Now, let's not worry about the consumer right now. Let's just worry about how we can pass the data down. And we do that with this component of provider. Now, notice here, though, how we will set up a brand new component. And I'll talk about the children once we actually set this one up. But in here, in the return, we go with that provider. So this is what we're getting back from that create context. And then in the value prop, whatever we'll pass in, at the moment is just hello, we can access pretty much anywhere in our application. And then the last thing that we need to do as far as the provider, we need to export it, and we'll also export this app context. And this is going to make sense a little bit later. So in here, I'm talking about the main item that we're getting back from create context. And then we want to wrap our entire application in the app provider. So the component that we're creating over here. So we want to import that since we're exporting from the context, and we want to wrap our application. Now, while we're still in the index.jsx, I want to mention that because of React strict mode, while in development, you'll notice multiple logs. So if you're wondering, hey, why while I'm developing, I'm getting quite a few console logs, it's because of the React strict mode. That's just basically a setup in development. And once I've covered the general concepts, now let me set up the context API in our application. Okay, so now let's set up the context in our application. Like I said, I prefer setting up in the source. So let me create a new file. I'm going to go with context.js. And here we want to look for React. And we also want to right away get use context. Now we'll set this one up later, the use context hook, but we might as well import it right now. Then we want to go with the name. In my case, that is going to be the app context, and that one is equal to React. And then the method name is create context. We invoke it, and again, we get back those two components. Now, since I want to return provider from the component that I'm going to be wrapping the application, I need to first create that component. Naming is up to you. In my case, I'm going to go with provider. Again, this is a separate component that will wrap our application. And from this component, we're going to return app context.provider. Very important distinction. So in here, we'll access children. And I'll showcase that once we actually wrap the application, because it's going to be easier to understand that way. So let me go with return here. Return. And we want to go with app.context. And then we're looking for provider. Like I said, we get back two things, the consumer and provider. But with the arrival of use context, we actually don't need to export it from the context.js. So that's why we just need provider. And then it has the value prop. And whatever we'll set here, in the beginning it's just going to be string, but eventually it's going to be more complex data structure. That one will be passed down to all the components. And as a result, we won't need to do that prop drilling. Now we do want to display the children. Again, something I'm going to cover in a sec, once we can actually access everything. And now let's export from this file. So for now, we want to export the app context as well as the app provider. Both of them are named exports, as you can see. So let's save it. If nothing breaks, we're in good shape. Now let's navigate to index.jsx. We want to grab the provider. So import app provider. Now that one is coming from, and then of course we're looking for the context. And then we want to go where we have our application. And we want to basically wrap it in the app provider, like so. So let's wrap it. Again, if everything still works, if there are no issues, then we are in good shape. And it looks like I have an error. And actually, it's because of the name. The extension should be here, JSX. My bad. Once I fix the extension, everything should work as expected. Let me restart it. And yep, I can see the meals component. Now, the reason why we want to grab the children prop and set it up here in the return, because this is our application. So essentially in React, children is a special prop, and that represents pretty much whatever we have inside of the component. So in our case, what we have inside of the component is the app one. So in the app provider, we have app. And in our function, that is represented with this children. Again, this is a special prop. That's why we go here with the curly braces. We destructure it. We grab the children and we pass it here. If you won't do that, basically you won't see your application. Notice how nothing is displayed. So that's why it's important for us to grab the special children prop and then pass it down, because this is our entire application. And once we have set up the provider, now let's see how we can access the data in any of our components. Beautiful. we were able to set up the provider. So now let's see how we can consume the data. Now, before we proceed, I actually want to make some changes in the workspace. So first I noticed, since I used that default name, I actually don't see the working application in the dashboard. Essentially, it's under unnamed. And I decided that I'll actually change that. So let me navigate here. And in order to do that, I just need to click on this icon. And then let me go with meals app. And then let me add temp. Or you know what, I'll start with temp. I'll go temp meals app. So that way I know that this is just temporary while I'm recording. Okay, so that's done. And then the second thing that I want to change essentially is the workspace, where it's nice to have that browser window, but the more code we're going to write, it's actually more important for me that you can see clearly all the code and README that I'm providing. And that's why I'll actually open a new one, the browser one, and that's the one that I'm going to use to display the results. So in here we can simply close the web view, then we'll have the console. Now technically you don't even have to close, I believe, the web view. You can just simply push it to the side. And finally I'll zoom in, and hopefully it's going to be easier to see the actual code. Now, as far as the consuming data, what do we need to do? Well, once we have set up the provider, we can go to any of our components. And again, the magic here is following that it's not just these components in the components folder. It can be any components that are sitting inside of these components. And that's truly powerful because, again, we don't have to pass those props 7 levels down. And in order to consume that data, we need to go with use context. So we need to go to any of the components where we want to consume the data. In our case, it's going to be meals, since that's the only one that's rendered. Then we want to get use context hook from React. We want to get the app context from the context. So remember, when we're setting up the context, this is what we're exporting, correct? We were exporting the app provider, so the component that wraps, and from there we return the app context provider. And we also exported the entire context. So now in the meals, we want to access that entire context. So let me go back to README. And not only that, but we want to invoke the use context and pass in the app context. So import both things, pass in app context into use context, and then we'll get back what? We'll get back that value. So whatever we place in the value prop in the provider. And then for time being, I'll just console log it, and we should see the hello in the browser DevTools. So let's navigate to the meals here. Then we want to go on the top and import both things. So import, then use context. That is coming from the React. And then we also want to get the app context. So import app context. And we want to go with from. And of course, we're looking for the context. So this is going to be right outside of the directory, the components one. And then let's grab the use context, invoke it, and pass in the app context. So const, this is going to be the result that we're getting back. So that is equal to use context, and we pass in the app context. And now let's simply log. And I know it's probably not a big deal to see the hello, but once I show you something, you'll see why this is so powerful. So let me navigate to the browser. I'm going to open up the DevTools. And that is also something why I want to use the big browser window, because it's going to be easier to see actually our console. So let me refresh. And yep, now we have the hello. And now you're probably wondering, okay, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that we can turn hello into something more meaningful. So if I navigate back to the context, it's a prop, the value one. And at the moment, I'm just passing the string. However, we can change this around and we can say that it's going to be an object. So First, we need to set up the curly braces. Effectively, that means, okay, we're going back to the JavaScript land. So either we can set up some kind of expression here, for example, variable, or I can just simply pass in the object. And I can go with name and then John. And also let's add a role and we'll set it equal to a student. Let's save that. And now in the meals, this is what we should see. So let me again refresh, and we have name John and then a role student. And now we can put 2 and 2 together. If we can pass in the object, that means that inside of the app provider, we can set up a bunch of functionality, which effectively is something we're going to do. So we'll set up some functions that we'll pass down. We'll set up some state variables that we'll pass down. And effectively, any of the components in our application will be able to access it just by grabbing use context as well as the app context. And again, I know I've said this 10 million times already, but this is extremely, extremely powerful concept because it saves us a lot of mental energy because we can set up the code in one place and then import it in any of our components. All right, and before we start talking about the data fetching in React, now let me also show you how we can save on one import in the components that are going to consume our data. So if you remember the previous video, we needed to import 2 things, the use context and app context in the component, and then pass in the app context in the use context. What also we can do is set up a custom hook. Now, let me just make it very clear. The previous example is not incorrect. There's just a better way where we can have one line of code. And in order to set up, we need to create a custom hook, which is also something that we can do. We just need to make sure that the name of the hook starts with use. Now, the name is really up to you. In my case, I'm going to go with use global context. And as you can see, we're setting that up in the context.js, and we're exporting this right away. So we go with export const, then whatever is the name of the hook. And now notice the functionality. We return from this hook, from this function, what? We return use context, we invoke it, and we pass in the app context. Now, where did we see that one before? Over here. So we grab both of those things in the context.jsx. And remember that both of them are already present. We imported the use context and we set up the app context in the context.js. And then we just go with use context, app context, and we're returning from that hook. Now, as a result, we can import the custom hook instead in any of our components and then invoke it. Again, the setup is almost the same. We're just saving one line of code, which in the long run, if you have, let's say, 100 components, makes a lot of sense. So let's try this one out. I'm going to navigate back to the context one. Let's scroll up, and it doesn't really matter where you set it up, but I always prefer doing that right before the export here. And now let's go with that custom hook. Again, remember, we already imported the use context from React, so that is not a custom hook. That's the one that comes with React, which allows us to access the context. And let's go with export const and then use global context. And as a side note, of course, you can pass it here as well. It's just, I prefer this way. And then it's going to be a function. And then from this function, what we simply want to do is go with return, use context, and then pass in the app context. And now let's try it out in the meals. So let me navigate back. And then instead of these 2 suckers, we'll remove the first one and we'll change what we're getting from the context. We'll simply go with use, global, and then context. And now let's invoke. So use global context. Context, let's invoke that. And again, the result in the DevTools should be exactly the same. So I'm going to navigate back. Again, I do need to refresh and check it out. We still have the object with the properties of name and role. And with this in place, we have successfully set up the structure to consume our data from the context.js. And what that means is that we'll just have to set up the entire logic in the context.js. And then each and every time we'll want to get the data. Again, we're talking about the state variables or functions that we want to invoke. We'll just use global context, and we'll cherry pick which info we want to get from the context JSX, which again is extremely powerful concept because it saves us time and mental energy in the long run. And now let's talk about another extremely important topic, and that is data fetching in React. And let's start with the most pressing questions first. Where and how? So essentially, we can fetch data in any of our components. However, in our case, since we'll pass this down, we want to do that in the context. But yes, if you want to set up some data fetching in search component, you can do it the same way as I'm about to show you in the context.js. And the same goes for any component you create. So hopefully that is clear. Now, how we fetch data in React? Well, we want to use useEffect hook because it allows us to control when we're actually going to fetch data. So if you remember from the previous videos, useEffect is a hook that runs after every render by default. So by default, it runs after every render. However, it also has this cool feature called a dependency array, which we pass right after the callback function. So when it comes to useEffect, effectively we invoke the hook, we pass in the callback function, and then this callback function, whatever code is in there, is going to be invoked after every render. Again, that is by default. If we pass this dependency array, and if we leave it empty, then it's just going to run that callback function when the component mounts, or in the other words, when the component loads. Now, we do need to understand that when it comes to context, essentially it's only going to load once because it's in the root of our application. Take a look at the index one, notice. So we have this app provider. That's the one that we're exporting from the context. And therefore, this is going to load once we open up the application. Again, I'm not talking about the re-renders that possibly might happen after that. I'm just talking about that initial load. And that's the one that we actually get from this empty dependency array. So when we set up the empty dependency array in the useEffect, essentially that means it's only going to run when that component, in our case, app provider, loads or mounts. Now, we can also pass here some values, and then it's going to run every time the value changes. But let's not worry about it. I just want to make it very clear that when it comes to data fetching, we for sure need to pass in that dependency array. And I'll show you in a few videos what essentially is going to be a result if we don't do that. Let's not worry about it right now. And you can start simply by setting up some kind of console log in there. So go to context.jsx, import useEffect, then invoke it, pass in the callback function, set up the empty dependency array. And then in my case, I'm just going to say, hey, fetch data here. Now, once that is done, then I'll cover one more gotcha that we need to remember about this callback function. And then I'll lay out the steps that I'm about to take in the next video. So first, let me navigate to context.jsx. I want to get the useEffect, and I want to actually invoke it as well. So in here, we want to go with useEffect. So that's the hook that's coming from React. Then we want to invoke it right away. So let's say useEffect. Let's set up the callback function. Like I said, empty dependency array. And then in here, let's just say console log and fetch data here. Let's save that. And now let me navigate to the browser and check it out. Now, of course, I have the console log here. Now, what is the gotcha that I was referencing before? Well, it's following. When it comes to this callback function, it cannot return a promise. So you cannot turn this into a sync function, because if you remember, by default, the moment you set up a function to be async, it returns a promise. And React is not okay with that. So we cannot turn this into a sync function. Now, why am I saying that? Well, because when it comes to fetching data, effectively we have two approaches. We can use .then, or we can use async await. So when it comes to .then, if that's the approach that you prefer, you can easily set up the code right here inside of the callback function. You can, for example, go with fetch API. So you go with fetch, let me write here, fetch, then the URL, then we go here with .then, and then you know the rest. So you can definitely do it here. Now, if you want to go with async await, essentially you have two options. You can set up the function here inside of this callback function and then invoke it, or you can set up the function outside and then invoke it. Again, the reason why we need to do that is because we cannot turn this one into a sync function and then call await. So we need to set up a separate function. So hopefully we are clear on this. And now let me show you the challenge that I have for you. So now that we know that we'll use useEffect to fetch our data, I want you to try fetch data. Now, you can use fetch API or Axios. That is really up to you. That is irrelevant. First, I'll show you the fetch API approach, since that is built in, and then I'll switch to Axios. And this is another hot button issue, because every time in tutorial I use fetch API, I get comments why I'm not using Axios. And then once I switch to Axios, I get people asking why we're not using fetch API. Look, just pick the one that you use and you'll be good to go. There are not going to be that many differences. So pick either fetch API or Axios. Just remember that with Axios, we do need to install it. And this is something that, of course, I'm going to do in a few videos. And you can use any URL. That's why I have here from any URL in the useEffect callback function. So again, you just need to remember that if you're using .then, it's one approach. If you're using async await, then it's going to be another approach. And for time being, just log the result. Just log it. You don't have to do anything complex. Just log the result. Try to set it up. And in the following video, I'll show you my solution. And before we continue, let me just mention that in this video, I'll use fetch API. And if you're not familiar with fetch API, or you just need to jog your memory, in the README, I shared an awesome article by FreeCodeCamp. And basically, I'm going to use the random user API. And the way it works, this is the URL, and then essentially it just returns a random user. Again, the structure here is not particularly important, since that's not what we're going to use in the project. I just ended up using this URL because it's pretty short and straightforward. And then the way I set up the logic, like I said, in the useEffect, I set up the fetch data function, because again, I know I've said this before already, but we cannot turn the callback function into a sync. Since I want to use await, that's why I created a sync function. So fetch data, a sync function, and then since we're working with asynchronous requests, I just set up the try catch as well. Just keep in mind that when it comes to fetch API, this doesn't really worry about the errors unless they're network errors. And that's one of the differences between the fetch API and Axios, which effectively we're going to use in the following videos. So in here, I went with response, await, fetch, then pass in the URL, and then we need to turn this into a JSON. So I waited for response.json, got back the data, and then logged it. And also, just in case, logged the error. And right below where I set up the function, I invoked it as well. And once I set up the function in the app provider, I'll also showcase how we can move it outside of the callback function, because essentially that is going to be our approach in the upcoming videos. So now let me navigate to the context. And then for now, I just have this console log here. Let me remove it. Let's go with const fetch data is equal to async. That's our function. Now fetch API is built into the browser, so we don't need to import anything. We want to go with try and catch. Let's come up with const response is equal to await fetch. Now let me grab the URL, and then let me set it up as a string, of course. Now we have await. Okay, that's beautiful. Then const data is equal to await, and then response JSON. Let's invoke it again, and now let's just log it. So console, and then log, and then let's pass in the data. Now let's do the same thing in the error. We just want to change what we're logging. Error over here. And we have the function, that's awesome. But of course, for anything to work, we also need to invoke it. So we go with fetch data here. Now again, let me navigate to the browser and check it out. In here, I have this giant object. Again, we're not really concerned what we're getting back. The idea is just to showcase how we fetch data. So that's the first step. After that, we'll set up the state variables and all that. And now let me also showcase how we can move the functionality outside of the callback function. So this is definitely one approach that you can use. But in our case, we're actually going to set it up outside, and then we'll invoke it inside of the useEffect. Effectively, I just prefer this approach better. Now, there are times when you want to do that in useEffect, but again, in this case, it doesn't really matter. So let me take this outside. So again, I'm talking about the function, the fetch data function. And now let's see whether everything still works. Yep, I still get back the results, so we are in good shape. Okay, and once we're familiar how we can fetch data in React, now let's take a look at the API we're going to use for this project. And before I show you the documentation as well as the URLs, I actually have a challenge for you. So either you can follow this link or just go to your search engine and type MealsDB. Regardless, you'll hit this link and then get familiar with docs. So try to understand on your own what the API offers, and more importantly, get two URLs. Get the one that allows us to search meal by name, as well as the random one. Now here's the hint. In the docs, this part is missing. So either you'll have to add it manually, and you'll see why in a second, or just take the URL, place it in the browser, and then copy it. So again, you have two approaches. I usually prefer the second one. I just find it faster than typing. And then in the context JSX, set up two variables. Now in my case, I'm going to call them all meals URL and random meal URL, and assign the corresponding values. So as you can see, in here, we're searching meals by name, and this is going to be our all meals URL, at least in my case. And then the random meal URL is going to have this value. Again, this is the challenge. Go to the docs, get the URLs, get familiar with documentation. And in the next video, we'll do it together. Okay, and as far as the API, we'll use this one. So I believe the official name is the MealsDB. And effectively, we just want to navigate to the documentation. And as you can see, they just provide a bunch of URLs. So some of them you need to be a patron, and some of them are for free. So these are the two that we're going to use. We're going to go with search meal by name. And we also use this one, look up full meal, or no, sorry, look up a single random meal. Got carried away over here. And just to showcase what we're getting back, let me just copy this one. We go to the browser and check it out. So effectively, we'll get back the object. In there, there's going to be an array by the name of meals. And then each meal is essentially a object itself with a bunch of properties. Now, of course, this is already a full name. If, let's say, we change this around and just go with A, we'll get more items. So now, as you can see, we have more meals that are, again, objects in that array. And then we've got an ID, we've got a image, and as you can see, a bunch of other stuff as well. So that is as far as the search meals by the name. Now, another option that we have is look up a single random meal. And what's really cool that actually they send back that one random meal, but it's still structured as an array. And for somebody who builds the application, that is actually very nifty because you don't have to change anything as far as the logic on the front end. So if I copy and paste, notice I still get back that one meal, correct? But the structure is still the same. And if you have been setting up applications with API on the front end, you know that it makes things easier if you don't have to restructure your application based on the URLs coming from the same API. Now, again, there's multiple variations. Of course, there's cases where it's not possible to always have pretty much the same structure, but in this case, this is super nifty. So now we just want to take those two URLs and set it up in the context. So now let me navigate back to our project. And then I'm going to go to context.js. I'll take a look. Most likely I'll just do it above here where we have the context. And then let's come up with those two variables. So in my case, it's going to be all meals URL. And then the value will be this one over here. So that's the one where we'll pass in the search value. And for now, we'll just leave it as a, of course, eventually it's going to be dynamic. And the second one will be that random one. So let me navigate here. And then again, let's come up with that variable name. In my case, it's going to be random meal and then URL. And then let's pass in the value. All right, and up next, we want to refactor our fetch data function, where first we want to switch to the Axios library. And as a side note, if you're not familiar with the library or you just need to jog your memory, here's an awesome article by Free Code Camp. And also we want to switch the URL to the get meals by name one. Remember, it was stored in the URL variable. And the steps are following. We want to install Axios. So we can do it over here where we have the packages. Then we want to import it in the context.jsx. And as far as refactoring, I'm going to change the name of the function. I will switch from fetch API to Axios. Then I'll add the URL parameter because we will invoke the same function multiple times with a different URL eventually. So we might as well do that right now. And I'll pass in the all meals URL. So we'll switch to all meals URL. And lastly, just log the response. If you get stuck, feel free to take a peek at my solution below. So let's refactor our fetch data. So the first step is going to be installing Axios. I'm going to navigate to this tab, and then let's type the name of the library. Of course, it is Axios. We want to install. And as far as the brief intro, Axios effectively is a HTTP library that makes our life easier, especially as your project grows and you have more complex requests. And we want to import that in the context.jsx, and then I'll show you how basically I'll refactor the application. So let's start here by navigating to the context.jsx, and then we want to import the Axios, import Axios from, and then we're looking for the Axios library. And then as far as refactor, let's take a look at the README. Essentially, we want to switch from the fetch API to the Axios. And I also want to change right away the name. So instead of fetch data, I'm going to go with fetch meals. I'll pass in the URL. So instead of hard coding the URL, I'll pass it as a parameter. And again, the reason for that is because we'll invoke the fetch meals multiple times. And based on the condition, we'll pass in the URL. And in here, we just go with await and Axios. So we don't need to turn this into a JSON, and we just log the response. Now, Axios does have kind of more complex response. So we'll actually have to pull out the data, but let's not worry about it right now. We want to invoke fetch meals, and then we want to actually pass in the all meals URL. Now, of course, in your README, it's going to be already there. And once we do that, we should be in good shape. So let's try this out. In the context, I already have the Axios. Okay, so that is done. Now let me find my fetch data. I'm going to call this fetch meals. So then I'll pass in the URL. That's going to be the name of my parameter. And instead of console logging the data, we'll take a look at the response. And then instead of fetch, we're going to go with Axios. And in here, we'll pass in the URL. So instead of hard coding this, like we did previously, we'll pass in the URL. Then let's keep on moving. And now we want to pass in the all meals URL. Let's save it. And let's take a look at the browser. So in here, there's a complaint that import from Axios, blah, blah, blah. Let's see whether refresh is going to help. And nope. That's weird. Maybe I was just too busy talking and I actually didn't install the library. So let me double check. I have dev dependencies. Okay. And then, yeah, I have nothing here. So let me go back to the installer and let me look for Axios one more time. That's what happens when you talk too much. So let me install the package and now everything should work as expected. So now let's take a look at the browser. Let me refresh. And then if everything is correct, and now of course fetch data is not defined because I forgot to change the name. My bad. So let me navigate back to my context. And then here, of course, I changed the name. So it should be fetch meals instead of fetch data. Let me save for the third time. Yep. And now everything works. Now, when it comes to Axios, like I said, the response is more complex. So in here, we actually get the config, we get data. As you can see, it's a giant object. Now, what we're interested in is this data property. So if we are successful, then the data that we're getting back from the API, from the server, is going to be located in the data property. Now, like we covered already before, the way the API sends back the data, there's a meals array. So that doesn't change. It's just going to be located in the data property. And at this point, we have multiple options. Either we can just destructure it, or we can go with response and then data. Now, keep in mind, though, the value is in the meals. So we'll still have to access that property. But I'm just showing multiple ways how we can access it. Now, I always actually prefer the structure route where I just type data and now I directly access the data again. Let me save one more time. And now we should see again that meals array, which is an array of objects. And lastly, let me just showcase how we can access error in the Axios. So I'm going to go back to my fetch meals. We're looking for error object, and more specifically, we're looking for error.response. So that's where we can access the error. And in order to showcase that, I'm just going to go to the all meals one. And I'm just going to type some gibberish here. And then if you take a look at the console notice, you'll have the error. And in this case, you can take a look at the error response as well. So that should do it for the Axios. And now we can proceed to the next step. Okay, and up next, let's set up the meals state variable and just render something in the meals component. Now, before I continue, let me just mention that if you did also change the value in the URL in the previous video, just to see the error, please make sure that it's back to the original URL. Otherwise, the functionality is not going to work. As far as the setup, we want to go with import use state hook in the context. Then we want to set up the state variable. At least in my case, I'm going to go with meals. And remember that it returns an array with two values, the meals value and the function that controls that. And then we want to set the state variable from our fetch meals function. Remember, we're getting the meals from the API. And remember the structure of the response. And we want to use set meals to set our state variable equal to that data. Then we want to pass the meals down to our entire application. And remember, we do that in the value prop. And we want to structure the meals in the meals component. Lastly, we want to iterate over the meals, log each meal, and then render something on screen. Again, it doesn't really matter what you render. As long as we can see that we're getting the data, we are correctly iterating over, and we have something on screen, we're in good shape. As always, if you get stuck, feel free to peek at my solution below. All right, and as far as my solution, I'll start by importing useState in my context JSX. So let me add this over here. Then I'll set up that state variable by the name of meals. And remember, we get back the array. We right away destructure it. This is going to be the value, and this is the function that controls that value. Initially, the value will be empty array. And then in the fetch meals, remember, the array is actually in the meals property. So there's a data object. In there, we have the meals property, and in there, we have the array. So we run set meals. This is going to set our meals state variable, and we want to pass it down to the entire application. That's why in the value, instead of the name and whatever it was, the role, I believe, we'll pass down the meals. And then in the meals component, we'll destructure it. Remember, the setup is already in place. We just need to change what we're looking for. Since we're passing down the meals instead of the name and the role, now, of course, we're looking for that property in the meals component. And then lastly, let's set up the return, where I'm going to go with section. Now, technically, you don't have to add section. We'll worry about the CSS in the following videos. But I'll right away go with section since that's what I'm going to use. But you can also use div, of course. Then we'll iterate over the array. And then for every item, in my case, I'm going to call it single meal. That's going to be that object. I want to log it. I want to see the properties that we get back, since we'll have to destructure them. And at least in my case, I'm going to return a heading 4. So if everything is correct, I should get, I believe, 25 heading 4s on the screen. So let's try this out. First, I want to go to context JSX. I will look for useState. Then I'll set up that state variable. So meals, and then set meals. So that's the function, of course, that controls it. useState. And I'll start with empty array. Because remember, we'll be iterating over. And initially, if you'll set it equal to null, then the functionality is not going to work because it takes time to fetch those meals. And I'll talk about the loading, and also if we get back nothing from the API, what to do then. So we'll cover those conditions, but just remember that, yes, we do need to start with empty array. Then let's use the set meals and then pass in data. And then meals, that's where the meals are located. And now I believe we can just remove the console log. Then instead of these two suckers, we want to pass down the state variable. Let's save it. And then lastly, in the meals component, first I want to grab it. So instead of this context, I'm going to destructure meals. And now let's iterate over, where first we want to go with section. Then inside of the section, we'll iterate over the list. So let's go with meals.map, and we pass in the callback function. And I'll reference each and every item there, the object, as a single meal. And what I'm returning from this map function, well, for now, I'm just going to go with heading 4 and single meal. And then let's also log it, since we'll use those values in the following lectures. So let's go with single meal. Let's save it. And like I said, if everything is correct, I should see a bunch of single meals on the screen. And we do. And also, notice over here, yes, there are some warnings about the key prop and all that. We'll worry about it in a second. For now, I just want to showcase that these are the values that we get back for every object. And they should match what? They should match this, correct? So this is also what we can see in the browser. And if you have the same result, now we can move on to the next step. Okay, and up next, let's display a nice card for every meal that we have in the array. And the way it's going to look like, So I'll add right away classes for CSS, but like I said, I'll do the styling in a separate video. So if you already copied the styles, you're good to go. If you didn't, then don't worry if it looks somewhat ugly in the beginning. We'll worry about the CSS in the following videos. So first, I want to grab the properties from the single meal. Now, how do I know that those properties are there? Well, because we logged them in the last video, correct? And we can also, of course, see them in the browser if we just provide the URL. And the properties that I'm interested are ID meal, which is going to be the meal ID. Then I also want to get the title. And notice how I'll pull out the property, but I'll right away give it an alias, just so it's easier for me to work with the value. Now, do you have to? No, of course, you can still use the property name that comes from the API. And also, I want to get the image. The property for the image is this one. And yes, I'll give it an alias of image. So I'll set up the section center for the entire section. But like I said, you can also set up a div if you want. And as far as the return, I'm going to return a article. And then when it comes to React, since it wants to keep the track of all the changes that are taking place, we do need to provide a key prop, which needs to be a unique value. Now, technically, you can get away by grabbing the index over here. If you're familiar with map, you know that the second parameter we get by default is the index, so you can also pass it here. But it's not suggested if the data is going to be changing. So if you're going to be making some kind of manipulations with the data, so therefore, it's always suggested to have something unique. And in our case, that something unique is the ID. Then we want to add a class name of single meal, and I'm not going to repeat the whole deal about the CSS. And we want to display the image. Now, with the image for now, I'll just go with this style and width 200. So effectively, we're setting up the inline styles here, simply because otherwise those images are going to be massive. So yes, the CSS is coming up. So for now, this is just temporary. Now, again, if you have the entire CSS, you don't need to worry about it. Just add the class name of IMG. And then right after the image, we have the footer, where it will display the title, and also the like button. Now, the icon for the like button we'll set up in the following videos. For now, let's just right-click me. And then if everything is correct, we should see some images, some titles, and all of that cool stuff. So let's start working on that. Where first, I'll navigate back to the meals here. And I'm not going to switch back to the browser and showcase where I'm getting the properties again. I believe I showcased that quite a few times. So first I want to pull them out of the single meal. And yes, each object has them. Then we want to go with string meal. And yes, the names are a little bit funky, but we'll just live with that. We'll just give it an alias and we'll move on. And then the last one is the string meal. And then I believe it's thumbnail. And that is equal to a image. At least that's my alias. So I'm going to set it equal to single meal. Now we nicely destructured it. And now let's worry about the return. And as a side note, I forgot to add here the class name, not class. I'm going to go with class name, and that is equal to section center. Then in here, it's not going to be a heading 4. We'll actually go with a article. And then, and as a side note, it's not giving me autocomplete. So let me type it here, article as well. We do want to add a class, I believe, here. And the class will be single meal. So class name is equal to single and then meal. And let's also add that key prop that basically is looking for the unique value. In our case, that is going to be ID meal. And then once we have this one in place inside of the article, we want to go with IMG. So let's set up the image. Let's set up the source. And we'll set it equal to the image, to the alias that we gave to the string meal and then thumbnail. And then let's also add the class name right away as well. And we're going to go with IMG. Let's close it. And then right below image, we're going to go with footer. And then inside of the footer, let's set up a heading 5. Heading 5, and then in here we want to display the title. And right next to it, we'll have a button. And in here, let's set up again a class name. It's going to be a like btn. And then for now, it's going to be click me. But eventually, we'll set up a nice icon as well. And now let's see what we have as far as the result in the browser. And of course, as I was setting up, I forgot that I need to add essentially inline style. So let me go with style. And in here, I want to go with width. And we need to remember that since it's JavaScript, this needs to basically be a string. And now let me go back. And yep, now it's more manageable. Again, it's not pretty, but at least we can see some images, titles, as well as the like button. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next step. Okay, and now let's worry about the styles. Now, like I already said, I believe 10,000 times, if you have the styles, you can just skip this video. If you don't, then we'll type the styles together. And first, let's just start by navigating to app CSS. And I want to set up the comments. So usually what I do is I set up the CSS in the order that I have my components. So eventually we'll have the search, we'll have the favorites, we'll have the meals, and we'll also have the modal. And therefore, I'll do the same thing in the app CSS, where essentially I want to start with search, then it's going to be favorites, and then we want to go with meals. And lastly, there's going to be a modal. So the search and favorites are coming up. For now, we'll just worry about the meals. And we'll start by setting up that section center. And you know what? Also, I think it's going to be easier if I just place the tab over here. So that way we can right away see what we're doing. So I'll start with that section center class. And you know what? I'll just make it here for now. Of course, eventually I'll set it back to what it was. Start with section center. We do want to add some padding here. And I'm going to go with 3 rems top bottom and 0 left and right. Then we want to go with width, and this is the case where I'm going to use my CSS variable, which is, I believe, set to 90 view widths. So essentially the percent of the screen. And again, the reason why I prefer CSS variables is because that way effectively I can just set up the value in one place, reuse it in multiple places, and if I ever want to change something, well, then I need to change it in one place. Then I'll also set up the max width. So this is for the big screen. Essentially, I don't want any of these components spanning the entire screen. I want to set up some kind of max width, which I believe, again, if you want to double check that, just navigate up to the CSS variables. I just don't want to do that since I know that some people find it annoying, but I believe it was like 1120 pixels or something along those lines. Again, we're looking for the variable max width, and now we just want to place it in the center. So we're going to go here with margin 0 and then auto. You know what? These warnings are a little annoying, so check it out. Now, of course, our container is always going to have the width of 90% of the screen, but it's never going to be bigger than the 1120. So it's always going to stay like this. And then we'll right from the get-go set it to display grid, and I'll add some kind of gap. And it's actually going to be the same for the rows and columns, and I'm going to go with 2 rems. I just always prefer pretty much that type of setup. And since we're on a roll, why don't we also right away set up the column layout for the bigger screens. And we'll do that with a media query, and we'll go with media screen, and let's go with min width. And I'm going to choose the value 776 pixels. And then in order to speed this up a little bit, I'll copy and paste. That's going to be my section center. And then we're looking for the property grid template and then columns. We'll set it equal to 1 fraction and 1 fraction. So once we get to 776, we should have a 2-column layout. And as you can see, that is clearly the result. And then we also want to add one for the bigger screen, which most likely I'll showcase right away as well. So in this case, it's going to be 992. And now we're looking for a 3-column layout. Now, as a side note, I'm fully aware that we can change the syntax here to, let's say, repeat. But I just think that for this project, it's good enough if we just repeat those fraction values. So now let me make it bigger, and notice we have a 3-column layout. And now let's worry about that single meal. We are pretty much done with the container. Now we want to go with single meal, and of course we're talking about that card. We'll start with the background property, and we'll use again the CSS variable with the value of white. And yes, pretty much the actual value is also the white color. Then we want to add the text color, and this is going to be for the button. So heading already should have the text color set in CSS, but since I want to have the same color for the button, I'm going to go here with color, then var, and then we're looking for text color. So that's the CSS variable. Then let's add some border radius. And this one will set it equal to, again, CSS variable, so var, and then we're looking for border and then a radius, like so. And then we'll add a little box shadow, a transition, both of them CSS variables. And then once we hover the single meal, we'll just change that box shadow. So let's start here, the box shadow, and let me scroll up just so it's easier for you to see. So we're looking for box shadow property. That one will be equal to a shadow to CSS variable. And then we also want to add a transition simply because we want that change to happen over time. And therefore we'll go with var and then transition like so. And then let's select again that single meal and let's set up that hover effect. So single meal, and then as we're hovering, we want to change that box shadow over here. And once we save it, we should notice that as we're hovering, effectively we're getting that darker box shadow. Now, one thing that I want to mention, remember in the previous video, we added that class of image. Now notice that this is a global class, which adds a width of 100%, this block, as well as object fit. So now once we have the structure in place as far as the columns and everything, we can actually remove that inline style. So now let me navigate back to the meals. And you know what, let me just minimize this for now. And then remember, we added this style and I said that it's going to be temporary. So now once we have the columns, of course, we can set it back, and you'll notice that, of course, the image is spanning all across. And this is exactly what we wanted. So now let me navigate back to app CSS, make this one smaller, and maybe this one also a little bit smaller, just so we have a little bit more real estate. And then we actually want to style the image right away. So we have that global class, yes, that's awesome. But we also want to add some additional styles. And therefore, I'm just going to go with IMG. So effectively, I'm targeting that element. First, I'm going to set up some kind of height, which in my case is going to be 15 rem. And now let's talk about the border radius. Notice here how we set the border radius for the entire card. But we also need to set it for the image. Now, I don't want the border radius for every corner. I actually only want for the top left and top right. And in order to do that, we just need to go with border radius, and we need to add top and then left. And yes, you guessed it, in order to set up the right one, we just need to change this value around. And now we should notice that the top left and top right corners are actually rounded. And then lastly, as far as the image, we just want to add cursor pointer, because in the final application, we'll be able to click on image and then we will actually display it in the model. Then let's style a heading 5 here. So single hyphen meal, and we're looking for the heading 5. And in here, let's add a padding 0, margin 0, because there is some default margin and padding as far as the typography. Let's save, and then let's worry about the footer. So single meal, and we're looking for the footer. In here, let's add a padding right away. So padding is going to be 1 rems, 1.5 rems. Then we'll display it as flex. So display equals flex. We want to align the items in the center. So we'll say align items center. we want to go with justify content and space between. So this effectively is just going to push them as far as possible from each other. So let's say here space between. And then lastly, we also want to go with flex wrap and wrap. So if there's not enough space, we just want to wrap it to the next line. So flex, wrap, and equals to wrap. And even though we don't have the icon, we might as well style the button since we're working with the CSS. So let's say here, like button, that was the class name. And then we're looking for the background. We want to go with transparent. And we want to add the border also transparent. So take this value here, copy and paste. And then after that, let's increase the font size again. For text, it probably won't look that good, but once we set up the icon, it's going to be good enough. We're going to go with 1.5 REMs. So increase that. Then cursor, pointer, and again, the transition. So cursor, pointer. And for transition, just so I can save a little bit on typing, I'll just grab the value from this single meal and set it here. And as we're hovering, what do we want to do? Well, let's add some transitions. So like button, hover, and then as we're hovering, essentially, we want to change the color to red. So color is going to be equal to a CSS variable, and the value is a red dark. And also, we want to transform. So let's go with transform, and let's translate in the y direction. And since I want to lift it up like 2 pixels, I'll say -2 pixels. So now check it out. As we hover over the like button, we actually lift the text up a little bit. And essentially that is the CSS for our meals component. And while we're still on the topic, let's also knock out the icon. And effectively for my projects, I prefer React Icons library for a variety of reasons. First of all, it offers tons of options. And second, it's very easy to work with the library because you get back the component, the React component. And as a result, you can add the class, you can style it directly, and all kinds of cool things. So if you want to utilize the search engine, just look for React Icons, or you can just follow the link that I provided in the README. And once you get there, you'll see this documentations page. Like I said, you have tons of options. So these are all the libraries that you can work with. And if you want to search for specific icons, so let's say in our case, if we're looking for thumbs up icon, just type here in the search box. And I believe I used this one over here. Now, don't quote me on that. Essentially, we'll showcase that in a second, but I believe that's the one that I used. And just keep in mind that once you choose the icon, you also need to remember which library is it from. Because when you import the icon, and as I said, note the syntax is following where you go with the name, you also need to provide the library. Otherwise, essentially, you'll get the error. So now let me try it out in our application where first I want to go and install the package. And I believe the package name was a React Icons, and I should get the suggestion, hopefully. Yep, there it is. That's the package we want to install. Then we want to navigate, of course, to the meals. That's where we are setting up that icon. So meals over here. And now let me grab right away the value. So again, let me search for it. And that's the one that I want to use. Notice the name was copied to our clipboard. And then we want to go with import, get the icon from, and then we're looking for React Icons. But very important, you need to add the library. In my case, that is Bootstrap. And then where we have the like button, instead of this click me, I'm just going to go with this component. And since I want to save a little bit of time on typing, I'll just copy and paste the component. Now let's save it and take a look at the result in the browser. And now check it out. Instead of the text, we have a nice icon from the Bootstrap library. Beautiful. And once we're done with our meals component, well, almost done, there is a little bit of functionality coming up, but the main setup is done. Before we continue, I also want to showcase why we want to use a use effect. And feel free to just watch the video I mean, you don't have to follow along because I will purposely set up the infinite loop just to kind of underscore the point that I was making previously. So if I navigate to context.js, and if I decide to be a rebel, and then instead of using the dependency array, and for now leaving it empty, basically invoking this callback function only when the initial load happens, only when the component mounts, I will actually get a infinite loop. So let me showcase that. Let me remove that dependency array. Let me save it. Let's navigate to the browser. And then more specifically, we're looking for the network tab. And notice over here, notice the amount of requests that are we making. So why is that happening? Well, first, let me go back and actually add here a empty array. Let's save it. And then the reason why is that happening is because we need to remember that when it comes to use state, every time we change the value of the use state, we trigger re-render. So now let's go step by step. When it comes to our fetch functionality, on the initial render, when the component mounts, we invoke useEffect, correct? Now, inside of that useEffect, the callback function, we fetch data and change their values for the meals. So there is initial render, and instead of the fetch meals, we change the value for the meals state value. Now, what happens when we change the value? We trigger another render. We trigger re-render. Now, what happens in that next render? Well, we repeat the steps. Essentially, we repeat the steps 2 and 3 in here. So, since we triggered that re-render inside of the fetch data, we go back to the step 2 and then step 3. That's why you'll have so many requests, and eventually the browser will run out of those requests and effectively crash because you have infinite loop. Since we trigger re-render when we change the value of the state variable, that's why we need to be very careful when we set up the useEffect and we fetch data. Keep in mind, if you just have simply console log, then of course it's not going to happen because you're not triggering that re-render. But if inside of the fetch data or fetch meals, whatever fetch function you have, if inside of that function you change the state value, which is our case, of course, then yes, you need to make sure that there is a dependency array. And if you're placing any values inside of it, you need to have a clear idea when this callback function is going to be invoked. Otherwise, you're risking setting up the infinite loop. And then, like I said, eventually your browser will crash. And the same goes if you'll invoke the function inside of the useEffect. So this is the question that I get quite often where students say, hey, but why do we need useEffect? Why we can't just move fetch meals outside of the useEffect? Well, let's see. You'll pretty much see the same result. Again, let me save and let me navigate back and notice again, we get tons and tons and tons of requests because we have infinite loop. That's why you always want to fetch data as of now. Of course, things might change, but at the moment in React, you always want to fetch data inside of the useEffect. And you want to make sure that you start at least with the empty dependency array. And then eventually, as you add values, that you have a good understanding when this callback function is going to be invoked. Because remember, once we start adding values over here, we'll invoke this callback function and all the code inside of it once the values that we add there change. And while we're still working with the meals, let's also set up a loading check as well as empty meals. Effectively, if we don't get any data back from the API. And first, I guess let's start with loading. You see, when it comes to data fetching, effectively, it doesn't happen instantly because it is a synchronous operation. Now, of course, it happens fast, meaning in the human time it's fast, but it's still takes a little bit of time in the computer time. And we can clearly see that if we navigate to a network tab and if we slow down the network. So in my case, I'm going to go with fast 3G. And you'll notice that initially there's nothing on the screen. We just have that empty array. And only after time, we actually display those meals. Now, in my opinion, a better setup is if we have some kind of loading condition, where essentially we display something on the screen. And to showcase that, I'm going to navigate to a complete project, and you'll notice there that we'll have this loading ... So effectively, while we're getting the data, we're just displaying to a user that, hey, we're loading it, and then once we get the data, then we display the meals. And the steps in order to set it up are following. First, set up a state variable by the name of loading, at least that's going to be my name, and default value is going to be false. Now, in the fetch meals, the first thing you want to do is set loading to true. So as we start fetching meals, we set loading to true. Then the last thing that we want to do in the fetch meals is set loading to false. So once we're done fetching data, regardless whether we get back the data or there's an error, we want to set loading to false. And then we want to add that loading state variable to a value prop. Basically, we want to pass it down to our application. In the meals JSX, we want to grab the loading variable and we want to set up the condition. Now, it needs to be before our current return. So if loading is true, then we want to return loading ... And then once the loading is set back to false, then essentially we display the array of meals. And as far as my solution, it's going to look something like this, where, like I said, there's going to be a state variable. And in my case, I'm going to call this loading. And of course, there's also going to be a set loading function. The initial value is going to be false. And then notice in the fetch meals, the first thing that I do, I set loading to true. So that's when we start loading the data. And regardless whether we're successful or there's an error, we set loading back to false. We pass down loading to the entire application. So essentially we add it to a value prop. And then in the meals, I destructure it. I say, hey, grab me loading. And right before our current return, I go, if loading is true. So while we're loading what we want to display, we want to display section. And yes, we do need to add a little bit of styles. So I'm going to set it up as class name section. In there, I'll set up a heading 4 with the text of loading. And essentially that's it. And of course, after that, we have our return. So the idea is that while we're loading, this is what we display on the screen. So now let me set this one up. Or first, in the context, I want to create that state value. And I'll purposely set it up before meals. That's just my preference. So const and then loading. Then we also want to go with set loading. Now the initial value is use state. And we want to set it equal to false. Then in the fetch meals, let me call it. So set loading is equal to true. And now let's copy and paste. And then at the very end of the logic, let me just set it up here as false. So we're done with the loading. Then we want to pass this one down. So let's pass in the loading as well. And then in the meals, we want to structure it. So let me navigate back to the meals JSX. And before or after the meals, it doesn't really matter. I want to grab the loading. And before I return the array of items, before I return my cards that have the info about the meal, I also want to set up the condition for loading. So if I'm loading, there's going to be a different return. And as a result, we'll have that loading displayed while we're fetching the data. So in here, like I said, there's going to be a section with a class name of section. So we'll have to add a little bit of CSS as well. So let's go here with return, then section. Let's add a class name right away. In this case, the class name will be section. And then inside of it, we're going to go with a heading 4 and the text of loading ... So if this is true, this return will be displayed. And then once this one is set to false, then we'll render the array of meals. So let's try this out, where first I'm going to navigate to a browser. Let me refresh. And if everything is correct, we should see that loading displayed on the screen. Now, we still do need to add CSS. So let me just see whether the functionality works. And if everything is correct, then we'll proceed to CSS. Yep, I can see the loading displayed. So now let me navigate back to our application. And we want to look for app CSS. And we'll have to grab some styles from the section center. So that's already a modal. I want to look for section center. And before the section center, I'll create a section class. And we'll grab some values here from the section center. So we want to take padding, width, max width, as well as the margin. And effectively, there are two ways how you can set it up. So you can just copy and paste the styles. Or there's another approach if you want to save some lines of code. So if you are interested in the other setup, we can also add a comma here. Go with section and center. So now we're reusing these styles for both of these classes. And then when it comes to section center, we just add the extra styles that are not included over here. So that's another way how we can set up the logic. The result is going to be exactly the same, where now we'll have a proper section, and in there we'll have that loading condition. So before we display the array of meals, we'll also display the heading 4 with the text of ... loading. And as a side note, we'll use an extremely similar setup for the condition if we get back no data from the API. And I think at this point we can just go back to no throttling. And up next, let's handle the case if we don't get back any items from the API. And I think the easiest way to showcase that is just by navigating to context.js. And notice at the moment we're using this all meals URL. And since we have a search time of A, of course it returns some data. But what if I type some gibberish over here? Let's say I'm going to go with 5 A's. Let me save it. And then if we take a look at the meals app, I mean, don't see anything on the screen. Why? Well, because we don't get back any data. And the reason for that is because if we take a look at the API, we can see that, yes, if the search matches some results, we get back meals array. But if the search that we type doesn't match any of the meals, then we get back meals as null. And if you want to see that, just navigate to the API, copy the URL, and just add some gibberish after the text they provided. So if I just add S, you'll notice that we have here meals null. And we need to handle that case, especially because eventually there will be a search input. So the user will be able to type the search term. And we want to display if the search term did not match any of the meals in the API. As far as the setup, let me find the README here. It's gonna go like this. Again, I'll have to scroll down a little bit. We want to go with fetch meals. And in the case of success, so in the try block, we want to check if data meals is truthy. Basically, if it's an array, it's going to be evaluated to true in the if condition. If it's equal to null, then of course it's going to be false. If it returns a true, basically if it has some value, only then we want to go with set meals and then data meals. So at the moment we're setting pretty much our state variable regardless, but we want to change it. We want to set up if else condition, and only if data meals returns true, then we want to set the state meals as data meals. Otherwise, we want to set it equal to an empty array in the state. And then in the meals GSX, we want to check if the length is less than 1, meaning we're checking for empty array. And if that's the case, again, we want to return a section. And in there, I'll just type some error text. Now we want to place them in between the loading and the current return. Again, this is very important because we start with loading. Then we want to display the error if it's there. And then we want to return the list of cards. And as far as my solution in the try block, I'm going to set up if else. In here, I'll check if data meals returns true, if it's evaluated to true. If that's the case, then I'm going to go with set and data meals. And if it's false, then I'm going to go with set meals and then pass in empty array. And then we don't need to pass anything down. We're already passing down the meals in the value. But in the meals JSX, we want to add another condition where we're checking length of the meals. If it's less than 1, same deal. We want to return a section. And in there, we just want to provide some error code. And most likely I'll copy this one since I'm too lazy to type it from the scratch. But I'm going to worry about it once we get there. So first, let me showcase how we can also work with multiple files. So if we click on this plus, we can pick which file we want to display. And in my case, I'm going to go with context. And I also want to display the meals one because that's the current file that we're working in. And then back in the context, like I said, we just want to set up the if and else condition. We're doing that in the try block. So technically it's not going to be an error since the API returns a status code of 200, which means that the request was successful. It's just there's no data to return. So in here, let's go with if and then data meals. If it's true, then we'll set our state variable equal to that. If not, then we'll go with set meals and we'll just set it as an empty array. So then let's keep on moving. And we want to go to the meals, of course. And here, let's add that second condition. We'll say if, and then meals length is less than 1. What do we want to do? Well, we want to basically return a text. We just want to change the value over here. So let me quickly run back to the README and I'll grab these values. So in here, in the meals, this is what we want to return. So copy and paste, and we are good to go. So now let's try it out, where I'm going to navigate to the application. And if everything is correct, if you didn't change the search term back to something that returns some items, we should see this error message on the screen. So now I want to navigate back to the context one. And here, let's just fix it, where I'm going to go back to A. Now, eventually, this will be dynamic. Again, that is going to be the case once we add the search input. So at the moment, once we fix, yep, everything's correct. Again, we have an array of meals. And up next, let's work on the search component. So in here, user will be able to type the search term. And if the term matches any meals in the database, of course, they will be rendered on the screen. And also, there's this option of clicking on Surprise Me, where we fetch a random meal from the API. And we'll start with the structure. So first, let's just get something on a screen, and then we'll worry about the functionality. So in the search component, the search JSX, import use state and use global context. Now, please keep in mind, they're not coming from the same place. So one is coming from React, and the second one is coming from our context. Then we want to set up a return, and don't worry about the CSS. Yes, it's not going to look pretty, but we'll go with header. We'll add a class of search container, which of course eventually will style. In the header, there's going to be a form, and inside of the form, we'll have the input with form input class, type text, and then 2 buttons. So right after the input, we'll have 2 buttons, one with the class of btn and type of submit, and the second one with the classes of btn, btn hipster, and type btn. Now the last thing that I actually forgot to mention over here in the app JSX, we want to uncomment this, correct? So in the app.jsx, display, search component. And once you're ready to see my solution, proceed to the next video. Okay, and I think I'm going to start actually with the last step. So first, I want to go to app.jsx, and I want to remove that comment. So let me just remove the code, and now we should see a search component. Yep, awesome. Then in the search, let's start by importing both of those things, the use state and use global context. So first, let's start with import use state, and that one is equal to React. So basically, it's coming from React. Then the second one is use global context, which is coming from our own context. So two dots, and then we're setting up the context. And then, like I said, as far as the return, we're going to go with header. We'll add right away a class of search container. So search container. And then inside of it, we want to go with the form. So as you can see, this is an error. It should be header here. Then let's set up that form component. Element, I guess, more properly. It's not going to have a class, but we will have the input inside of it. We'll set the type text. And I'll also right away add the placeholder. Now, technically, you don't have to, but I'm going to go with type, then favorite and meal. And also, we want to add a class name, and this is going to be form input. Let's close it. And then we want to set up those two buttons. So let's go here with button, then type will be submit. And as far as the text, I'm just going to go here with search. And also I want to add a class, and it's going to be btn. Now I'll copy and paste, and I'm just going to add btn hipster. The type will be good old button. So we'll go here with button. And as far as the text, I think we're going to go here with surprise me. So that should do it for the general structure. Now let me take a look. Yep. And as you can see, we've got a input with two buttons. Now don't worry, we'll work on the styles in the next video. And the reason why the buttons are styled, because the btn classes are already in the global CSS. All right, and up next, let's style the search component since we have the structure in place. And I guess I'm going to start by just changing these files around, where first I want to open up a new one, and this is going to be app.css. And then instead of the meals, of course, this will be a search, since this is where we'll do all of our work. So as far as the app.css, we have the modal. Okay, that's good. We already styled the meals. We're not going to work with favorites. We'll work with search. And this is the case where, again, I'll move this sucker here just so we can see what we're doing. And let me close the files for now. And also maybe let's make this one a little bit smaller. And then let's start by just styling the search container. So let me grab the class here. Then I'll add some kind of height. It's going to be 5 rems. After that, we want to go with background, which will be equal to the state variable of white. Then we want to go with display flex. So essentially, we're setting this up as a flex box, and we want to align all of them in the center. So we go with align center, align items. Align items, and that will be equal to a center. Then we want to also place them in the center horizontally. So we'll go with justify and content, and that will be equal to a center. So once this is saved, we want to work with a form. So basically now we styled the parent container. Now let's work with the form. Now it doesn't have a class, so just go with search container, and we'll look for the form element. In here we'll add a width, and you know what? Since the values will be exactly the same over here, I'll just grab these two. So this is going to be the width of container and the max width of container. Let's save this. And then we'll make a form to be a flex parent as well. So display flex. And let's add a little bit of gap in between the items. So 0.5 rems. And then also let's go with flex wrap. And then that one is equal to a wrap. So if the size of the window gets smaller, then of course we wrap it to the next line. If you want to check it out, just make it smaller and you'll see how we nicely wrap to a next line. Then we want to style the form input. So let's go with search container, then class of form input. And here effectively we want to set up some kind of max width. So this is not going to be bigger than, in my case, 200 pixels. We also want to add a little bit of padding. So let's go here with padding, and then let's set it to 0.375 REMs, and then 0.75 REMs left and right. So top, bottom, and then left and right. Let's add a border radius, and then this will be again a state variable, so border radius. And I also want to add the background as well as the border. So let's go with background. That will be equal again to a state variable with a background color. So this will match whatever I have for the body. Whatever gray color I have for the body, it will be the same. And then lastly, we have a border here where we're going to go with 1 pixel solid. And now I'm looking for one of the gray colors. So var -- gray and 200 like so. So save it. And then let's style the button and the placeholder. So, I mean, we can, I guess, style the placeholder first. So in here, let's say font family equals to inherit. So now we're essentially inheriting the value. And also let's add a different color. So in this case, it's going to be equal to var. And I think I'm going to go with gray 400. So just different shade of gray. And then lastly, let's style the button. So we're going to go with search container and then class of btn. And let's add a font size a little bit smaller. So I'm going to go with font size and then 0.75 REMs. Let's save it. And we're pretty much done with the CSS. So now we can jump back to the logic. So let me just add a tab in the proper place. And we'll continue with the handle submit and handle change logic. Okay, so at the moment we have a good looking search component with the input as well as 2 buttons, but there's no functionality. And first I want to add handle change to the input. So there's going to be a state value that is persisted between the renders. And also I want to handle submit, because at the moment you'll notice that once we click on the submit, effectively we restart the entire application because that is the default behavior for the form. And here are the steps that I'm going to take. First, create a text state variable. And then we also want to set up 2 functions, handle change and handle submit. In the handle change, we want to grab the event.target.value. And please remember that by default, it gets the event as a parameter. And then we want to set that to a new text value. So this one will have the set function. And of course, we want to pass whatever we get back over here into that set function. Now, once we're done with that, we want to add onChange to the input and set it equal to the handle change. And then when it comes to handle submit, again, we'll get back the object as a parameter. And we'll just set up event prevent default. Otherwise, again, we'll have that default behavior where every time we'll click on submit, we'll just refresh the application. Since the default behavior of the form is sending a post request. And then we want to add on submit to a form element and set it equal to handle submit. Okay, and as far as my solution, so I've got text and set text, the state value. The initial value is equal to an empty string. Then I created handle change, passed in the event, since that's the parameter we get by default, set text event.target.value, and the same deal with handle submit, where event comes as a parameter, and in here I have event prevent default. Now I forgot to mention in the previous video that also for the input, not only we want to set onChange equals to a handle change, but we also want to pass in the value. So value prop in that is equal to a text. So as a result, we get the controlled input, where every time we'll pass something in input, the state will be updated. And then as a result, between the renders, we'll also persist the state value. And when it comes to the form, we want to go on submit and pass the handle submit. At the moment, we don't have more logic, but it will prevent that default behavior. So let's set this one up, where first I want to, of course, navigate back to the search component. And then let's set up that state value. So we're going to go here with const. That's the whole purpose why we grab the use state. So we want to go here with text and set text. And then that one will be equal to use state. And we pass in the empty string. Then let's set up those two functions. So const, and I'm looking for the handle change. Now I'll grab the event object. And then as far as the functionality, every time we'll type something in the input, we're going to go with set text, and we'll pass in the event.target.value. And also let's set up the handle submit. So const handle submit, and then same deal. We grab the event object. Now the deal here is to prevent the default. So event prevent, and then default. Let's invoke it. And now we just want to set up both functions. So let's start, I guess, with a handle submit. And we have a special prop for that. We go with onSubmit is equal to a handle and submit. And the same deal here, but we just need to add a value prop as well. So let's start here with value is equal to a text. So now we're grabbing the state value and then on change. So every time we'll type something in the input, we'll also update the state value since we have the handle change. So let's go with on change is equal to a handle change, like so. Let's save it and let's take a look at the application. So first let's check the submit. Notice now when we're submitting, we're not performing a default action. So we're not sending that post request. So that's already a good start since we're not refreshing the application. Now the second thing is, as we're typing, we're actually persisting value in the state. And if you don't believe me, just navigate to the components. And then if we navigate to a search component, notice the state value. And essentially, as I'm going to be deleting the gibberish from the input, I'll have the same result as my state value. Okay, and now let's set up the search logic. Where essentially we can type something in the input, click on submit, and if there are no meals to display, we'll display error. Remember, that's the one that we set up in the previous videos. But if there are some meals that are matching the search term, we nicely display them. So now we'll connect the search input with the meals that we are fetching. And in order to do that in the context.js, first we'll need to create a new state variable. In my case, I'm going to call this search term. And the default value will be empty string. Then we right away want to combine the all meals URL with the search term. So prior to this, we're all the time using all meals URL. But remember, this is a hard-coded URL. So now I want you to remove that hard-coded value. I believe it's A. And then when we invoke fetch meals in the use effect, I want you to combine all meals URL with a search term. Then we also want to add search term to a use effects dependency array. So every time that value changes, we fetch new set of meals every single time. Then we want to pass the set search term because once we create the state value, we also have the function that controls it, and we want to pass this one down to entire application. Now, of course, in our case, we'll grab it in the search JSX. So grab this function and then in the handle submit. If there's any text in the input, then we want to set it as a value for the search term. Now, optionally, you can also set text back to empty value, but that really comes down to the personal preference. As far as my solution, I created set search term and search term. So that's the state value, and that's the function that controls it. And then in the use effect, I passed in the template literal, and I combined all meals URL with the search term. Now keep in mind, again, we need to remove that hard-coded value of A in the all meals URL. And I also added search term to the dependency array. So every time we'll change the value of the search term, we'll perform a new fetch request, and the new value of the search term is going to be used. Then we also want to pass set search term down to entire application. So we need to add it to a value prop. And then in the search JSX, we want to destructure it. We already have use global context, so we just grab it from use global context. And then in the handle submit, I want to check what is the value for the text. If it's empty, we're not going to do anything. However, if it has some value, we can just go with set search term and pass in the text. Like I said, optionally, you can set it back to a empty string when it comes to the text, but that really comes down to the preference. So let's start in the context JSX. First, I guess I want to remove that hard-coded value here in the all meals URL. So instead of A, it's just going to be an empty value. Then we want to go with a search term, and then comma, set search term, set search term. And that was equal to a use state, and we pass in a empty string. Then let's keep on moving. We're not going to change anything in the fetch meals, but we do want to refactor this one. So like I said, we're going to go with a template literal, since now we'll combine both values, all meals URL with the search term. So first, let's access all meals URL. And second, let's grab that search term. Search and term. Then we want to pass down the function that controls it. So let's go with set search term. And now let's navigate to the search JSX. First, we want to grab it. So we're going to go here with const. We're getting back the object, and we'll invoke use global context. And let's go here with set search term. And now let's set up that condition. So if there's any value in the text, then we want to go with set search term, and we want to pass in the text. And optionally, like I said, I'll set back the text to a empty value. So now let's navigate to the application and see what is the result. So first, let me refresh, and let's take a look at the network. So notice here how we're basically fetching without any kind of value for search. And what's really cool, that they do return some default meals. That is already a awesome start. And now let's try to submit the form. So I have here the input. I'm typing something, and now I click on search. Now I can see that we set it back to an empty text. So technically our functionality works, but we're not performing a new request. So let me quickly take a look here at the app provider. And I can see that I have the value in the search term. So now let's see why we're not invoking new fetch request. And I think I know why. So back in the context, I didn't add the search term. So this is what happens if we don't add this to a dependency array. So this will only run the first time on the initial render. Now in this case though, if we add search term, then we're good to go. Because now every time we'll change this value, the state value, we'll perform a new request. Now, of course, in this case, we didn't get anything back. So now let me go here, and now notice these are going to be all the values with A. And then if I type AB, these are the values that we're going to get back. Now, as I'm looking at it, I think I'd rather just leave that text, the state value for the input. So let me quickly navigate back over here. And like I said, this is optional. This is up to you. And I'm just going to remove it. So in this case, every time we type and we search for something, we'll actually see what we just wrote. And we'll be able to make basically modifications. So in this case, if I go with AD, check it out. These are the values that I'm getting back. And successfully, we have set up the search functionality. Okay, and up next, let's work on fetch random meal functionality. So once the user clicks on the button, surprise me, we want to fetch the random meal. And here's my solution. So in the context.jsx, I'm going to create fetch random meal. In there, there's going to be a fetch meals. So the same function we already used before. We just passed all meals URL plus the search term. In this case, I'll just pass in the random meal URL. And then I'll pass it down to entire application. Effectively, I'll set it up in a value. And then in the search.jsx, I will destructure it. And for now, so we'll change this around actually in the following video because there's going to be some bugs. But for now, I simply want to invoke it once we click on a button. So we're going to set up a onClick, and I'll pass in fetch random meal. And as far as the result, it's going to look something like this. Notice we have all the meals, and then once we click, check it out, we get our random meal. So let's set this one up where in the context.js, let me keep on scrolling. So I have my use effect. I think I'm going to do it before the use effect. And in here, we'll just create that function. Now, name is really up to you. In my case, I'm going to go with fetch random and meal. That's a function. And inside of it, let's just go with fetch meals and then pass in random meal and URL. Let's save it. Let's pass it down to the application. So fetch random meal. Let's save that. And then in the search, we want to destructure it. So fetch random meal. And probably at this point, we can just copy and paste since it's going to be faster. And then where I have the surprise me button, I'll add onClick and we'll pass in the fetch random meal. And now let's try it out. So I'm going to go here to the application, click, and yep, we're getting the random meal. And again, the cool thing is that when it comes to the API, the structure is the same. Yes, we're getting only one meal, but since it's set up in array, we don't need to change anything here in the function, in the fetch meals function. We still get back the data, and in there we have meals array. And now we just set that meals array, that one random meal, equal to our meals state variable. And then eventually, of course, we display it on a screen. Now, there are some bugs, and we'll fix them in next video, but the general structure works. Yes, we can fetch random meals once we click on the surprise me button. So our basic functionality works as expected. However, like I mentioned at the end of the previous video, we actually have a bug in our code. And I think it's going to be easier to showcase it because I actually didn't pay attention that in the search.jsx, I still have the code to basically wipe out the value. And effectively, the bug is following search term, the one that we're using to pass it into the all meals URL actually has the value. And I actually want to wipe it. So let me showcase the bug. First, let's imagine the user comes to the application and we serve the meals that we get back if the search term is empty. And let's say he or she searches for the meals with the search term of D. Okay, awesome. And then we go with surprise me. So technically functionality works, but if I take a look at the developer tools, more specifically, I'm looking for components and then the app provider. Notice here the value of D. So that value is still here. And that might be misleading since if the user comes here and types D, notice nothing is changing. Why? Well, because we only fetch new meals if the value changes. And in our case, we already have this D. Now let me just double check the name. So we're looking for this search term. So that's the one that's not changing. Now, how we can fix that? Well, what we could do in the search.jsx, we could set up a new function. We can create handle random meal. And in there, we'll set this one to empty. Remember, that's the one that we're using over here. And we'll also set the setText to be empty. And lastly, we'll invoke the fetch random meal. Now, there's going to be another bug. But first, let's fix this and then we'll worry about that one. So now I want to go to search.jsx And like I said, first, I want to set up that handle random meal. So before the return, let's create another function. So const handle random meal. That's my function. And here, let's invoke a few things. Now, in order to speed this up, I'll just copy and paste. So we have search term. That one I want to set equal to an empty string. The set text also is going to set it equal to an empty string. And now I want to go with fetch. And I believe it was random meal. Let's invoke this. But now we want to change this around where it's not going to be fetch random meal. We'll actually look for handle random meal. Let's pass that one. And now we'll notice that, yes, we nicely wipe out all the values. But the problem is going to be that we set up another request. And let me showcase that. So again, let's start from the scratch. I'll just wipe it clean. Then I'll type D. Okay, so we search for the meals. Then we go with the random meal. And technically everything works, but I don't see the random meal. Now, why is that? Well, if we take a look at the network, we can see that we're making two requests right now. We have one for random and one for search. Now, why is that? Well, let's take a look at our code. What are we doing here? We're setting the search term back to nothing. Now, why is that important? Well, because we invoke this use effect every time this value changes. So we fetch the random meal. It's over here in the function, but we also perform another fetch meals with the all meals URL. And here's the fix. So first, you want to set up another use effect in the context.jsx. So this is going to serve the moment application loads. So the moment application loads, we get all meals URL with empty search term. That's going to be, again, only when the application loads. That's it. Now, after that, we'll set up another use effect. And this is a good side note where you can have as many use effects as you want in your application. You're not limited to one. That's why I purposely fixed the bug this way, because I want to showcase that, yes, you can have multiple use effects. Now, in the second use effect, I actually want to check, hey, is there a value in the search term? If not, then just return. What does that mean? Well, that means that this functionality is not going to run. Now, why is that important? Because if I'm not going to have this second use effect, the first one, then initially we're not going to get any meals, because remember, this is an empty value. However, now we fix both issues. Initially, we get all meals URL, and then second, every time we change the value, we still check, well, what is that search term? If it's empty, then nothing. So that fixes our random meal bug. So let's try this one out, where in the context.jsx, I have my first use effect, and that's awesome. We'll still have to add a little bit of code over there. For now, what we want to do is create another one. And you know what? In order to speed this up, I'm just going to copy and paste like so. And here, let's just remove the search term. And rest of the functionality stays the same. I mean, technically, we can actually remove the search term. There's no need. We can just go with all meals URL. And just to reiterate, the value for the search term is empty. But the cool thing is that the API still returns the meals. And then in the second one, we want to set up the condition, where we want to go, if there is no search term, then we want to go with return. And otherwise, we want to call this. And lastly, in the search JSX, I actually want to remove this one. I want to leave the text that currently is displayed. Basically, I want to display the search term so the user can see. So let me navigate back again. Let me refresh. Notice how on the initial load, we still display nicely all the meals. Okay, that's awesome. Then let's say we're going to go for the search term of F. So we get the meals. Okay, beautiful. But once we click on surprise me, first of all, we get that one meal. Second, if we take a look at the provider, we'll see that this is empty. So that actually matches whatever we have in input. And lastly, if we take a look at the network, now we only have one request. Now we have only the random one. Awesome. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next step. All right, and up next, let's work on the modal component. And in the complete application, it's going to look something like this, where we can click on the image on one of the meals that we display effectively in the meals component. Check it out. Now we have that one specific meal. And also we can click on one of the favorites one. And it's also going to be displayed in modal. And for now, we'll just worry about rendering something on a screen because, as we can see, we don't even have the component. And first, I want to set up a return in the modal JSX. And yes, we'll style these classes right away, and you'll see in a second why, because they are effectively responsible for most of the CSS features. So the dark background and then the white color and all that. So yes, we'll basically style them first. Then I want to set up a state variable in the context JSX. I'm going to call this show modal and set show modal. And the initial value is going to be false. Now, yes, eventually we'll control this once we click on the image here or on the image in the favorites. But for now, I just want to showcase how the logic is going to work. And we want to pass this down, the show modal one. And then in the app JSX, remember, we're not even rendering the modal yet, but we want to right away grab the show modal. Now, don't worry about the favorites. Actually, this is an extra which shouldn't be in your README. So that one is coming up. But in here, we want to grab show modal. And of course, we first need to import the use global context, invoke it, get the show modal, and display modal only if the value is true. And for now, we'll just toggle it manually, just so you can see the basic functionality. So first, let me go to a search. And let me change this around to a modal. And then as far as the return, like I said, I'm going to go with a few classes that will style first. And you know what? Also, let's grab that use context. Let me see over here. This sucker over here. Since we'll use it in multiple places, we might as well copy it here. So copy and paste. So use global context. Eventually, we will actually invoke it, but not for now. And let's go with aside. Then let's add a class name. Class name now will be equal to modal overlay. As a side note, that's the dark background that you see in the complete application. Now there's also a tiny bug over here. This should be aside. And then inside of this element, we're going to go with div. And then we'll have a class name of modal container. Modal container. So that's the div with the white background where we'll see the image and all of the data about the meal. And for now, let's just say here, modal container, or you know what, temporarily I'll add a heading 1 and I'll say modal container just so we can see it better. All right, so let's save this. And then we want to go to the context. We want to create that state variable. I guess I'm going to do it right after the search term over here. So const, we're looking for show modal, then set show modal. So this is the function that we'll use to call it programmatically. And as far as the initial value, you know what? Eventually it will be false, but since I want to showcase the modal, I'll set it temporarily equal to true. Let's keep on moving. Then we want to pass down the show modal, and we want to jump back to app JSX. First, we want to get the global one. And again, this is going to be the case where I'll just copy and paste. I don't want to type it from the scratch. So modal here, we just need to change the path, of course. So app JSX import, and then it's in the same folder. So it's only one dot. Then we want to grab the value, the show modal here. So const show modal, and then that one is equal to use global and context. Let's invoke that. And then where we have the modal at the moment, we have comment around. So we want to uncomment that, but we will right away want to set up the condition. We want to say only if show modal is true, then. So that's the AND operator. Then we display the model. So let me place it here. And now let's see what we have. Since the value is true, we should see right away model. And now let me switch back to the context, because that's the file where we'll be setting up most of the logic. Let me go back over here. Notice I have the model container. Why? Well, because the value is true. If I change this around in the context, and if I set it equal to false, where it is over here. If I set it equal to false, bam, we cannot see the model, nothing. So we don't display the model. So that's the basic structure for the model, where we have the Boolean state, true or false, and depending on that value, we display or hide the model. Okay, and up next, let's work on the CSS. So our model actually looks more like this than what we have right now. So at the moment, we just have a heading one. And yes, I know I've said this already 20,000 times, but let me repeat one more, where if you copied the entire CSS, you don't need to do anything. You can switch to a next video. In my case, I'm going to open up a new file. And somewhere here, I'm actually looking for the CSS one. And the app CSS is not coming up in my recent ones, but we can always search for it like so. And then let's keep on moving. And if I remember correctly, modal was the last one. So let's work on those two classes. And let me set it side by side right away. Like so. And here, let's first worry about the modal overlay. So that's that dark background that we have. So the class is modal overlay. And here, let's set up position, first of all, fixed. So it's going to be taken out of the normal flow. Then we right away need to add the coordinates. In my case, I'm going to go with top 0 and left 0. So it's going to be all the way on the top, on the left hand side. And then I want to set it width to be 100 and height to be 100. So effectively, I want to take it up all of the screen with 100%, then height also 100%. And then we want to go with some kind of background. So that's where we'll set up that dark background. The background property, and I'm just going to go with RGBA because the opacity value is a cool one that allows us to control how dark it is. So for example, in your case, if you want it lighter, then just change the last value, the opacity. In my case, I'm going to go with 0.85. Let me add here a colon. So that's our modal. And then effectively, when it comes to the overlay, I want to set it as CSS grid and place the items, meaning our container, in the center. So I want my overlay to take up all of the screen, but the items I want in the center. That's why right after the background, we'll set it up as display grid. We'll also use the place items and center. And as I know, this is a cool property that allows us to combine align items as well as the justify content. So instead of writing 2 lines of code, you can write 1. Then transition, and I guess I'll have to write it here. So transition, that just again signals that the change is going to happen over time. And we're going to go with var and then transition CSS variable. And then lastly, we want to add the Z index just in case there's some other elements that are taken out of the flow. And we just want to place it on top of them. So arbitrarily, I'm just going to go with 100. And now let's work on that modal container. And as you can see, we already have the text technically in the center. So this should give us a good idea how it's going to look like. Now let me select the class, modal container. I'm going to go with width of 80% of the screen width. And you know what, let me add right away a background because it's going to be easier to see. And we're going to go with a white. So now we should see our modal container. Then right after the width, I'm going to go with max width. So on a small screen, it's always going to be 80% of the screen width. Now, I don't want that modal to be bigger than 800 pixels as far as the width. Now, height always is going to be 80% view widths. I'm sorry, view heights. That's more proper. So view heights. And then I know that the content is actually going to overflow. I mean, again, if we take a look at this, notice in here, technically it didn't, but if we take a look at the Big Mac, notice. So there is an image on the top, and there's also the cooking instructions. So we know for sure that the content inside of it will overflow, and that's why we need to go with overflow and just decide how we want to deal with that. In my case, I'm going to go with scroll. And lastly, let's go with that border radius, just so we can have those nice rounded corners. So border radius, and we'll set it equal to var and then CSS variable with the value of border radius. And we're pretty much good to go. We have set our basic styles. So now we can continue with the functionality. Beautiful. And up next, let's decide how we can pass the meal into the modal. So at the moment, we just have a dummy content. But of course, eventually we'll have the functionality where once we click on any of the meals that we have here, or any of the meals that we have in a favorite, the data about the meal is going to be passed into a modal and will correctly display it. And as far as the setup, first I will create a selected meal and set selected meal in the context.js. So again, we're creating new state variable, and initial value is going to be no. Then we want to set up a function that is going to be looking for two things: the meal ID, and also is it a favorite meal. Now we don't need to worry about this parameter for now. We don't have the logic for it yet, but eventually, yes. We need to keep in mind that we have two places where we have meals. We have the favorites, and also we have just a regular list. So yes, there's going to be a flag, whether it's coming from favorites or is just a regular meal. And then we want to look for the meal using the find method. And we want to look where? In all the meals in our state variable. So if we remember here, we have meals, and then once we fetch those meals, we set meals equal to whatever is the array we're getting back from the API, correct? So now we want to grab the meal ID. Then we want to use it to get the meal in the array. And we want to set it equal to our selected meal state variable. And also, we want to showcase the modal. Now, what was the function? That was set show modal. Then we want to make the select meal and selected meal available to rest of the application. So we want to pass it into a value. And then back in the meals, we want to grab select meal. So that's the function over here, the select meal. And then we want to invoke it once we click on the image. So we want to add on click and pass in the ID. And I'll talk about why we need over here this arrow function. Again, few things. State variable, the function, we want to pass both of those values down. So selected meal. So this is what we're going to use in the modal, and select meal, which will invoke in the meals. So let's go step by step. First, let's create that state variable. And in my case, I'm going to call this selected meal. So effectively, what meal we have selected. Set selected meal. Now that is equal to use state. And by default, let's set it equal to null. So by default, it's not going to have any value. Then I also want to change this one around where it's going to be false. So by default, we're not going to display the modal. Now let's come up with that function. And I think I'm going to do it right after the random one. So let's create it. Const select meal. And here the function is looking for two things. For ID meal, effectively, that is the meal ID. I'm just using the same property name as it comes from the API, because that way it's going to be easier to understand, at least in my opinion. Then we want to go with favorite meal, which is a Boolean value, but at the moment we don't really care about it. And we're going to go with let meal. So initially it's nothing, that value, but we want to go with meal and then meals fine. Now, why we're going the long way? Because there's going to be an if condition. So for now, yes, there's only one possibility where essentially we'll just use this ID meal and we'll get the meal from our array. Again, we'll get the meal from our meals array. So let's go with find method and we'll pass in the callback function. I'll reference each and every meal there as meal, and I'll say, get me the meal whose ID matches the ID meal. Basically, whose property is exactly the same. So ID meal is equal to ID meal that we're passing in. And then let's set up two more functions. First, let's go with set selected meal. So this is the meal we'll display in a modal. That's why we pass this value. And second, we want to open the modal, correct? So set show modal, and let's set it equal to true. Let's save that. And now we want to pass down two things. We want to pass down the selected meal, and we want to pass down the select meal. So let's look for the value. Selected meal. And we also want to go with select meal. And now we want to navigate to not app CSS. Even though we will use it later, we want to navigate to the meals. We want to grab select meal, and then let's look for the image. Notice how we destructured the ID meal, correct? When we iterate over our array. So now we can just grab this value and pass it into a function. Now let me first showcase what is going to happen essentially if we don't pass in the callback function. Because this is the question that I pretty much get all the time as far as React. So let's go over here and let's say select meal, and let's pass in the ID meal, like so. Let me save it, and you know what, for the time being, let me just add a console log just so we can see that we have called this function. Because effectively it's going to be invoked right away. And that's not what we want. We want to invoke it only when we click on a meal. So let me try here. Hello, let's say. Let me save the application, which you'll notice that first of all, we'll open up the modal right from the get-go because that's the logic. And also we'll have these 25 meals. Now, why do we have that? Well, simply because, like I keep saying, if we set up the function in this way, we invoke it right away. So the moment application loads, the moment we display the meals, we invoke it. But that's not what we want to do. We want to invoke it only once we have clicked on it. And the solution for that is following, where we want to go with a arrow function, and then we want to set up this function as the return from the arrow function. And as a result, you'll notice that everything works as expected. So we get our array of meals. And only once we click on it, we set that selected meal. Again, the reason why I'm spending so much time on this, because this is probably top 3 questions I get. Why we set up this arrow function? Simply because if you don't have the arrow function, you invoke it right away. And that's not what you want to do. You want to set this one up as a return from the arrow function. So initially this arrow function runs, returns this function, and then we invoke select meal. We pass in the ID only once we click on the image. Let me also do one more log. In this case, I'm going to go with ID meal, just so we can see that we're passing in that value. So let me go back to my application. First of all, you'll notice that we'll display the modal, because remember, we go with set show modal, and we set it equal to true. So bam, check it out. We right away display the modal, and also we'll have here the ID. Now, we don't have a way how we can close the modal, so that's why, I mean, it's just going to be sitting there right now. But lastly, in this video, I just want to showcase that if you go to components, you should also see this one. What is this? That's the meal that we selected. How do I know that? Well, because the ID is exactly the same. So that's the state value, the selected meal one. Initially it was null, and now it's actually equal to the meal that we selected. All right, and up next, let's render the meal that we have selected. And also, let's set up the close modal functionality. Now, the CSS we'll add in the following video, so if it looks somewhat ugly during this video, I mean, it is what it is. The most important thing is to get the data on the screen. So I want to showcase which meal we have selected, and I also want to close the model, and then we'll worry about the styles. So first, in the context JSX, and for some reason I have context, and most likely I'll have to fix it in multiple places, but again, that's my problem. We want to create close modal, and in here we'll go with set show modal, and we'll set it equal to false. Now we'll pass it down to a application, so we'll add that into the value, and then in the modal we want to grab two things. We want to grab selected meal, like I mentioned in the previous video. So select meal, we utilized it in the meals. Now selected meal, we'll utilize it in the modal. So we'll grab both of those things, close modal and selected meal. We'll destructure, again, a bunch of properties out of it. So image, title, instructions, as well as the original source. And then we'll work on our return. And all the way in the bottom, there's going to be a button that allows us to close the model. So let's start working on that one. I guess first, let's go to a context one. And we want to create the close modal function. So again, I'm going to do it before use effects. It's really up to you where you want to do it. So close modal. And as a side note, yes, of course, you can pass in set show modal, but I always prefer just setting up the function. Makes a bit more sense to me. So set show modal. We want to pass in as false. Of course, because we're closing the modal, let's add a comma, close modal. And we're already passing rest of the stuff, so we don't need to worry about it. After that, we want to go to a modal, and we want to invoke that use global context. And we want to grab two things. We want to get the selected meal. Again, this is the meal that we want to display. This is the meal that we set once we click on those images. And second, we want to grab close and modal. And that is equal to use global context. Let's invoke that, and we're good to go. And then let's destructure it, because we actually want to display it. And you know what? Let me just mess around a little bit. Let's set up a button here, just so we can close it. Let's write close, and let's set up on click. Now in this case, we don't need to invoke it, meaning as a arrow function. We can simply go with close modal. Since this is a reference, again, we're not invoking. When you're invoking, that's when you need to set it up as an arrow function. Now we don't invoke. We pass it as a reference. And then, you know what? Let me just display the title, just so we can see that we're getting that exact meal. And this is also something that I suggest doing when you're building the application. Try to do it step by step. If you'll set a bunch of logic, and then it turns out that you have a bug somewhere else, it's just going to be very painful to go back. So that's why I always like to do it step by step, where first I just display the title, see that I'm actually getting the correct meals, and then I proceed to destructure more properties. So in here, I simply want to go with selected meal. So for time being, I'm not going to destructure it. I'm just going to look for the entire object. And we want to go with dot, and I believe the value is str meal. And now let's try it out. What do we have? Let me refresh, just so everything is up to date. Yep, that's the meal that I selected. I can clearly see that, and I can close the model. And the next one, and I can clearly see that my initial functionality works. So now it's just an easy part where we want to destructure it. And that is coming from selected meal. And then one by one, let's grab those properties. Again, we do want to get the image. So this one is that annoying one. Thumbnail, that is equal to an image now. str meal equals to title in my case. Then instructions. And as a side note, again, if you want to see all the properties that are there in the object. Either you can log it here in the modal, or you can simply go to developer tools, more specifically to our components, and analyze it. So let's go here with instructions, set it equal to text, and then lastly source. And effectively this is the original kind of resource. So let's keep moving. We're now gonna have the heading 1 here, and actually button, so button is going to be in the another div. So for now, let's just leave it the way it is. So first, in the container, we want to set up a image. So let's go with img, source, and then image. And as a side note, yes, I know that I'm not setting up the alternative attributes, and maybe, you know what, let's change it. Let's pass here the title. And you can also do that in the meals. My apologies, I forgot when I was setting up the meals. So let's go here with a class names, and we want to set up img and modal img. So this is the global class, and this is the class which we're going to style in the following video. Then right after the image, we want to set up another div with a class name of modal content, and we want to place that button inside of it. Yes, it's going to be all the way on the bottom, but different div. Then let's go with heading 4. We're going to look for the title. After that, we want to go with a paragraph, and we're just going to say cooking instructions. And then let's set up another paragraph with a text. So let's look for the text over here. And then lastly, we have that original source. So for that, we're going to go with an href attribute. We'll pass in the source. And I also want to open it up in a new browser tab. So therefore, I'm going to go with target and then underscore blank. Again, this is effectively a HTML attribute. So let's pass here the value for our link, and that is going to be original source. And let's see how bad the CSS looks. Let me navigate here. Again, I'm going to refresh, so everything is up to date, and then let me click on this one, and there is a issue. Okay, so select meal is not defined. Okay, that's interesting. So select meal is not defined, modal JSX. Probably I just messed it up as far as the name. So let me go here, and yeah, of course, it's selected meal. My bad. See how easy it is to make a silly mistake. Let's try one more time, and yeah, I mean, it looks ugly, correct? But as long as we can see all of the items, so the image, the title, the cooking instructions, as well as the original source, we're good to go, because we'll set up the styles in the following video. And as far as that target blank, check it out. Once we click on it, we navigate to the original resource, essentially where the recipe is coming from. And you know what? I also noticed that in the context, I still have that log. So let me remove that sucker. And just like that, we're done with the functionality of displaying the selected meal, as well as closing the modal. So up next, let's style our modal so it looks a bit more presentable. Okay, and up next, let's work on the styles. So at the moment, we have all the functionality, but it definitely can look better. And I'm going to start by navigating to the app CSS. Yep, over here we're looking for the modal, which I believe was the last one. And we want to style the image first, and let me grab it here just so we can see right away the result. And I'm going to start by targeting the image, the modal img, and I want to add some kind of height. So it's always going to be 15 REMs. Now, of course, that is up to you. You can make it smaller, bigger. That is essentially irrelevant. Then we want to add the borders for the image, because at the moment we just have for the container. So in my case, I'm going to look for those properties here. So border top left and border top right. Let's copy and paste that. Essentially, it's going to be faster. Then for the modal content, first let's select the class. Then let's add a padding 1 REMs. top bottom, and then 1.5 left and right. Then for the content, effectively for those paragraphs, I want to add the gray color, model, content, and then paragraph. And that is going to be gray 600. That's the value. So color, var, CSS variable gray. And then we're looking for 600. After that, we want to style the link. So this one over here, the original source, and also the close button. And you know what? I think there's a button missing. And yep. So it's actually BTN, BTN hipster, and close modal. I didn't add those classes. My apologies. So let me navigate back. So class name. We're going to go with BTN, BTN hipster. And then we'll add close and BTN. Let's save that. That should do it. Let me click. Yep, that's the button right now. And then back in the CSS, we want to target the button. You want to look for that close modal, I believe, or close BTN. The one that I basically just set up. And we want to add the background color different. So let's go with close BTN. And we're going to go with background, and we're going to set it as a red hyphen and dark. And then after that, let's go with color, and we're going to set it equal to a white one. All right, so that should do it for the button. And then lastly, let's worry about that link. So that's going to be under modal, content, and link. In here, let's go with display block, because I want to start in the new line. I want to set some kind of color. In my case, I'm going to go with primary and 500. Then we want to add a little bit of margin in the bottom. So in my case, I think I'm going to go with 1 REMs. Margin bottom equals to 1 REM. Then we have text decoration, which will set it equal to the underline text decoration. And that's equal to a underline. Let's save it. Yep, looks about right. And then lastly, we just want to add a little bit of transition, since there's going to be a hover effect as well. So first, let me select it here. Let me add hover. So as we're hovering, we want to set the color equal to a black. And then let's add that transition. And that one will be equal to a CSS variable with the same name, transition. And once we set the styles, we're pretty much done with the modal. And up next, we're going to work on the favorites component. And as far as the favorites, we want to start in the context JSX. We want to set up a new state variable by the name of favorites. We also have a function, set favorites. And for the time being, it's going to be empty array. Eventually, we'll set up the local storage. So once the application loads, we'll check the local storage first. But for now, let's not worry about it. We will set up 2 functions. One is going to be add to favorites, which again will look for ID meal, basically the meal ID. Then we'll use that ID to find a meal in the meals array. After that, we'll check whether it's already in the favorites. So essentially, if I have that meal in a favorite, I don't want to add it one more time. And if that's the case, then we'll just return. So nothing is going to happen. If not, if it's not in the favorites, then we'll spread out the current values, the favorites one, and we'll add that extra meal. So we create a new array, we spread out the existing values, and we add that extra meal. And then we'll use the set function to actually add the new array as our value. So we have the current value, and this is the new one. And while we're on topic right away, let's also create a remove from favorites. So this one again is going to be looking for ID meal, and we'll invoke it from the favorites. Same deal. However, in this case, we right away look in the favorites. Then we just say, look, return only the meals whose ID does not match the ID meal that we're passing. And again, we go with updated favorites. So now we use set favorites, and again, we pass in the updated favorites. So all the time we just change the values in the array, and we set that array as our new state variable. We want to pass both of them down to entire application. So pass both of them in the value. And for now in this video, we'll just worry about adding to the favorites. So we'll have to destructure it in the meals. And then notice how it's exactly the same as select meal. Why? Because again, we're passing in the ID meal. So hopefully you remember why we're setting up that arrow function. So in here we have that like button, and every time we click on that button, we'll add meal to the favorite. And I guess I'm going to start by setting up that state variable. I believe that's going to be actually our last one, if I'm not mistaken. So favorites, then set favorites, and we'll use state, and like I said before, for now it's just going to be empty array. Let's keep on moving, and I'll set up both of these functions here. Const add to favorites. It's going to be a function, and it's going to be looking for one thing and one thing only, the meal ID, which I'm going to name ID meal, just because that's the name of the property. So I think it's less confusing. Copy and paste, and we want to go with a remove from favorites. After that, let's set up the logic. So like I said, first we want to get that meal from the meals state variable. So const meal, and that one is equal to meals find. And let's pass in the callback function. I'll reference each and every meal as a meal parameter, and I'll say if meal ID meal matches the ID meal. So the parameter we're passing in, if it matches the meal ID property, then good, then get me that meal. After that, we want to check if it's already in the favorites. So const and then already favorite, and that one will be equal to favorites. And we're going to go with find, check for meal, and same deal. Basically, if the ID matches, then this is going to be true. So in here we can kind of cheat a little bit, where I'm going to grab the logic. Again, it's the same deal. Keep in mind that once we get this meal and we pass it into array, the structure is going to be exactly the same. That's why we can do that. And now let's set up the condition. If it's true, if already favorite evaluates to true in this case, then I want to return. Why? Because like I mentioned, I don't want to add it multiple times to a favorites. I mean, if it's already there, then I'm good to go. So that's why we can click all day long and nothing is going to happen. That's exactly the result I'm looking for. And then lastly, if that's not the case, then JavaScript is going to keep on reading the code, and therefore we'll create this array, update favorites, and that one will be equal to a new array. Let's spread out all the values in the state variable. Let's add that meal, this sucker over here, and then let's go with set favorites, and let's pass in update favorites. Now eventually, yes, there's going to be a local storage, but for now we're not gonna worry about it. So we're gonna go with updated. You know what, I need to actually fix this. Updated, and then favorites. All right, that's good. So now let's set up the logic where we remove from the favorites, and we'll do that by again creating a new variable, updated, and then favorites, and we're gonna go with favorites state value, and we will use the filter method, and we'll check if the item ID meal property does not match the ID that we're passing, then we'll return it into our new array. So essentially we'll just exclude the item whose ID matches, and as a result we'll be able to remove the meals from the favorites array, like so. We click and we're good to go. And this is going to be the case where again we want to pass in the callback function, and we want to go with meal, and as a side note I need to set it up here as a param meal, and if meal ID meal does not, so this is the case where we're looking for the items whose ID does not match what we're passing in, then we return in that new array. And now we want to do the same thing over here. We want to go with set favorites and then pass in updated favorites. And then let's pass both of those things down. So it was add to favorites. And it was also remove from favorite. And once we have this one in place, we just want to go to meals. And then we want to destructure it, of course. So I'll say add to favorites. And now let's keep on moving. And we're looking for the light button. So in here we want to add again on click. And yes, I'll repeat one more time. Since we invoked the function, basically there's no other way for us to get the ID meal. We just have to pass it in. And since we invoke it, yes, we need to set up the arrow function. So let's go here. Let's say on click. And we'll set up the arrow function first. Let's see, I think I have a mistake here. And then we will invoke add to favorites. And then let's pass in the ID meal. And if everything is correct, we'll definitely see that in the components, essentially in our developer tools. But if you want to double check that, you can always console log. So let me go back to the context. Let me find this one. And I'll just log for time being. And I'm going to pass in ID meal. So let's try it out. I'm going to navigate to my application. I mean, you can pick any of the meals and then just click on like button. And we should see in the console some logs. And also, like I said, if we check the dev tools, either in the app provider, we should see, yep, notice over here. So that's the favorites array. Effectively, every time we'll click on it, we'll add the item. So let me try here. Notice now I have 3 of them. Then this one is already here. I guess that's why I don't see it. And then notice every time we click on the item, we add it to the favorites array. And now we just need to worry about how we can render it on the screen. And as a quick side note, if you want to make your code more performant, you can refactor meal below the return. So essentially, if you move the meal below the return, now you'll see that we only search for the meal twice in the favorites and in the meals if we already know that it's not in the favorites. Since we know that if the meal is in favorites, we return regardless. So if it's not in the favorites, yes, then we go to meals, we get the meal, and then we add it to the updated, and you know the rest. All right, and up next, let's worry about rendering the favorites. And the first thing we want to do in the app, JSX, we want to grab the favorites state variable. And we want to check the length. And I only want to render favorites if the length is bigger than 0. It's an array, so we can always check the length, and only if it's bigger than 0, then we render the favorites. And effectively, the result is going to be following. If I have no items in the favorites, then we're not rendering the component altogether. And once we have that set up in place, essentially we want to grab favorites, select meal, and remove from favorites in the favorites component. So this is an array that we're going to render. So if I add it here, notice that's going to be our component. That's our array. And then we want to grab the select meal because, like I mentioned previously, yes, we'll be able to open up a modal from the favorites as well. Now there is a gotcha, but we'll worry about it later. For now, we just want to grab this select meal. And then we want to also grab remove from favorites. So that's the remove button that we can invoke over here. For now, we'll just set up the return where we'll have some heading 5 as well as we'll iterate over the items. And then in the following video, we'll worry about the CSS. Again, the result after this video probably is going to be somewhat ugly. So let's start cracking. And I think I'm going to go to app JSX first. And I want to grab the favorites as well. Again, that's my array. And I want to check the length. And only if I have some items in there, then I want to render the favorites component. Let me go favorites, and as a side note, keep in mind that every time you refresh it will start from 0, from empty array, simply because we're not using the local storage yet. So let's go here with favorites, and then let's check the length right away. Length, and if it's bigger than 0, then we want to render the favorites. So let me add the component in the expression, and we're good to go. And we can actually quickly test it. So let me go to my application, refresh, and it looks like I have an error. It says here that we cannot read the properties of undefined. And I think it's because I didn't pass it down in the previous video, my bad. So let me go here in the context JSX. Let me add the favorites array. So we also want to pass that one down. And now once we refresh, we should be good to go. So at the moment we don't see anything. Again, it is empty array. But once we click on the like button, we should see the favorites component, because now we have some kind of value in there. And let me go back to my context JSX. I think I'll remove this one for now, the ID. And then we want to navigate to the favorites. That's the component. And I guess I'm just going to start by again grabbing that use global context. So let me look for favorites. And in here, let's set it up, since we'll grab a bunch of values from the context. And we'll start by setting up the structure. So const, we're looking for favorites. Then we also want to grab the select meal. Again, that is coming up for now. We're not going to worry about it. And we want to remove from favorites. Hopefully that one I added to the context JSX. So use global context. Let's invoke that. And now let's set up the return. It's going to be a section. We'll add a class name of favorites. Class name, and set it equal to a favorites. Then we want to rename the closing tag. So this is going to be a section. Inside of the section, let's go with div. So let's set up the div. And in here, let's add a class of class name, first of all. And then we're going to go with favorites and content. Then inside of the div, let's go with heading 5. And we're going to go with favorites. And then let's iterate over that list. However, we will place it in the div. So div class name, and we're going to go with favorites and container. And inside of the div, let's iterate over that array. So favorites array. Then we'll call the map, and we'll set up the callback function. I'll reference each meal as an item. And then as far as the return, we want to go with const, and we wanted the structure. Again, how do I know that it's there? Because we're passing that entire object to array. So I know that the structure is going to be exactly the same. Again, what we're looking for, we want to get the meal, and we want to get the image. That's all. So in this component, it's not much. And in this case, I'll rename it to an image, and that is equal to an item. Then we want to return, and we're going to go with div. We need to pass in the key prop, and in that case, it's going to be equal to ID meal. Then we want to set up a class name here. Class name, and that one will be equal to a favorite item. And then inside of this div, and by the way, I need to add the closing one. Inside of this div, we first want to display the image, and then we want to go with the button that removes that item from the array. So let's start with img. Source, we'll go with image. Again, that's the alias that we just set up. Then let's add a class name. Class name, and that one is equal to a favorites. And then img, and also img. So global image class, and then the favorite image class. And lastly, let's set up that button. We'll add a class name, and that one will be equal to a remove btn. So this is the case we're not going to add that global class. We'll just set up a class for the favorites. And then inside of the button, let's just type remove, and we need to add the functionality, correct? So again, we go with on click, and This time I'm not going to repeat why we use the arrow function. Please rewatch the previous videos where we initially set it up. So let's go here with remove and then favorites. So let me set up the proper name here. Remove from favorites, and let's pass in that ID meal. And once we're done typing out the return, we can take a look at the application again. I can guarantee you it's going to be somewhat ugly. So let me click here and notice that's our giant image, and then we also have that remove. So if we add another one, then yep, it's exactly the same thing. And now if we click on remove, we can remove from the favorites. So our next step is going to be to set up the styles so it looks more presentable like this. And as far as the CSS, let's navigate to app CSS and all the way. No, actually, no, not in the bottom. I have modal in the bottom. We want to set it up here between the meals and search. First, we want to grab the main container, and let me set up the files here as well. And we're going to go with favorites. Let's add a background, and we're going to go with black one. Now, of course, keep in mind that we're not going to be able to see, so maybe, you know what, either we can add a favorite just so we can see something, or we can remove that condition. I think I'm just going to add that meal, and we should be good to go. Let's add a color here. That one will be equal to white one. Then we want to go with padding. 1 REMs, top, bottom, left and right is going to be equal to 0. We'll set up the favorites content. And essentially, I want to set up the width, similarly to how we did for the search. So let's go with favorites and content, and I'm going to go somewhere and find the values. Essentially, this is what I'm looking for. So width, max width, as well as the margin 0, which in this case I don't have. I'll have to add it. So copy and paste, and let's add margin 0 auto. So now we're placing nicely the content in the center. Then we want to work with the container. So in this case, we're looking for favorites and container, and that one will be equal to display flex. And then gap, so we'll set up a little bit of distance in between the items, and also we'll go with flex wrap equals to wrap. Let's save that. And as a result, let me refresh. It should look better. And nope, it's still quite big. Because of the image. Yeah, my apologies. We're not going to see anything as of yet, but we do want to place everything in the center. And when I say everything, I'm actually talking about the button. So favorite item, and then we want to go with text, align, and center. Let's save that. And now let's make that image quite small. So favorite -img, and we're going to go with width 60 pixels. So now it's going to be small. I mean, it should be favorite img. And then check. We have border radius 50%. And for some reason, I don't see the result. Let me try one more time. Again, still it's massive. So let me double check in the favorites. So that should be favorite item. And this is favorites img. Maybe I'm selecting it wrong. So app CSS, yeah, should be favorites img, my bad. So now notice we have image with border radius as well as the width. So now it looks a little bit better. Then let's add a border, and that one will be equal to 5 pixels solid. And we're going to look for the CSS variable with a value of white. And then let's also set up a cursor pointer. Since remember, once we click, eventually we'll add it to a modal. And now let's worry about the remove button. So that one is the last thing we want to style, essentially for the entire project. So let's go with remove -btn. And in here, we'll go with margin top, and we'll set it equal to 0.25 REMs. Then we want to go with background transparent. We want to set the color equal to white. So var and -white. After that, we want to do the same thing with the border. So let me copy this one and let's just set the border. So border is equal to transparent as well. Cursor is going to be equal to a pointer. And what else? We have transition, since there's going to be a hover effect, and also a font size. So let's start with the font size. That will be equal to 0.5 rem. So I'll basically make the text smaller. And then after that, we want to go with that transition. So let's go with transition and the CSS variable with the same name. So transition. And let's quickly add the hover effect. So we're looking for a move button, and we want to change the color essentially as we're hovering. So the move button hover, and then let's just go with color var and then red dark. Let's save it. And now notice we have the favorites. We can only see it if we add the meal, and you know what? I think I can place it already there. And once we add to the list, we have more meals. If we want, we can remove it as well. And once I remove all of the meals, then of course we cannot see the component, the favorites component. Okay, and up next, let's refactor select meal. You see, eventually, I want to add the same logic to the image. So every time we click on a favorites image, we also display the meal in the model. However, we need to keep something in mind. We have two arrays. We have meals and we have the favorites. And at the moment, select meal is looking where? It's looking in the meals. So yes, there's going to be some situations where the meal that you have in the favorites is also going to be displayed on the screen. However, if let's say I go with a random one, now as you can see, if you click on this meal and try to find it in meals, it's not going to be there anymore. So when we set up the select meal, we also need to take an account that we'll call it in two places, on the meals array and also in the favorites. And therefore we have right now this favorite meal. And effectively, we just want to add the condition. So we want to add the condition that if that is true, so if we're calling it in the favorite meals, then we simply want to look for a different array. So then we want to look in the favorites one. Now, if it's actually in the meals, then of course, we don't need to worry about it. It's going to be right there in the meals array. So therefore, we'll set up the condition. We'll say if favorite meal is true, then we'll look in the favorites. If not, then we'll look in the meals. And then in the favorites, we already destructured it. We just need to invoke it. We need to pass in the ID meal, so the meal ID, and also true, because in this case, we're calling it from the favorites. I guess I'm going to start in the context. And first, I want to set up the logic. I'll say if, and then favorite meal. If it's true, then essentially the logic is going to be exactly the same. The only difference is that I'm looking in the favorites. Let's call it. And we also want to place the second one in the else condition. So now, depending on the value of favorite meal, we'll either check for the meal in the favorites or in the meals. And now we just need to go to the favorites. We already have select meal, and we want to add the on click on the image. Now let's pass in the function first, the arrow function, and then we want to go with select meal. Then let's pass in the ID. So we're looking for ID meal, and second we'll pass in the true. So yes, we're calling this from the favorites. And now let's check it out. I'm going to go to my application. So notice I have all the meals, so now I can add it to the favorites. And even if my meals array right now is different, I can still display them in the model, which is awesome. All right, and the last piece of functionality we want to add to this application is adding favorites to the local storage. So at the moment, everything works nice, but the moment we refresh the application, again, we start from the scratch. And instead, we want to save to local storage every time we add item to the favorites. And we can do that for both of them, for add to favorites and remove from favorites. So when we want to add the item to the local storage, we go with local storage. Again, this is built in the browser, so we don't need to install anything. We go with set item. In my case, I'll call it favorites. And remember that we can only save strings. So therefore, we need to go with JSON, stringify, and then updated favorites. So this array over here. And then once we want to remove, again, basically we'll overwrite. So we'll go with local storage, set items, favorites, and then we'll override the existing value with the new updated favorites. And then once the application loads, we want to grab it from the local storage. Now there's various ways how we can set up the functionality that grabs the items from the local storage. But in my case, I went the long way, since that way, in my opinion, it's more straightforward. Now, can you make this code shorter? Absolutely. But initially, I wanted to make it easy to follow. So in here, we're looking for the favorites. We try to grab the favorites from the local storage. We go with get item. Now, there are two possibilities. If the favorites exist, then this is going to be true. And then we just need to parse it, because remember, we stringify it. So now we need to parse it. And again, we go with local storage get item favorites. So we parse it back into array, and that is if it exists. If not, if this is false, then we'll set it equal to an empty array. We return the favorites, and then we invoke this where we have use state. Again, I'm fully aware that there are shorter ways how to write this logic, but at least when I'm setting up the content, I always want to start with more readable code. I think that is more important than having less lines of code. And I guess I'm going to go to the context first. Let's just add the functionality where we want to go with that set local storage, local storage. And then we're going to go with set item. We're looking for favorites. At least that's how I'm going to call it. And we need to use JSON, then stringify. And we want to pass in the updated favorites. Now, once that is in place, we want to copy and paste, and essentially we're doing the same thing when we remove the item. And here it's actually a bug because there's a missing letter. And then let's scroll up and let's set up that function. So we want to go with that get favorites from local storage. And I'm going to set it up above the app provider. We're going to go with const get favorites from local storage. It's going to be a function, and right from the get-go, it's going to return the favorites. Something we're going to set up right here. We'll go with let and favorites. Now that is equal to a local storage get item. And now, of course, we're looking for that favorites array. Favorites. If it exists, awesome. We'll have one logic. If it doesn't, then of course we'll just return empty array. So we'll say favorites is equal to an empty array. Effectively the functionality we already have. But if it does exist, then it's going to be different. We're going to go with favorites, then a JSON parse. So we need to parse it again. We are saving it as a string, so we need to parse it. And then local storage, and essentially we just want to get this code over here. Let's just set it up. And the last thing we need to do is just invoke it. So where we have the favorites, let's go with get favorites from local storage. Let's invoke it. So now let's take a look at the application. Essentially, once we add the item to the favorites, it's displayed. And also it stays there even once we refresh the application. With this in place, we're done with application. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one.
I hope that project helped you gain a deeper understanding on how everything fits together in React. In this next section, you'll use what you've been learning and also learn about new React features. Sanjeev is your instructor for this next section.
Hey everyone, for this next project, we're going to be building out a stock trading app where users can keep track of their favorite stocks, They could see what is the current price as well as historical prices as well. Now for this application, on the main page, you're going to see a list of all of the stocks the user has decided to watch. And it's going to list out the last price or the most recent price, as well as what was the change percentage, the high, low, open, and the previous close. So just some relevant information about that specific stock and how it's doing. In addition to that, a user can go to the input field up here and search for companies to add to their watch list. So if the user wants to search for Tesla, they could just search for Tesla. And this is going to send a request to our API. And it's going to result in a list of companies that match that specific query. We can then pick the specific company that we're interested in, and it's going to add it to the watch list. So now we can keep track of Tesla. And if we want to, we can remove any one of these. So if we want to remove Microsoft, we can do that as well. And the nice part about this is this watch list here is going to be remembered because we're going to store this information in the local storage. So if the user navigates away from this page and then comes back to it, it's going to remember all of the companies the user is interested in. Now, when we select on one of these stocks, it's going to take us to the detailed page for that stock. So it's going to render out a nice chart that's going to show historical data, not just the current price. So right now you can see that it's selected the past 24 hours. If we want to, we can also see the past 7 days. And then if we want, we can also see the past year. And the nice part is it's going to color code it depending on if the stock improved or if it went down. And then beneath that, it's also going to include some relevant information about the company. So things like what exchange is it part of, when was the IPO date, what's the website for that company, how many shares outstanding, as well as market cap and a few other details. Now, for the technologies in this project, we're going to be working with a lot of different technologies. We've got all of the core hooks like useState, useEffect. But in addition to that, we're also going to be making use of the context API so that we can pass data down to the various different components in our application. We'll get a chance to work with local storage. And in addition to that, we'll also be making use of the FinHub API so that we can get data about these stocks. And for the charting library, we're going to be making use of Apex Charts. So in the detailed page, when we draw out that historical data, we're going to be making use of this library. And you'll see that this library is actually very easy and intuitive to use. And so that's what I've got in store for you guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy this project. And I'll see you in the next section while we get started in bootstrapping the project. And just a quick note before we proceed any further, because we are using a free account on FinHub API, you'll see that we won't have access to certain data points. So when you're looking for companies, and if you're searching for something like Microsoft in this case, you want to make sure you just see Microsoft. You don't want to see Microsoft.sw or MI. These are not supported with the free tier, and you'll see that it'll actually break our application just because we don't have the specific error handling checks for when the user doesn't have the privilege to access that information. So just make sure you don't select on these and get the main stock symbol. Before we get started bootstrapping our application, I want to go over how we're going to handle navigating between the different pages in our application. And so in our application, we have two main pages. When the user navigates to the root path, and if you aren't familiar with what that means, if you take a look at a URL, we have http:// and then we have a domain. So this is going to be whatever domain name you've purchased for your application. And so if you own google.com, then this is going to be google.com. If you're just working in development mode for your React application, it's going to be localhost:3000. So that's the domain. And then you have a path following that. So in this case, this is called the root path because it's just /. So there's no specific path after that. And so when the user navigates to the root path, it's going to take him to the main page here where we're going to have a list of all the different stocks that they're tracking. And when they select one of these specific stocks, it's going to take them to a detailed page. And that detailed page is going to reside at this following URL. So we have the same http:// we have the domain name, and then the path is going to be detail/ and then the name of the specific stock. So if they wanted to see Microsoft, it would be MSFT inserted in for symbol. And so that's how we want the routing working in our application. And the way we're going to actually accomplish this is through client-side routing. And we're going to make use of a library called React Router. And React Router is actually very simple. And the main idea behind React Router is you tell it what are the different URLs for the different pages that we want. So these are going to be the two URLs. And all it's going to do is it's going to load a specific component for each URL. So the way we're going to structure this is when the user navigates to the root URL, we're going to have a React component, and this is a regular React component. There's no special componentry needed within React Router. It just makes use of regular React components. And we're going to have a component called stock overview page.jsx. And so when they navigate to the root path, it's just going to load up this component. And this component is going to have all of the individual components that make up this page. So the way we're going to actually break this down is we're going to have a component for the auto completion, and then we're going to have a component for the list of the different stocks. And then when the user selects one of these specific stocks, it's going to route them to this specific URL. And this URL is going to load up a component called stockdetailpage.jsx. And so this component is going to contain the graph as well as the detailed information down here. And so that's how we're going to handle client-side routing within our application. And you'll see when we get started coding this out, it's actually going to be very simple. So let's create a new application in Replit. I'm just going to select the plus button right here. And we're going to scroll down and we're going to select React JavaScript. And I'm just going to give this the name of React Demo. And so our project's been bootstrapped. I'm just going to hit run so we can just make sure everything's working. And we can see our application was successfully loaded. So it looks like everything's working. I'm just going to do a little cleanup. We don't actually need this text here. And in addition to that, if we go to our app.css, we can either delete this or just comment it out. We'll be adding our own styles. Now for this project, we're going to make use of Bootstrap just for styling, only because I don't want to spend too much time having you guys copy all of the CSS properties and things like that. I'd rather just add in a couple of Bootstrap properties so that we can have a nice finished, polished looking product without having to spend too much time on CSS. So if you go to getbootstrap.com and you just scroll down to include via CDN, we want to get just the CSS only. We're not going to be making use of the JavaScript. So we can just copy this to clipboard. And if we go back to our application and we can just go to our index.html, and inside the heading, we can just put this under the title. You could just paste that in there. We'll save that. And then just to make sure that everything's working, I'm going to re-add in some text, or I'm going to add a h2 tag and just make it say hello or something. We'll save that. And we should see it in there. And I'm just going to add some classes from the Bootstrap library. So I'll do class name equals, and then I'm just going to say empty-2. So this should add, or I'll do empty-5. This is going to add in some margin to the top. And so we can see it move down. So it looks like Bootstrap was successfully loaded. And after we get this set up, the next thing that we have to do is we have to go to the API that we're going to make use of. So we're going to be making use of the FinHub Stock API. This is a free API. You will have to register, but it is completely free. And if you just select Get Free API, it's going to take you to a window where you can register. And then once you've registered, it'll then provide all of your API keys. And so the one you want is this top one right here. So you just grab this, you can copy it, and then just store it in some documentation so you can refer to it later. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to be making use of a library called React Router. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to install that so we can set up the routing. And so if we select the package manager here, and under here, we want to search for React Router, and then more specifically, we want React Router DOM. And make sure you get the React Router -DOM because there is a React Router, but that's a different package. We want this one specifically here. So we'll select React Router DOM, and we can see that it's installing React Router DOM. All right, so we'll go back to our files, and what I want to do is I'm going to create a new folder in our source directory, and I'm going to call this pages. So this is going to have the two different pages. There's going to be the summary page as well as the detailed page. And so I'll create our stock detail page.jsx. And then we'll have our stock overview page as well. And so React Router DOM is going to actually route to one of these two components. And keep in mind, these are just plain React components. And so I'm just going to do export const stock detail page. And for now, this is just going to return a div that just says this is the stock detail page. And I'm going to do the same thing for my stock overview page. So now that we've got our pages defined, I'm going to go back to our app.jsx component, and I'm going to import all of the things we need to get React Router DOM working. And so there's going to be three things that we need. I'm going to say import, and we want browser router We also want routes with an S as well as route singular. And we want to import this from react-router-dom. And so we've got these three things. I'm going to delete this h2 tag. And what I want to do is I want to call browser router. And within browser router, I want to call in routes. And then within here, I want to call route. So route is going to define the rules, right? And just to jog our memory, and what we want is when the user navigates to the root URL, so that's going to be just a /, we want to load this component, the stock overview. And when the user navigates to /detail, and then the name of the specific stock, so the symbol of that stock, we want to go to stock detail page. So how do we do that? Under route, we have to provide two things: the specific route or path that the user navigates to, and then the component should load. So for the first one, we want to go to the root path. So we say path equals, and then the specific path. So it's just the /, and that's going to load up the stock overview component. So we have to import that in here first of all. So I'll do import stock overview page. And this is going to come from the pages folder. And then we have stock overview page. And to load that component, we say element equals, and then curly braces, and then you provide the component. So that's going to be stock overview. And that's all you have to do. And so when the user navigates to this specific path, all React Router DOM does is it loads this component onto the screen. That's it. React Router is actually one of the simplest libraries, and that's all it's there to do. And we have to set up our next route. We'll say route, and then we'll say path equals. So what's the path for this specific route? Well, we want to do /detail, and then, whatever symbol. Now, I can't hard code a symbol, right? Because if I say, MSFT for Microsoft, then if they try to check any other company's stock, it's not going to work. It's only going to match on MSFT. So we need a variable here that can be dynamic, and it can be anything the user selects. And the way we use variables in React Router DOM is you just do : and then the name of the variable. So I'm going to use symbol, but you can call it whatever you want. If you want to call it stock, you can do that. But I'm going to use symbol. And it's important to name it something that you can reference, because we will need to reference that variable. And so when the user navigates to this, we want to load a specific element. So we'll say element equals, and then we just do the same thing. And we have to import that component first. And then we can just pass that into here. And then we'll close off this tag. And so now all the routing should be done. And if we go back to our components, we've got everything loaded. So let's actually test this out. So if I go to the root path, which we're already at, so the root path is just the /, we can see we have stock overview page. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to open this up in a new tab. And this will make it a little bit easier to handle the routing. So now if I go to, if we see the root path, we can see the stock overview component gets loaded. And if I go to detail and then just put in some random text, it doesn't matter because it's a variable, we should see that it should load the stock detail page. So our routing is set and everything's good to go. And we really won't have to touch too much from the routing side of things because we've kind of got all of that set already. And so I want to add one quick class. So if we go to our app.jsx, I just want to wrap this in a container class. This is just part of Bootstrap. Everything kind of has to be within a class called container. And it's going to help with the layouts. And once we get that set, what I want to do is I want to create a new folder. And I'm going to call this component. So this is going to contain all of our React components that are not pages themselves. So these are just regular React components. And if we take a look at the summary page, you can see that we have three things. We have a logo, then we have the autocomplete bar, and then we have the table with the list of all of our stocks. So the way I'm going to kind of divvy this up is that I'm going to have two total components. I'm going to have an autocomplete component, and then I'm going to have the table component. And so I'm just going to call this autocomplete.jsx, and I'm going to call this one stocklist.jsx. And so I'll create stocklist.jsx. And then the other one's going to be autocomplete.jsx. And I'm just going to copy these components into there just as a baseline. And inside our stock overview page, I'm going to import both of those components so we can load them onto the screen. And then now under this div, I can just render out both of those components. And we can see that in the stock overview page, we've got all three components now, or two components plus the page. And so getting started with the stock list component, this is where we get to have a little fun, where we can actually finally start working with the FinHub API and fetching some data. But before we do that, we want to store a list of all of the companies or the stocks a user wants to track. And we're going to start off by just using the regular useState hook to track that. And you'll see that later on in the project, we'll actually refactor that and actually make use of the context API so that we can share this data amongst multiple components. And so from the React library, I'm going to import useState. And I'll also go ahead and import useEffect because we will have to use that as well. And this is going to come from React. And then I'm going to do useState. And then this is going to default to an empty array. So whatever you pass into the useState hook, this is going to be the default state. So it's going to be an empty list of stocks. And then I'll say this equals, and then we'll say const, and then we'll call this a watch list. So it's going to be a list of all the stocks that the user wants to watch. And then the function that we're going to get to modify this list will be called set watch list. Okay, and so this variable called watch list is going to return all of the stocks they want to watch. And then if we ever want to update it, we make use of this function. And actually, instead of defaulting it to an empty array, just for development purposes, I'm going to hard code a couple of different stocks so that we don't have to manually go in, add in a couple, and then be able to fetch the data. That would just require too much work. So we'll add in a couple stocks at first as a default, and then we'll clear this out once we're done with our project. And for now, I'll just say maybe the user wants to track Google. and we'll say Microsoft is the other one, and then Amazon. Okay. So when the user navigates to this application, they'll see data for these 3 stocks by default. And I realized I actually made a mistake. When we actually send the requests to the FinHub API, it expects everything to be capitalized. So I'm going to change this to be GOGL and MSFT and AMZN. Yeah, that actually got me for a little bit. I forgot to capitalize it. And I think we should actually go to the documentation. So if you go back to the FinHub website and select documentation, it's going to open up a new tab and it's going to show us how to actually work with the API. And the first thing that we have to understand is that from an authentication perspective, we have to provide the token as a parameter. So we have to say token equals API key for every single request, and that has to go in the URL, or you can add it as a header, whichever one you prefer. I'm going to go with the first option. And the URL that we have to send a request to is going to be this https ://finhub.io/API/v1. So all of requests will go to this base URL, and then we provide a specific path depending on what data we want to retrieve. And if we actually go down to the documentation, what we want to do is go under stock price and then get quote. This is going to be the first endpoint that we're going to access. So once again, we take the root URL and then we go to /quote, and this is going to give us information about a specific stock. And it specifically gives us what's the current price, what's the change, percent change, what's the high, the low, what was the open price, as well as the previous close. So it's going to give you everything we need for our table. And all we have to do is just go to the /quote endpoint. And then we have to do a question mark. And then here, this is going to be the query parameter. So everything you see after the question mark is going to be a query parameter. So this is kind of providing the API specific data that we're looking for. So we say symbol equals, and then the name of the stock that we want data for. And then we want to provide another query parameter, and you separate the two with the and sign, and then you have to provide the token. So for every request, we're going to have to add the token. And then for the specific quote endpoint, we have to provide the symbol. So we could just send this as an example and then just update our token, and that's going to be the request that we need to send. And you can see that the documentation actually pre-fills it with my token. So you could just copy this directly from your computer, and it should work as well. So let's work on getting this set up. Now, we can fetch data using the fetch API that comes built in, or we can make use of a library like Axios. And I prefer to use Axios. There's no issue with using the standard fetch API, but it does make it a little bit easier to work with, path parameters and query parameters as well. So I'm going to install Axios, and I've actually already got it installed, but you can just search for Axios and select the first one. So this is the one that we want. And you can see it's already installed for me. So I've already done this. So go ahead and do the same thing. Or if you want, you could just do it through the standard method of just doing npm install Axios, whichever one you prefer. Now, once we got Axios installed, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder called APIs. And this is going to contain all of the files for our API. And within this API folder, we're going to set up for one for the FinHub API. So I'm going to call this finhub.js. And here we're going to set up Axios. And so I'm going to import Axios from Axios. And then we're going to do export default because I'm going to export this instance of Axios. I'm going to say axios.create. So this create method creates a Axios instance. And here we provide some configuration options. And the first one is going to be base URL. So you do base, and you can see it's going to autocomplete. And you want to make sure that the U, R, and L are capitalized. And here, this is going to be the base URL for the FinHub API. So if we go back to the documentation, the base URL is going to be from V1 all the way to HTTPS. So we'll copy that and paste it in here. And make sure you don't have the / at the end. You want to delete that. We just want it to end at V1. So by default, when we use Axios now, or this finhub.js API, it's always going to set this as the base URL, and then we can add in whatever specific endpoint we want. So if we want that /quote endpoint, we could basically just do a +/quote, and then Axios will combine them together so that you don't have to retype this entire URL out. And for now, this is going to be all that we need. We'll make a few changes to this a little bit later. But we can go back to our components and go to our stock list component. We can then, oops, it looks like I accidentally deleted my use effect hook. So now we're going to use a use effect hook so that we can fetch data. And I'm going to import my Axios. So I'll do import FinHub from ... So we're going to go up a folder, API / and then FinHub. And so now we'll call the use effect hook. And we'll pass in a function. And right here, we want to specify the dependency array. And the dependency array is going to determine when this hook runs. If I don't pass a dependency array, what's going to happen is this hook is going to run every single time the component renders, which would mean we would be fetching data every time it renders. And that's not what we want. We only want to fetch data when the component mounts. So the component mounts, we fetch the data, that's all. And to make it so that it only runs when the component mounts, you pass in an empty array, and that's it. And I'm going to define a function in here called fetch data. And this is going to contain all of the logic for fetching that specific quote. And I'm going to wrap everything in a try-catch block in case we get any errors. And in here, we can then do finhub.get. And for the URL, it's just going to be /quote. Right? Because if we go back to the documentation, right, we just want to do quote. And since we already specified the base URL, it's automatically going to add that. And then we want to specify the symbol and then our token, of course. So I'll say question mark symbol equals, and then just we can grab Microsoft, and then we'll do and then we'll do token equals, and then we'll copy our token and paste it in here. And then we will save this to a variable, and I'll just call this response. And remember, this is a asynchronous action, so we want to await it. And because we're making use of await here, this function has to be an async function. And then down right below that, I'm just going to do a console.log response. And then we'll actually call this fetch data function so that we can actually fetch the data. And it looks like there's a typo. This has to be a capital H. All right, and it looks like it did fetch something. So let's take a look at the data. And if we take a look at the object, this is what Axios returns. So it shows us the original config, which is under config. The data is actually going to be the response we get back from the API. So that's usually what we're most concerned with. And if we go under data, you can see we did the closing price, the change price, the high, low. So it looks like we were successfully able to get this data. And moving forward, I'll probably just show you everything we get back from the API in the console in a separate window, just because it allows me to make it a little bit bigger and easier for you guys to read. So we can see that the data was shown up here as well. All right, so that's great. Now we were able to fetch this data. However, I don't want to have to copy and paste the token into every single request, because this isn't going to be the only component that has to get data from the API. And I don't want to have to copy this token around all over the place. So what we can do is, first of all, what I would prefer to do is go under our APIs. And here, for our Axios instance, we can already pre-bake our token. So I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call this token or key, whatever you want to call it. I'll call this token. And I'm going to paste my token in there. And what I can do is I can add in another property called params. And then here I'll say token is going to be set to token. Okay, and so now when we send requests, I don't actually have to include this token parameter because it's going to come built in with the FinHub Axios instance. And so we can see that it was actually able to get the data again. And on top of that, the great part about Axios is that I can more dynamically add these query parameters without hard coding it into the URL. by removing this, and I can actually just add in an object. So I can pass in an object here, and I could say params, and then I can provide the symbol, which is going to be set to Microsoft. Yep, and looks like it worked. So now, once again, we got the data from the API server. So this is just a different way of configuring Axios, and I think it's a little bit cleaner and easier because now we don't have to provide the token on every single request, and now our request is pretty simple. We just have to provide the symbol. Okay, so now that we can fetch data from the API, let's save this in some state variable. So I'm going to call the useEffect hook, the useState hook again. And I'm just going to leave this empty. And we're going to store this in a variable. And I'll just call this stock. So this is going to contain all of our stock data. And then we want set stock. So we want to manipulate that. And so after this console.log, I can just do a set stock. And then we want to set it to response.data. And the reason why I said response.data is if you take a look at the response, remember the response is going to contain the config, which is the Axios config, is going to contain the headers of request. We just want the data. So that's why I said response.data. Now, one thing to keep in mind when fetching data with the useEffect hook is there's a possibility that, after we sent this response out, that our component actually got unmounted. And so what we don't want to do is end up calling set stock on a component that's already unmounted. So how do we prevent that? Well, it's actually very simple. What I'm going to do is I'm going to define a variable, and I'll say let, and I'll just say is mounted. This is going to be a Boolean, and I'm going to say this is set to true. So what happens is when the component mounts, right, this is going to run when it mounts, it's going to set mounted to true. And then before we do set stock, we just do a little check. And I say if is mounted is set to true, then we can move this up into that if statement. That's all. And all we have to do is then when the component unmounts, we call a return to the useEffect hook. So this is this function that we pass to return is going to run whenever the component gets unmounted. So I can say when the component gets unmounted, I would just want to set is mounted equals false. And so that way, when we get a response back and the component got unmounted, this check will run and it will not pass and it'll just skip right over it. Because we don't want to accidentally call set stock on an unmounted component. Now, the next thing that we want to do is now that we're able to fetch some data, we want to fetch data for everything in our watch list. Right now, we have 3 different items, and there's a couple of ways of going about doing this. The first thing that we can do is I can just take this and just copy it 3 times, and then I can just change the symbol to be the specific stock names. So we'll have Google, Microsoft, and then Amazon. And I could maybe create a array. I'll just say const responses equals empty array. And I'll just put a number after these. And then we could say responses dot push. And I'll do response 1. And we can just copy this 3 times. And just change this to be response 2. And then response 3. And then for set stock, instead of sending response.data, we could just send the array responses. And so let's test that out. Okay, so after I fixed that little typo, we can see that it printed out all of the responses, and I've got the responses for this is going to be Google. The next one is going to be for Microsoft, and the last one's going to be for Amazon. So we were able to get all 3 of these. However, there's a couple things I don't like about this. right? Let's ignore the fact that I'm hard coding all of the different companies because this is going to be a dynamic list that should be changed by the user. But what I don't like about this is happening sequentially. So what happens is we send a request to get the information for Google. And then once we get the information back from Google, we'll then move on to response 2 and get the data from Microsoft. Once we get the data from Microsoft, we'll then go and get the data. Right? This is very slow because we're doing one at a time. We're sending one request to the API server. And in fact, if you go to the Chrome Developer Tools and you go to Network, and so if you take a look at how long these requests take, we can see the first request where we send the request to get Google. It takes all of this time. Only once we get the response back can we then go to the second request. And then only once we get the response back can we go to the third request. So it's doing these things one at a time, and that causes this to be a very slow process. And if the user wants to see the data for 20 stocks, imagine sending each one of those one at a time in series. I would prefer to be able to send all of these requests all at once, and then the API server just responds them as they come in. And that way, it should basically take the time it takes to send one request because we're sending all of them concurrently. So how do we do that in JavaScript? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of these. Or actually, instead, I'm going to leave those. And I'm going to show you guys a tool called promise.all. When you call promise.all, you provide a list of promises. And it's going to try to resolve all of them at once. So it's going to send a request for all three of these guys all at once. And so I could just copy this config starting from FinHub. And paste it into here. And then just do a comma. And then the second one. And then finally, we'll grab the last response. So now I can delete all of these. And all we have is this promise.all, which has 3 different promises getting sent to it. One for Google, one for Microsoft, one for Amazon. And I can delete these. And I'll set this to be const promises equals promise.all. Or actually, let me just change this to be responses. So we don't have to change anything else. And now if I refresh this, and it looks like it hit the API limit. So I'm going to give it a couple seconds because we have at most 60 requests per minute. So I'll give it a minute or two, and then we'll run the request again, and we'll take a look at how quickly it works now. Okay, so because of the way React works, it actually runs that use effect hook twice. It basically mounts the component twice. So ignore everything from here down. What we care about is the first 3. And notice the timing of the 3 requests. They all get fired off at the same time. And they all roughly complete around the same time. So look how much quicker that is versus sending one, and then only after that's done, we send the next one. And then only when that's done, we then send. So this goes all at once, and it basically takes the time of one request because we're sending it all concurrently. And so that's all done because of this promise.all method. So that's great. However, we're still hard coding all of the companies. We don't want to hard code the companies. We want to take whatever's in the watch list and then create these dynamically. So how exactly do we do that? Well, it's actually pretty easy. What we're going to do is we're going to make use of the JavaScript map method. And what our main goal is, right, we have a list of companies. And for each one of these, we want to take this string and we want to generate a promise. So we want to send a request using this Axios instance. And we want to do this for each one of these 3. And so anytime you want to make a change to every item of an array, you want to make use of the map method. I want to show you how that works. So here I have this this array right here with the 3 stocks like we had before. And let's say that after each stock, I just want to add an exclamation. So I want to end up with an array where each stock has an exclamation. How do I do that? Well, it's pretty easy using the map method. I'll say, all we have to do is, I'll say map. I'll say, well, we call stocks, and then we call the map method. And what this is going to do is this is going to iterate through every item in the array. And so we have to pass a function to tell it what do we want to do. And this function gets one argument. Well, actually, it gets multiple arguments, but we're going to focus on just one, which is the element. And then we have whatever we want the function to do. So what is the element? Well, as we iterate through this array, the element is going to be whatever the current item is that we're iterating over. So the first time this runs, it's going to be element is going to be set to Google. The second time this runs, the element can be called Microsoft. And then the third time it runs, it's going to be Amazon. And in fact, if you want to make this a better name, we can call this stock. So this represents one of the stocks. And then what this function returns is going to be what you want to change it to. So we have stock, which is going to be set to whichever one we're iterating over. So the first time it's going to be equal to Google. So I'm just going to put this in the comments. So this is going to be equal to Google or Google. And what we want to do is we want to add an exclamation, right? We want an exclamation like that. So all we have to do is just return what do we want to change it to. So we want stock plus exclamation. That's it. Or you could do string interpolation and say stock and then exclamation. And so when it iterates through Google, it'll add the exclamation. Then when it iterates through Microsoft, it'll add the exclamation. And then when it goes through Amazon, it'll add the exclamation. And then we could set this to a value. So I'll say this is my modified stocks. Because the thing about the map method is that it returns a brand new array. And if I do a console.log modified stocks, save this and then do a node test.js, right? You could take a look at the result. It successfully added the exclamation afterwards. So we get access to each item as it iterates through it, and then whatever we return in the function is going to be entered into the new array. And so we're going to do the same exact thing with this, but instead of adding an exclamation point, we're going to generate a promise or a request to our API by calling the same thing. So I'm going to delete all of this. Instead, we could just call our watch list array, I'll say watch list dot map. Okay, and once again, we're going to pass in a function. We get access to the stock or the element that we're iterating over. And then whatever we return from this function should be a request to our API. So I'll say return. We'll do finhub.get /quote. And then params. And remember, we want symbol. And we'll set that to be stock because stock represents the symbol that we're currently iterating over, and we just pass that in there. So now if we test this out, and I realized I forgot to do an await. Now if we take a look at responses, we should see that we have now successfully gotten all 3 of our requests. And if we go to our network section, we can see that all 3 of them got sent out at the same time. So that's exactly what we want. And so I think we've pretty much done everything we needed to do there. If you want to, you can set the useState hook to be by default just an empty array. It doesn't really matter. However, before we kind of wrap things up and move on to rendering out all of this information inside a table, if we actually do take a look at this console.log right here, which is printing out all of the response objects before we store it into our state, there's something I don't like about this. And if we go to our console and we take a look at what the output looks like, this is what's getting stored in our component state. And if I open up the first one, take a look. This isn't actually just the data that we get from the API. This is the response object from Axios. So we get the configuration, we get the data, which definitely what we want. We get the headers and the request. And most of this information we don't care about. Why would the component care about the configs of our Axios request? It doesn't. Why would it care about the headers? It doesn't. What about the request? It doesn't. The only thing our component cares about is the data. I don't want anything else other than just the data. So for each of these three items, of these three requests, I want to go in and extract the data and just delete everything else because we don't want to store unnecessary information in our state. So ultimately, what I want to do is, and I'm just going to create a new file here. This is just for demonstration purposes. You don't actually have to do this yourself. I'm just going to call this demo.js. What I ultimately want to do is I want to store in our state for each one of the stocks an object that looks like this. So we have the data, which is going to contain all of our stock data, whatever it's called. And that's going to come from the data object here. And then the next thing I want to do is notice how inside the data, it says nothing about what stock this data is for. So that's something we have to assign ourselves. We can't just extract it from here. In fact, the information about where the stock is actually within the config. So if we go to the config, under params, we can see the symbol. So inside here, we want data to come from data. And then we want to, data to come from data. I'm just going to put this in quotations because the autocomplete's messing it up. And then for the symbol, this is going to come from config.params.symbol. So I want to store this information in an object that looks like this. So before we save it into our set state, I'm going to call the map method to iterate over all of these things and extract an object that looks exactly like this. So we are already familiar with the map method, so we could just do that again. And I'm going to delete this demo.js. And we'll go to our stock list. And right here, before we call set stock, I'm going to do a responses.map. And we'll just set this is going to be response. And like I said, what do we want? Well, we first want to get the data, which is going to come from response.data, right? That's going to be data. So the response, which is, in this case, the first response, we want the data property, which is going to return this object here. And then I want to store information on what is the symbol. And that's going to come from the response. And I already forgot where it's coming from, but I believe it's config params symbol. So config params symbol. And remember, we want to return an object. So right now, I didn't actually put it in an object. So let me create that object and then paste that in here. And then we return that object. And we'll store it inside a variable called data. And then change the set stock to be data. And we'll save that. We'll go back to here. And I'm actually going to print out what our data looks like, just to make sure everything looks good. And so now we can see that data has just the data that we're looking for, and then symbol is set to Google. So that's exactly what we want. Now our state looks exactly the way it should. So now what we can do is work on rendering out this information inside a table. So inside our table for the headers, we want one for the name of the stock. We're going to have one for the last, the change percentage, the high, low, open, and peak low. So this is all going to go inside a table element. So in our return statement, I'm going to remove stock list. Inside here, we'll do a table. And I'm going to add a couple classes that come from Bootstrap. It's going to be table, hover, and then mt-5. So this is just the usual styling for the table. This will make it so that when we hover over one of the stocks, it's going to change the color so we know which one we're hovering over. And then this is just going to add a little margin to the top. Then we want to create our T head, right? So this is going to contain all of those headers that we just went over. And I'm going to add some inline styles, which is nothing more than just changing the color. And now we'll do TR. We'll do TH scope equals. This is going to be the name. And I'm just going to copy this several times. All right, so now if we take a look, we can see we've got our table with the different headers. Now we can add the actual data. And the way we're going to render out this data, because remember, all of our data right now is stored inside this stock state, is once again, we're going to use our favorite map method. So I'm going to call, I'm going to do curly braces so that we can provide some JavaScript. And we're going to map through this. So we'll do stock.map, stock data. And we want to return and so for the row, it's going to be TH. And here we're going to provide the stock data dot symbol. And for the TR, I'm actually going to add in a class. This is going to be table-row. And remember, because this is React, we have to provide a key for each element we return in a list. So I'll say key equals, and this is going to be stock data dot symbol. We'll use the symbol as the key. And so for this, right, then we can do TD. The next one's going to be stock data. Whoops. We want stock data dot data dot C. Next one's going to be stock data dot data dot D. And I'm actually just going to copy this a few times. Next one's going to be .dp, and then we have H, L, O, and then PC. And it looks like I made a little typo here. There shouldn't be dot symbol in the curly braces. All right, and now if we go back to our website, I'm going to clear this. Let's refresh this, just make sure there's no errors. We can see that we now have our chart, and it's automatically going to get updated depending on what is our stock state. A couple of final things that I want to do from an aesthetic purpose for our stock list component is that, first of all, we should color code the change and change percentage value depending on if the stock went up or if the stock went down. So we're just basically checking, is the change negative? Okay, we want to make it red. If it's positive, we want to make it green. And in addition to that, we also want to add in an icon showing the direction that it moves. So if the stock went down, we want the down icon. If it went up, we want the up icon. So those should kind of go hand in hand with the change value. So just to kind of hard code something, if we go to the this TD right here, this is for the change and the change percentage. If we want to change the color using Bootstrap, we can do class name equals and then text dash success. That'll give us a green color. And then if we change the bottom one to be class name equals text dash danger, that's going to be the red color. So now you can see under the change where we have text dash success, we can see it's green. And then when we see text dash danger, it's going to be red. So we have to define a function that'll check the value of what direction the stock went and then update this specific class depending on if it was positive or negative. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete success and danger. So for these two, we're just going to have it say text dash, text dash. And then what I want React to do is call a function that's going to contain the logic for determining if the stock went up or down. And so first of all, we're going to provide some JavaScript, and we're going to use template literals. And here I'm going to pass in a function that I haven't defined yet called change color. And what we should do is we should pass in the stock data.data.d. So that's going to determine the direction that the stock went. And I'm going to define this function now. It's going to be called change color. I'm just going to define it right above our use effect hook. So it's going to be const change color. And then it's going to get in some variable, and I'll just call this change. And we're just going to use the ternary operator to do a return. And we'll say if the change was positive, so that means the stock went up, we're going to return the text success. And if it was not positive, so that means it was negative, we're going to return danger. Okay, and so now we can see that it's automatically updating the color. Everything was negative in this case, but if we have a positive stock, then that should automatically turn green. I think our entire stock market's going down, so everything's just red at this point. We're going to do the same exact thing for this guy right here. I could just copy this and just paste it in. And we've got these updating dynamically as well. The next thing that we have to do is add the icons, and I'm going to make use of a library. And so we'll go to the packages here, and we'll install a package called React-icons. And this is the one we want right here. So I'll add this. So for this library, if we take a look at the documentation, we can see that it supports icons from several different, frameworks. Since we're using Bootstrap, we might as well just stick to Bootstrap icons. And the way that it works is that all you have to do is you do import the icon name, and then you do react-icon/bs for Bootstrap. And all we have to do is then find our specific icons. So it's going to be this one right here, bs fill caret downfill. And if I search for caret, we should also be able to find the up one. So bs fill caret upfill as well. And so if you just select this, it's going to copy it into our clipboard, which is awesome. And now if we go to the top of our file, I'm going to do import, paste that in from react-icons /bs. And this is just a regular component now. So I can go down here. And after this, I can just put in another component. All right, and now you can see that the component is right there next to it. So that's all we have to do. However, we have to select the right icon depending on what direction it's going. And so what we're going to do is we're going to set up another function, just like this change color function. I'm going to create a render icon function that's going to do essentially the same thing. So here I'm going to delete this. And in here we'll pass in our function render icon. And we'll pass in the same information, which is going to be stock data.data.d. And then I'm going to define our function const render icon. Get access to the change again. And we're going to do the same thing, change greater than 0. We're going to return, and actually have to import the other one as well. So we want the up fill. And if it goes down, then we're going to return the other one. And I can copy this and paste it into this one as well. Now, if we take a look, we can see that all of them have an icon. So I think that's a good stopping point on the stock list component. There's still a couple more features we're going to have to add to it, but I want to take a break from it for now. And I want to move on to the autocomplete component. And just to remind you guys what this component does, it's going to be a simple input field where the user can search for available stocks. So if the user wants to find, Tesla, you'll just start typing in the letters TSLA, and you'll see that it should be able to search through that. And it's an autocomplete, so if you actually go slow enough, and I just type in TS, it's going to find all of the companies that start with TS, and then I can just keep adding another letter, and then it's going to keep narrowing down the field until we get to what we're looking for. And then from there, we can then select the company, and then it's going to get added to the list. And I want you to take a look at the network requests, right? For each letter they type, it's going to automatically send a request back to the API. So for the headers, you can see that in this case, the query, it just has the letter T, and the next one has the S, L, A. So we send a request for every letter, and we can obviously customize this so we don't send it for every single letter the user types. However, I wanted to keep this component as simple as possible. So let's tackle creating this component. And so we'll go to our autocomplete.jsx. And within here, in this parent div, I'm going to add in a couple of class names. This is going to be, the width is going to be set to 50%. I'm going to add some padding. I'm going to make it rounded. And then the margin is going to be auto, so it centers. And within this div, we'll now add our input. Actually, before we add our input, I'm going to add another div. I'm going to give it a couple classes. So it's going to be form-floating, and then drop down. And within this div, we'll then add our input. And for the input, we're going to add some inline styles. Mainly just the background color. I'm going to give this an ID of search. Type is going to be text. I'm going to give this a class name of form control. This is coming from the Bootstrap library. And I'll also give it a placeholder. of search. And if we just take a peek at what this looks like, that's pretty much what I want it to look like. And for my autocomplete, I'm going to disable the built-in autocomplete. And then under the input, I'm going to add a label. We'll do HTML4. This is going to point to search. So this is going to match up with the ID of this input field. And the label is going to say search. All right, and just to double check, let's just take a look. All right, everything looks good. Now the next thing is we want the dropdown. So how do we make the dropdown? Well, this is going to be pretty easy with the Bootstrap library. For the dropdown, under the label, we can create a UL. So, I mean, we can really render anything in the dropdown. And then I'm just going to add a couple of items. I'll just say stock 1. Two, and 3. And for this UL, we're going to add in some class names, mainly dropdown dash menu. And that's all we really have to do. So this is our dropdown, and I'm going to actually go back to my browser for a second. Okay, so you'll see that right now, there's no dropdown. However, if I inspect this and go to elements, we can inspect this and then go down, you can see that the dropdown is there. It's just right now at the moment, if we go to computed, we can see that the display is going to be set to none. So right now, the drop-down menu is set to display none, so you don't see it. So it's still actually on there, but it's just being hidden. And that's because when you assign drop-down dash menu from the Bootstrap library, it's automatically going to give it a display of none. And if you want to show it using the Bootstrap library, we have to add in a class called show. And so now the drop-down actually shows. So this simple class is what's going to determine if we show the drop-down or not. So this is something to keep in mind. And make sure you keep that on the top of your head when we're implementing the logic of, rendering out all of the data once we start searching for it. The next thing that we have to do is we have to make this a controlled input. And this is going to be like with any other standard input in React. So I'm going to import the useState hook. And to make this work, I'm going to create a variable called search and set search. So this is going to represent whatever the user is trying to search, and I'll do useState. And default is going to be an empty state. And then in my input field, we're going to set the value of the input to be set to search. And then we're going to set a onChange parameter whenever the user types in something. And I'm going to say, we're going to pass in a function. And we're going to say that set search, set that to be the value of e.target.value. Okay, so what we're doing here is I'm saying that whenever the user types in, a letter, it's going to trigger this onChange, which is saying get the value of the letter that we just changed or whatever is our input field, and set that to the set search function so that we can update our state. And then the value of our input will be synced to whatever our state is. So that's how we make this a controlled input. And we can see everything types out just fine. And if we can actually go back to the browser, type here, and go to my Redux DevTools extension and go to the autocomplete, we should see that the state should match up with whatever's typed. Okay, looks like everything's good. And now the next thing that we want to do is implement the fetching data logic. So I'm going to import the useEffect hook. And then we're going to call the useEffect hook. And we'll do the same thing that we did before. We'll pass an error function. And before we get started sending a request or implementing the logic, let's go back to the documentation and take a look at what endpoint we need for searching. And the one we want is under stock fundamentals and under symbol lookup. So you send a GET request. That's going to be the method. And you send it to the /search endpoint, and you provide one query parameter, which is the letter Q, and then whatever text the user searches for. And then this is what one of the results are going to look like. So it's going to include the type, symbol, display symbol, and then the description. And so that looks simple enough. So once again, we'll define a function called fetch data. We'll put in our try catch block. And then below this, we'll call fetch data. And let's import our API, our FinHub API. And now we can do a const response equals, and then we'll do finhub.get. The endpoint is going to be the search endpoint. And then params, well, this is going to be set to this Q, and that'll be set to the value of whatever the user searches. We just say search. And this is an asynchronous operation, so we'll do await. And then I'll do a console.log of response. So let's take a look at that. And so right away, even though we haven't typed anything, it looks like it's fired something. And if I take a look at the config, get, this is going to, let's see, where's the params? Yep, params right here. We could see that we're sending it with a empty search. And when it sends an empty search to the API, it returns everything. So we got an array with 11,000 results. So that's obviously not something that we want. And so right there, what I think we should do is, we should first run a check and say that only if search.length is greater than 0. So if there's at least one letter that the user has searched, then we call fetch data. Okay, so let's reload this. And so these first results are just from this table. But we can see that we didn't actually search anything. It didn't actually try to send a request to the search API. So let's try sending one letter. And we can see that it did, in fact, send a request. And we can see that the results is a whole bunch of stocks or companies with the letter A in it. Let's add another letter. And this time, if we take a look at the config, we can see that the search is AN. And the data, we now have 28 results. We do the letter E now. We should see that we now have 29 results. And let's try one more letter. And we can see that we have 25 results. Okay, so it looks like it's working. But one thing that is happening with the use effect hook is that right now, since there's no dependency array, it's going to run every single time the component re-renders. And we don't necessarily want that. We only want this to run anytime the search changes, right? Because why else would we want this to run? We only want to send a request whenever the user has changed the search, either added a letter, deleted a letter, or made some change, or pasted something in. So what we can do is under the dependency array, you just say search. So now this use effect hook will only run when search changes. The next thing that we have to do is we have to store the results someplace, the results from the API. So I'm going to use the useState hook again, and I'm going to call this results. And down here, what we're going to do is I'm going to set results to be results.data. Response.data. And once again, just like the previous component that we worked with the stock list, we also want to do this is mounted trick where we make sure that the component is still mounted. And so we also have to perform the return operation where we set that to be false. So I'll copy this. And then we just do a check here is mounted. Okay, so let me go to my Redux or my React DevTools again. I'm going to go to my autocomplete component, and we're just going to take a look at the state. So if I type in the letter A, we could see that the state was now set. And it looks like the way that the object was set, it's returning a count and a result. I just want the result. I don't want the count in there as well. So I'm going to do response.data.result. Let's try this again. A. Okay, we've got the results. That's exactly what I want. Let's see if it updates. Right now there's 42. Now there's 24. Perfect. Now let me change that to an A. We get 42 again. And then if I set it back down to 0, what do you think is going to happen? So after I search something, notice how the state doesn't get cleared out. The state still has that A search result. So what's happening here? Well, if we go back to our code, you can see here if it says that if search.length is greater than 0, we'll fetch data. And in fetch data, we set the results. However, what happens if we have a length of 0, a length of 1, and then go back down to 0? So we delete a letter. Well, at no point are we updating set results to be back to an empty array. So what we have to do is just put an else statement here and just say set results to an empty array. And so that way, if I type in the letter A, I'll get 42 results again. And then when I delete it, it's going to hit that else statement, and then it's going to remove all the entries. And I'm going to delete the unnecessary console.logs. Okay, so we've got all the data fetching logic implemented. Now we have to just show the dropdown. And so how do we do that? Remember, I talked about how all we have to do to show the dropdown is add this class called show, and then it's going to show this dropdown. So what I want to do is implement a function that's going to figure out if search has, or if results is not empty, then I want to add the show class. If results is empty, then I don't want to show it. So I'm going to define a function called render dropdown. So this function is actually going to be responsible for rendering this UL. So I'm actually going to comment this out for now. Oh, that didn't work. And I'm going to put in a little logic. I'm going to say drop down class equals, and then we check if search is a true value. So if search has any text in it, then it's going to return true. If search is an empty string, then it's going to return false. So if it's true and there's some search in there,
then we're going to return the class show because that's what shows the dropdown. If not, we're just going to return null. And then the rest of this class is going to be responsible for returning that UL. So it's going to render out that UL. And for class name, what I can do is add a little trickery, and I can say dropdown dash menu. And then I pass in dropdown class. So it's going to add in show if we have some sort of search result. And for now, I'm going to hard code some LIs again. Okay, so I type in a letter. And I realized we have to actually go down here and call that function render dropdown. So if I type in A, you can see that now since there's a search result, it renders out the dropdown. If I delete it, it goes away. So that seems to be working. Now all that we have to do is we have to take the results that we have and render out that information. So we'll go to our render dropdown. We'll just delete these LIs. And once again, we're going to do our favorite map method. So I will say results.map. So we have our LI. Let me add in a class name of dropdown-item. And then what I want is we have two values. There's going to be result.description. And then result.symbol. So I want the company name and then followed by the result of the symbol of the company. And I actually want that wrapped in parentheses. So I'll do parentheses. Whoops. So let's try this again. All right, look at that. So I got the company name followed by the ticker. And we can see this is a massive list. And what I want to do is I want to implement some scrolling. And I want to hard code the height of this drop down so it's not going all the way down like that. I don't like the way that looks. And to change that, under the UL, we're going to add in some inline styles. The first thing is going to be the height. I'm going to set this to be 500 pixels. Overflow Y. So this is going to set this to be scroll. Overflow X. I want to hide the scroll bar in the X direction. And I also want to change the cursor to be a pointer. So the user is aware that he can select one of them. Let's try this again. And that looks much better. You can see we can scroll through the results. And one other thing is that since we're rendering out a list of items, just like with any other list in React, we have to provide a key. So I'm going to set the key to be the symbol again. So we'll say result.symbol. So now that we've set up the autocomplete functionality, the next thing that we want to do is after a user searches for a list of companies, once they find the company that they want to add to their list, they should be able to select it, and then it should show up on this list. So we should set up a on-click event handler so that when they click on a specific LI, it should then add it to the list of stocks that the user watches. Now, the problem with this is that the list of stocks that a user wants to watch is currently in the stock list component under the watch list state. So our autocomplete component does not have access to the state of the stock list component. So we're in a little bit of a pickle. And I've set up a PowerPoint just to kind of quickly show what the issue is and how we can tackle the issue and some of the different solutions that we have at hand. In the stock summary page, we have basically three components. We have the stock summary page component itself, which is responsible for rendering out the stock list component and the autocomplete component. And the stock list component has the list of stocks the user wants to watch that he's storing in a useState hook, and the variable is called watch list. And the problem with this is that, unfortunately, the autocomplete component does not have access to the watch list. So when the autocomplete component wants to add something to the watch list, at the moment, he cannot do that. So we have a couple of different options. The simplest solution to this is to lift the state of this watch list state up a component, specifically up to the stock summary page that is a parent component to both of these components. And then what we can do is then we can pass that information down as props to stock list and autocomplete. And that would work just fine. However, what I want to do is I want to make use of the context API. I think this is good for learning purposes, and you can take a look at how we can create global state using the context API. And the way that the context API works is actually very simple. What's going to happen is we're going to create a component called a provider component. And this is really fundamentally just a regular React component that wraps your entire application. And so by wrapping your entire application in this provider component, what it does is it allows individual components to access its state. So we can move the watch list state up to the provider component, and then the stock list and the autocomplete components can then query the state and get access to that state directly. And any other components in our application can access it directly without having to pass it down as props. So that's what we're going to do moving forward. We're going to implement a context to store our watch list and give us functions that'll manipulate being able to add and remove items from our watch list. So let's go ahead and implement our context. I'm going to create a new folder in our source directory called context. This is going to store all of our contexts. We just have one for this project. And I'm going to call this watch list context.jsx. And to create a context, we're going to import create context from the React library. So I'll do import create context from React. And then to actually create the context, all we have to do is export const. I'm exporting it because we're going to have to import it in another file. And then just provide the name of your context. So I'm going to call this watch list context. And then we call create context. And we have now successfully created a context. After we create the context, what we have to do is we now have to create that special provider component to wrap our application. And that provider component is responsible for passing data down to any components that's interested in receiving that data. And to create this component, it's just a regular React component, almost 100% identical. We just do export const, and then I'm going to call this watch list context provider. You can call this component anything you want, but I usually just like to grab the name of the context and then add the word provider afterwards. And then we'll pass in the props. And then we have to return. And this is the only difference. So we're going to return a special component called watch list context. So we're grabbing the context, right? And from there, we can grab something called a provider component. And that's all you got to do. And this needs the dot provider as well. Okay, and so what we can do now is we can take this provider component and wrap our entire application, and our application can have access to any data it wants. And when I say any data it wants, it means what I mean is any data within this component. Because like I said, this component is just a regular React component that can make use of the useState hook, the useEffect hook, any other hooks that you want. And so the stock list has access to the watch list. And I want to make this watch list accessible to all components. What I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to take this from here, remove it from here, And I'm going to move this exact useState hook into my context. Because remember, my provider component is just a regular React component. So I can just paste that in here, and I can now manage my watch list within my provider. So how do I actually pass this data down to my other components? Well, inside this component here, I have a value prop. And here I can pass down whatever I want. So if I want to pass down watch list, I can. And this is perfectly fine, but I'm going to, in the future, pass down a few other pieces of information. So the data that I want to pass down in the value prop, I actually want it to be an object. And this is just an example of what I want it to look like. It should be an object. Obviously, watch list should get passed down. And I will also have an extra function to add a stock to the list, to the watch list, as well as delete a stock from the watch list as well. So that's what I want it to look like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this. Instead of just passing watch list, I'm going to pass down an object because I want an object. And right now I just have a watch list, but we'll implement the logic for those other things in a second. And I'll remove this. So our context and our provider component are done. We now have to take our provider component and wrap our entire application. So if I go to my app.jsx, and it looks like it already got imported, but I'll just type that in real quick for you. So it's going to be import watch list context provider. We want the provider, not the context. From context watch list context. And now we have to take this special component and wrap our entire application. So technically, you don't actually have to wrap your entire application. You just wrap it in whatever subset of components should have access to that provider. So I'm just going to wrap my entire application just to keep it simple. And I'm going to call my watch list context provider. And I take the bottom one and then just move it under browser router. So now if you actually take a look at our actual application is this. And all of these components within this watch list context provider have access to that value prop that we're passing down. And it's throwing an error, and that's just because I'm using this useState hook, but I never imported it. So we'll import it. Okay, so everything's done. No errors, but interestingly enough, nothing is being rendered onto our screen. What's happening? Well, we know that we changed the watchlist context provider and we added in here. So that's obviously breaking it, but let's understand why it's breaking. So notice how our application starting from browser router is now being passed into our watchlist context provider as a child prop, right? It's no different than, if I had like an H2 and then I'm providing, some text, right? Some text is a child prop. I'm passing it in between the tags. So if I go to my context provider, take a look at what we're rendering. We get the props, but we're not doing anything with it, right? We just have our context provider and that's it. So we have to tell our context provider, hey, let's render all of our child props normally like they should be. So all we do is just do props.children. So this is going to render all of the context between our provider tags. Okay, and now if you take a look, everything is working as it should. If we take a look at our app, it's working. And more importantly, if I go to my watchlist context provider in my React DevTools, we can see that our state is being there and is working. And we can see that everything looks to be good. And now our next task is going to be, how can we make it so our components have access to the state within our provider? Okay, so now to make it so our stock list component actually grabs the watch list from our context instead of storing this himself, we're going to actually remove this. I'm going to delete this. It's going to break our application. That's okay. And to retrieve the data being passed down in this value prop, what we have to do is we have to make use of a specific hook called useContext. So I'm going to import useContext. And then we just say useContext. And then we have to pass in a reference to the actual context, which is watchlist context. So we have to import that as well. I'll say import watch list context. Remember, this is the context, not the provider. Okay, and then we store this in a variable. Const value. And that's going to return this entire value prop. If you want, we can just do a console.log value. And if we take a look, you can see that we get access to an object with the watch list. So that's perfect. That's all we have to do to get access to anything passed down from a provider. Now, we don't need access to the entire value. We just want access to watch list at the moment. So I'm going to destructure out watch list. And now our app is going to work exactly as it should. And I need to remove that console.log. All right, perfect. So now we can actually go back into the autocomplete component and implement the logic for adding a new stock. But what I want to do is I don't want to store that logic within the autocomplete component. I want to store that in my context, and I want the context to pass down a function so that the only thing the autocomplete component has to know what to do is just call that function. So let's go back to our context, and I'm going to define a couple of functions. So the first one is going to be add stock. How do we add a stock to our watch list? So this is going to be function. And this function, the autocomplete component is going to pass the name or the symbol of the stock. And all we have to do is say and all we have to do is just say set watch list. And then we spread the current. So we copy over the current watch list, and then we add in the new one, the new stock. And that's it. However, this is going to create one issue. And that is that what happens if we try to add a stock that's already in this list, right? Let's say Google's already in there, and then the user searches Google and then tries to add it. Well, now we're going to end up with two Googles, and that would look stupid in our application. We don't want to have the same stock listed twice. So we have to perform a check to make sure that the stock that's passed into this function doesn't already exist in the watch list. Easiest way to do that, we could just do an if statement and just say watch list, and then we call the index of, and then we pass in the stock. And if this equals -1, that means it's not currently in that list. So only if it's not in the list will we add it in. And so that's all the logic for adding a stock. Let's now implement the logic for deleting a stock. And to delete a specific stock from a list, we can call watchlist.filter. And this is going to iterate over the array. And we'll get access to the specific element it's iterating over. And we'll just say we want to return if element does not equal stock. So that means it's going to go through the list in our current watch list, and it's going to find all of the entries that do not match the stock that's passed into this function. And if they do not match, then we will keep it. But if they do match, we'll delete it. That's all. And then this is going to return a new array. And so all we have to do is just then call set watch list and then pass the result of that into set watch list. And then we're going to pass these down. So I'll do add stock and delete stock. So now that we have the functionality for adding stock, I'm going to go to our autocomplete component, And actually, it looks like I have an error. Hold on, let me. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but I just saved this file again and it seems to fix the issue. So it doesn't look like there's anything wrong. But let's go to our autocomplete component and let's set up that use context hook. So I'm going to say const. So I'll just say use context. And this is going to be the watch list context. And let's just copy the imports from the other one. So I'm going to copy this. And then we'll import use context. And then what do we want? We just want to destructure out the add stock. And once we get that, what we want to do is on the specific LI for the result, we're going to set up a on-click event handler. And here, we're going to pass an anonymous function that's going to call add stock. And we're going to pass in the result.symbol. So this is just when the user clicks on one of the results. It's, let me find an actual stock. When it clicks on this, it's going to pass the symbol of that specific company to the add stock function that we get from the use context, which will then go to the use context and then I'll add it to the list. So I'm going to go to ANET. We'll search that. And then we'll click on this. Okay, and this thing still stays open, but that's okay. We'll fix that. And I don't think it actually worked. So let me actually go back to the website. Okay, so let me try this again. Okay, so it looks like there's some sort of issue. Let's go back to my autocomplete and figure out what I did wrong. So I did an on click. We call add stock. And it looks like I figured out the issue. So what's happening here is that when I select ANET, it is technically getting added to the watch list. And I can actually see that by going to my React DevTools and going to my watch list context provider. We can see ANET got added. But the problem is that once it gets added, if we go to our watch list context, our stock list component, so this is the component that renders out the table, it runs this use effect hook. And this use effect hook is responsible for getting the quotes of all of the items that are in the watch list. However, if you take a look at when this use effect hook runs, it only runs when the component mounts. So after it mounts, it does not matter how many items we add to the watch list, it's never going to run again. So we want this to run every time watch list changes. So all we have to do is just pass that into the dependency. So we'll just pass in watch list. And so now anytime watch list gets updated, a stock will get added. And we can see that it already got added in there. So that's why it wasn't getting updated. So I'm going to refresh this and we'll test this out again. So I'll type in ANET. Select it. There we go. It gets added in. Perfect. Now I do want the drop-down menu to go away after I select an item. So I'll go back to my autocomplete. And this on-click event handler, I'm going to actually remove this shorthand notation. I'm going to add in 2 steps. So it'll be add stock again, result.symbol. And then afterwards, what we want to do is we want to clear out the search. And when we clear out the search, it'll automatically remove the dropdown. So I'll say search, set search. So we're calling that hook right here. And we're going to set the search for our input to be empty. And when it's empty, the dropdown will lose, or it'll get the it'll lose the show class, which means it'll be hidden from there on out. So let's try this again. I'm going to save this. Select this, and we can see the dropdown goes away. So the last thing that we have to implement from the summary page is the delete functionality. So we're removing an item from the list. However, there's something I want to show you guys when it comes to event propagating within React. And the only way for me to show you guys the issue would be to first implement the detail page. So we're actually going to take a break from the summary page. The last thing of removing the item, we're going to cover that at the end of the project. Instead, I want to move on to the detail page. And just to kind of reiterate how this is supposed to work, when I select on a stock, when I select on a row, take a look at the path. Right now, it's the root path. I select this. It then goes to detail, then the name of the stock, and then it loads up the detailed page. So let's implement that. This is going to be done through React Router, and you'll see that it's actually pretty easy. And we made use of the Apex Charts library to build out the charts, and you'll see that it'll actually be dead simple doing that as well. So let's go back to our app. And let's go to our stock list component. And let's find our specific row. So when a user clicks on a row, we want to call an on-click event handler. And right now, I'm just going to have this call a function. And this function is going to be called handle stock select. So let's define this function. And what we want to do is when we select a specific row, we want to tell React Router, which is our routing library, to route to a URL of /detail/stock name. How do we do that? Well, React Router comes with a built-in hook that makes it very easy. So let's import this hook from React Router. We'll do import use navigate from react-router-dom. And now we'll just do const navigate equals use navigate. Okay. And so now if we want to go to another path or URL, we just use this navigate object. So I'll say navigate. And then all I have to do is just pass in the URL that we want to forward the user to. So we want to go to detail / and then the stock name. So we have to get the stock name. So we'll say that the event handler has to accept it as an argument. So we'll say symbol, so the symbol of the stock, and then we can just do string interpolation and then just pass in symbol. So now when we actually call this, when it gets selected, we have to pass in the symbol. So where is the symbol? It's stock data.symbol. I'm just copying what's here. And that should be all we have to do, actually. So let's go take a look. Okay, so if we take a look at the URL right now, we can see it's at the root URL. So this is the equivalent of just a /. And so I'm going to select Google. And we can see that it routes to /detail/Google. And we can see the stock detail page. So everything is working exactly the way we expect it. However, one thing is I want to be able to get the clicker icon instead of the regular pointer because I want to give the user a little bit more feedback. And we can easily do that by passing an inline style. And I can just say cursor is set to pointer. Now we can see that we get a pointer. Perfect. Okay, so let's go to our stock detail page. Now in our stock detail page, the page has to be aware of the specific URL because the symbol or the stock that we want to see detail is in the URL. So how do we extract that information from the specific URL? Like how do we get it? How do we get this value from the URL? Well, once again, we're going to make use of the React Router library. And we're going to use a hook called useParams. So let me import that. So now I'll just do const x equals use params. So this will get all of the parameters. However, we don't want all of them. I just want the symbol, right? And that parameter, where that comes from, the name, is going to come from our original route. So whatever we passed here, where it says detail and then the variable, this parameter, we can just extract out symbol. So here I can destructure out symbol. And let's render out stock detail page. And then let's just render out the symbol to see if we can actually get that information. So now if I select Google, we can see stock detail page Google. So we were able to get that parameter. For the stock detail page, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fetch the data within the stock detail page component. And then I'm going to pass that data down to the chart component. I want to keep the chart component as simple as possible. I just want the chart component to be responsible for rendering out the data. I don't want it to be responsible for fetching the data. So I'm going to have the page actually fetch this information. So to do that, we're going to make use of the useEffect hook again. And I'll define my function for fetching data. And let's import Axios. So I'm just going to copy the import from another file. Well, actually, I might as well just type it out. So now we can do a const response equals, and then we can fetch our data. But we have to find out what data point do we actually want to fetch, or which endpoint do we want to fetch. So if we go under stock price, you want to go under candles. So this is going to return historical data. And to get the information, you send a request to /stock/candle. And then the parameters are going to be, first of all, the symbol, like you would expect. Then the resolution. So what's the resolution? If we go down here, resolution is going to be what is the gap between each data point that we want to plot. So this is every minute. So we'll get a data point for every single minute, every 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, one data point per day, one per week, one per month. So if we're going to chart out 1 day's worth of history, we may want to do every 5 minutes or every minute. However, if we're going to chart out 1 year worth of historical data, you don't want to do every minute. That's too many data points. I would instead prefer either every day or even every week. So that's what the resolution is. Then from and to. So from is going to be, what is the earliest time that we should get a data point from? And to should be what should be the last data point timestamp from. I worded that incorrectly. That should be the last time that we should grab a data point from. So if we want 1 day's worth of historical data, the from would be the Unix timestamp for exactly 24 hours ago. And then the to would be the current time. And then if it's a year, then the from would be moved back a year and so on. So let's go back here and I'll do await binhub.get. And this is going to be stock/candle. And then params, well, we're going to pass in the symbol. Then we need the from, the to, and the resolution. Okay, so how do we get this information? Well, we're going to make use of the date object. So I'm going to go and say const date equals new date. So that's going to get the current date. And if I want to get the current timestamp, I'll do const current time equals date.get time. So at that point, we can take the current time and pass it into the 2 because that's the last data point because we want the current time to. However, the API I found out, and this took me quite a bit of time trying to figure this out, but this get time returns it in milliseconds. The API expects it in seconds. So to convert this to seconds, what we want to do is we want to divide it by 1,000. So that's going to give us seconds. And then we also want to do a math.floor. So that's just going to truncate any extra decimals. And in fact, I think it might actually help if I just kind of lab this up real quick. So we'll say const date equals a new date. And then if I do a const current time equals date.get time. And if we run node test.js, and I should have console logged it. So now if I run this, this is going to be the Unix timestamp for the current time in milliseconds. If we want to convert it to seconds, current time seconds, and then we do a console log. So you can see that this is now being represented in seconds. It's just moved the decimal over 3 places. So that's really all that it's doing. And if we ever want to get if we want to go get the timestamp for 1 day ago, how would we do that? Well, we can take the current time in seconds. So I'll say current time in seconds, and we want to subtract 24 hours, right? That's 1 day. So how do we get to 24 hours? Well, this number is in seconds. So we have 1 second. How many seconds are in a minute? We have 60 seconds in a minute. We have 60 minutes in an hour, and we have 24 hours in a day. And so this is going to be, we'll call this 1 day ago. So this is going to give us the time for 1 day ago. How would we do 1 week ago? Well, we can do, which is going to be current time in seconds minus, this represents 1 day. We already know that. And then we just multiply it by 7 because a week is 7 days. And then what's a year? It's going to be, a year is just going to be 365. So that's all we got to do to get the to and from time. So we have the current time. Let's get the time for 1 day ago. So I'll say const 1 day equals current time minus 24 times 60 times 60. And so the from is going to be 1 day. So from 1 day ago to the current time, so the to is going to be current time. And then the resolution, we can do every 30 minutes. And now let's fetch this data. And we actually want to do this only when the component mounts. So fetch data. And then we'll console.log the response. Okay, so if we take a look at the response, something interesting is happening. It says that data, under data, it says no data. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but as a test, I'm going to change this to be 3 days ago. And I want to see if this fixes the issue. But now if I take a look at the data, oh look, we get some data back. So for some reason, if I do 1 day ago, nothing happens. But if I do 3 days ago, something happens. And I actually noticed this when I was labbing this out, and I only noticed this issue right before I started to record. And that is that I'm recording on the weekend. This is a Saturday. Well, technically it's Sunday now. And the stock market's closed on Sundays. So there's no actual data points for one day ago, because if it's Sunday, one day ago Saturday, you're not going to get any data points. So this is something to keep in mind. So we have to fetch data and calculate the time depending on what is the current day. So if I want to get basically just one day's worth of data, so if I want to get Friday's data, well, if it's Saturday, I have to go 2 days back. And if it's Sunday, I have to go 3 days back. That's all. So I have to put in a couple of if statements when capturing the time. This is just one of the kind of the pain points of working with this kind of data. I didn't even think about this issue when I first coded it out. So all we have to do is do an if statement, and I'll say if, and then we grab date dot get day. So this is going to return a number depending on what day it is. And Saturday, it'll return a 6. So I'll do equals 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 6. So if this is a Saturday, then I'm going to make one day, first of all, is going to be a variable that I can change. So it's going to be let. And if it's Saturday, then I'm going to do get 2 days worth of data so I can get Friday's data. And then I'll copy this. And then if it's Sunday, which is going to be a 0, then I want 3 days worth of data. So now our application's smart enough to figure out that, hey, if it's Saturday, we're going to have to get 2 days worth of data. If it's Sunday, it's going to be 3 days worth of data. And then if it's not any one of these days, and actually this should be an if else. I'll say if, and let me move that up. And then finally else, one day is just going to be just one day. So we'll remove the 3. Okay, so back to our application. And now we've got some data. So to understand how this data works is pretty simple. So T stands for timestamp. So at this specific time, this is a Unix time. And if you ever want to convert this pretty easily, there's a lot of tools online like this epochconverter.com. You just take the time, you paste it in there, and then it tells us, hey, this is the timestamp of that data point. So this is August 25th at 8 a.m. So this is the timestamp, and then these are the values that we saw before at that specific timestamp. So what was the close? What was the high? What was the low? What was the open? And what was the volume, I guess. So now that we've got this data, let's also get the data for 1 week and 1 year. And I'm going to define a variable. So I'll call this const 1 week, which equals current time minus 7 times 24 times 60 times 60. And then for 1 year, we'll just change this to 365. And then we can just copy this. And we'll change the from to be 1 week. And the resolution to be, and we'll just call this response week, response day. And the resolution can be, every hour. So we just need a data point every hour. And then we have response year. It's going to be 1 year. Resolution can be, every week. That would give us 52 data points. If you wanted every day, you could do I think it's every day. What was D stands for day. So it just depends how detailed you want it to be. I'm just going to do 1 week just because there's no need to grab 365 data points for this demo. So this is going to fire off 3 requests, get all that information. And then I can just do a console.log of all of these. Okay, and so now we've got, this is going to be the day, this is going to be the year, the week, and then this is going to be the year. However, if you've noticed, this is all happening in series, sequentially. So this one has to complete first, then we send the request for this, and then we send the request for this. And we can confirm this by going to our network tab. And there's a lot of networks. So let me actually clear this, refresh. So notice how I hated that one completes, then the next one completes, and then the next one completes. So we don't want that. So we're going to do the same thing that we did for the stock list component, where instead of fetching it one by one, we do the promise.all method. So we could just fire off all those requests at once. So here, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to do const responses equals await promise.all. And then we provide a list, and I can just copy these into there. And then we could just do a console.log responses. All right, and we see all three fired at once. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And I think something's actually erroring out. Hold on, let me see if I can find this out. So let me put this in a try catch block. Which we should have done anyways. Okay, never mind. Okay, all of them are in there. That's good. Everything's working. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to format the data, because if we take a look at the data, this is not exactly in the most convenient format, because this is still the Axios response. So it's got all of the extra config information that I don't care about. It's got the headers, the request. I don't care about that. I want the data. But in addition to wanting the data, I also want to format it a little bit differently. And the format that I actually need this in is going to be a little unusual, but you can see right now we have a object, and then for the closing value, it's a list of all the values. And then for the T is going to be a list with all of those values. And so the first item in here matches up with the first item here, with the timestamp here, the second one, and so on. And instead of doing it like that, I need it in a specific format for my chart, and I want the data to look like this. So I'll say constant data, and it should be an object with an X value of the T value of the T, right? That's going to be, this here. And then the Y should be the closing value. So what was the closing value at that time? And then I want a list of these. So it would actually be a list. And then I would have a couple of these. So that's what I want the data to look like. So we're going to have to transform this data ourselves. And let's define a use state hook so that we can save our data. So I'll say const. We'll call this chart data. And then we have set chart data equals use state. And I showed you what we wanted the data to look like. And I'm actually going to save that in a file. Actually, don't worry about that. And actually, what I want us to do is I want to store in our hook, in our chart data. I want to store it like this. So in our const chart data, it should look like this. We should have an object with a property of day. And this is going to have data for 1 day. And then we'll have a week. And then we'll have a year. Data for a week. Data for a year. So that way our chart can just pick whichever one it wants. And then the data for each one of these should be the way I showed you guys. So that was the data equals object. That's going to be a list, an array with multiple objects with an X of some value and a T and a Y of some value. And there's going to be multiple data points. So that's what I want the data to look like. So this is going to go in the value here. So hopefully this makes sense. This is kind of the most confusing part, is just manipulating the data for the chart. But I want to get it into that format. So down here, after we fetch the data, I'm going to call set chart data. And we're going to pass in the object with the day property, with the week property, and the year property. And we're going to call a function, which we're going to define in a bit. Format data. And here, remember the response is for the responses, the first one's going to be for the day, the second one is for the week, and the last one's for the year. So I could say responses, and then we want to grab 0. So the first entry, and then within the 0, we want just the data, right? We only care about the data. We don't care about the configs. So I'll say data. And we're going to do the same thing for the rest of these guys. And then this is going to be 1. This is going to be 2. So let's now define this function outside of our component. We don't really need it in the component. So it's going to receive some data, which is going to be an array. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to do the map method. So we'll say data dot. And so right now we're getting this data object right here. So we want data dot, and then we want to iterate over t dot map, and we'll get access to 2 things now. Normally when we did the map method, we get access to just 1, which is the element that we're iterating over, but we can actually get another value, which is going to be the index of the item that we're iterating over. So I'll grab the index. And so I'll say return. So X is going to be the element. So that's going to be the specific timestamp, right? So that's going to be this timestamp. But we have to multiply it by 1,000 because the the API does it in seconds, and unfortunately, our chart does it in milliseconds. So just multiply by 1,000. And then we have to get the corresponding Y value, right? So for the first item in the T array, we want the first item for the C array. So we just say whatever index we're on, just grab the same one from C. So I'll say Y data.c index. And that's all we have to do. And let's refresh this. Responses is not defined. Let's take a look at where that is. Oh, yeah, this is silly me. So we're going to move this into our try catch block. Now, if I go into my React component extension and we go into stock detail page and we take a look at our state looks exactly the way we expect it to look. So we've got one for day with the X, Y. We've got one for week with the X, Y coordinates, and then the Y, and then the year. Perfect. And for the dependency array, technically this will work the way it is. However, if the symbol changes, we should run the useEffect hook again. So we're going to add this to the dependency array. And for returning data, we're going to do a couple things. First of all, let's create our chart component. So I'm going to call this add file. We'll call this stock chart.jsx. And I'll say export const stock chart. And then in our stock detail page, under this div, I'm going to actually do two things. So first of all, we don't want our chart to render until we have our chart data set. So if it's still fetching data, we don't want to render the chart because there's nothing to render. So I'm going to say if chart data, and then I'm going to do and, and render out a div. And then within our div, I can call my stock chart component. And we'll import our stock chart component. And so what exactly is happening here? This is a nice way of saying if chart data is not null, then I want you to render out this data. If chart data is null, then it's going to return null and it's going to render nothing. So it's basically just doing a little if statement. If chart data is a value, we'll render this out. If it's not, then nothing will get rendered out. So let's test this out. No errors, and you can see it loads up. There's nothing there, and then stock chart comes up after we get chart data. Perfect. Okay, so let's work on our stock chart component. The first thing is we're going to receive some props, and mainly it's going to be the chart data. So I'm going to destructure that out, and then when I actually call this in my stock detail page, we're going to have to pass in that data. So I'll do stock chart, then chart data equals chart data. And I think we should also pass down the symbol because the chart should know that as well. So I'll pass down the symbol. And now in our stock chart, what we can do is we can destructure out the day, week, and year from the chart data. And now it's just a matter of configuring the specific chart library. So we're going to make use of a charting library called Apex Charts. So let's go to the documentation in here. And so all we have to do is do an npm install Apex Charts. So we can go back and I'll go here and I'll search for Apex Charts. And we want that first result. And in addition to that, if we go down to integrations, they have React integrations that make it a little bit easier to work with the charts. And so we have to install a second library, which is kind of like a wrapper for the Apex Charts library to work with React so that we don't have to do all of the hard work ourselves. So this is just called React-Apex Charts. And I will install that as well. And if we take a look at the React integration, all we have to do to create a chart is just pass in the chart component that comes from React Apex Charts. And it requires a couple of things. First of all, it's going to be options. So this is like the configuration for your chart, like what color do you want it? How do you want it to kind of operate, animations, things like that. Series is going to be the data that it should receive. The type, that's going to be the type of chart, and then also the size of the chart as well. So only 4 props that we need, and we'll go over all of these props in a bit. And let's go to chart types. And the chart type that we're going to use is called an area chart. So this is going to be what we're using. And if we just take a look, right, same thing. So we know what we're going to set the type to. If we take a look at what else do we need? Okay, so using the chart, when we pass the series, like I said, the data should look like this. Right? The X is going to be the time, and the Y is going to be the value or the price of the stock. And we already configured that ourselves, so we're already good to go on that. That's why I formatted it ahead of time. The other properties that we need is the X-axis should be set to type of date time. So that's going to give us the time. So let's just go ahead and just start playing with it and then just work on this one option at a time. And so I'm going to import chart from React-Apex Charts. I'm going to render out a div. And let's define the options for our chart. So we'll do const options. So first of all, let's give our title, our chart a title. And so the configuration for the title, first of all, it's going to be the text. What do we want the text or the title of the chart? That's going to be the name of the stock. So we have the symbol that we can just pass in. We have to destructure that out from props. So the text is going to be set to symbol. Align. So how do we want to line up the text? So it's going to be center. And then we're going to make it just a little bit bigger. So we'll set style. And we'll do font size 24 pixels. The next thing is going to be chart specific configuration. So we're going to give this chart an ID. So we'll say stock data. And then if you want, you can also customize the animations. And I'm just going to set this to be speed of 1300. Next thing is going to be configuring the x-axis. So we saw that in the documentation. We have to set that to be date time because the x-axis is going to represent a time. So type date time. So let's try this out. I think that's enough options. Let's set up the series. So the series, which is going to be the data that we pass to the chart, is going to be an array and then an object for the configuration. The reason it's an array is because if you go back to the documentation, you can have multiple series, so multiple, different types of data sets. We just have one. So that's why it asks for an array, but we're only passing in one object. And in this object, we have to pass the name. So this is going to be the symbol and then the data, which is going to be day. We're going to set it to day for now just to take a look. And now I'm going to add some style to this div. Just set the background color. And we'll also give it some extra classes. So add some margin to the top, some padding, shadow as well. Background's going to be white. And I guess I didn't actually need this style. We can actually delete that. All right, now we can pass in the chart component. And so the options, that's going to be set to that object that we created called options. And the series is going to be set to series. Type is going to be set to area. And width is going to be set to 100%. Okay, and we can take a look at our chart, and it actually looks pretty good. So it's able to plot the data points. However, right now it's not using the correct time, and that's because I wanted to show my local time. So wherever I'm located on the East Coast. I wanted to show the East Coast time, and then when you guys are using it, I wanted to show your local time. And so to do that, we can go up to x-axis right here. Set labels. Date time UTC. Set to false. Okay, and that's better. So that's better. Now, if you check a look at the tooltip, right, it says 25th of August. I wanted to be a little bit more detailed. I wanted to include the specific timestamp as well in the tooltip. So we can go under x-axis here and add a tooltip configuration. And the format I want this to be for the x-axis is going to be format. And then we want MMM for the month, the day, and then I want the hour, and then the minute. So now we got the month, day, and the time as well. The next thing that we need to implement is we have to provide the buttons for the users so they can select if they want to see the past 24 hours, if they want to see 7 days or 1 year's worth of data. And we should be able to change between these. And also, obviously, the color changes depending on if the stock gained or if the stock went down. So going back to our app, we're going to render out a couple of buttons right under the chart. So I'm going to add another div. And we're going to add a couple of buttons. And these buttons are going to manage, which one they've selected. So we're going to have to use, we're going to have to define some state. We're going to use the useState hook. And I can call this, what about, I don't know, date format. I couldn't think of a better name. And then set date format, useState. And then it's going to be 24 hours. Okay. And so when the user wants to see 1 day's worth of data, they're going to set date format to 24 hours. If they want to see, 7 days, we'll do 7 days. And if they want to see 1 year, they'll say 1 year. And so for these buttons, we'll just set up a onClick event handler. And we'll say set date format to be the first button. This is going to be for 1 day. So I'll say 24 hours. And actually, let me add the closing tag as well. So now I can say 24 hours. And I can copy this onClick event handler and just paste it into the other two and just change this to be 7 days and 1 year. And then don't forget to import the useState hook. And so now we have these buttons, and obviously we can add some style to them. But now what we want to do is we want to update the data depending on which one is selected, whether it's 24 hours, 1 week, or 1 year. And I think the best way to do this is to define a function. So I'm going to define a function down here. It's going to be very simple. It's going to be called determine time format. And we're just going to have a switch statement where we're going to switch on date format, which is going to be the useState hook that we just created. So whatever this is, and if it's set to 24 hours, we're going to return day. So we're going to return the data from here. And if it's 7 days, then we're going to return week. And if it's 1 year, we're going to return year. And then we also have to provide a default. And so if nothing is provided, then we'll just return day as well. And so now inside this series, we can just change this to be determine time format. We just run that and it's going to return the correct data set. So if I try 7 days, we could see it adjusts. 1 year. And for the year, we can see there's something goofy going on. And that's because it added a lot of decimal values. I think I remember seeing that also. Let me see if I can find that in the actual data set. Yeah, so this data point right here. So we're going to have to truncate it. Maybe we'll just grab, 2 decimal points. And so to fix this issue, what I'm actually going to do is if we go to the stock detail page where we fetch the data and then format the data, when we format the value, you can perform the truncation here. So, I said I was going to round to 2, I was going to keep 2 decimals, but I think it's just easier just to remove the decimals. So I'll do a math.floor. And that's going to remove all the decimal points. If you want to handle the logic for keeping 2 decimals, you would just manipulate it right here. Yep, and now we can see we just get whole numbers. Perfect. All right, so let's style these ugly buttons. And on top of that, let's also provide some feedback to the user which one they've selected. Right? If we take a look at the final app, it highlights the one they've selected. And to do this, if we go to our stock chart and we go to our button component, for styling purposes, what we want to do is add a couple of classes. We want BTN and BTN-primary. And that's going to give us this look. And if we do BTN outline-primary, right now we have the unselected look. So that's the difference between selected and unselected is going to be this outline right here. So how are we going to do this? Well, I think we should create another function to kind of handle this logic. So I'm going to say render button select. So this is going to handle all of the styling as well as figuring out which button has been selected. So all of the buttons are going to have the following classes. They're going to have BTN, and then I'm also going to add a margin of 1 so they have a little space. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if button equals date format, then we want to return classes plus BTN-primary. And I want to actually add a space here. So what this is saying is if this button is matched up with the selected button or the selected data set, then we want to do BTN-primary, which is going to give us the filled in color, or else we will do the unfilled in one. So we'll do return classes BTN-outline-primary. And so for each one of these buttons, I'm going to change the class name, and we're going to just render that by calling render button select. And then we're going to pass in, since this is the button for 1 day, I'm going to say 24 hours. We'll copy this, paste it to here. This will be the 7 days. And this will be the 1 year. And so what's really happening is we're passing in 1 year. So we're calling in render button select into this button. So button is going to be set to 1 year. And then it says if 1 year equals date format, which is whichever one is currently selected, then we are going to make that the selected button. However, if they don't equal that, then it's going to be the unselected button. I think that should be everything that we need to do. So we can see 24 is selected. If I select 1 year, 1 year selected, 7 days, 7 days. Perfect. And the last thing that we got to do is we want the color to change based off of if the stock is going down or if it's going up. So in this case, it's going down, it's red, down, red. However, if it goes up, that's green. And this gets a little tricky, but the colors can be specified in the options. So here we would do colors, and then you would provide an array, and then here you would just provide your hex color. Okay, so we're going to first implement the logic for determining, are we going down or are we going up? This is where the math gets a little funky. So I'll say const color, this is going to be the color that we want, equals. So how do we figure out if the value is going up or down? So to figure out how to do this, I actually want to take a look at the data one more time. So we'll take a look at chart data. So we can better figure out what this is going to look like. Okay, so this is what chart data looks like. We can see that we get one for day, week, and year, and the logic is going to be the same regardless of which data set we select. So remember, this is going to be the earliest, this is going to be the first data point. So if it's 1 year, if we select 1 year, this is going to be 1 year ago. And then the last data point is going to be the current time. So to figure out if the stock has gone up or down, we take the current time, the current Y value, and we subtract the first Y value. If that number is positive, that means it went up. If that number is negative, then our stock went down. Simple as that. And we have to do this for all of them. So I'm going to define a variable called color. Now, this also has to be aware of the different day, week, and year formats. So we don't actually know which one's selected. So we have to run determine time format. So that's going to return either day, week, or year, depending on whichever one's selected. So this function will return that data set. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to grab the last item in that array. How do we do that? Well, we can call that same function, call the dot length, and then subtract 1. So that's going to grab the last entry, right? So that's going to go all the way down, and it's going to grab, well, this is the wrong one, but that's because since we're typing this out, there's going to be errors. But that's going to grab the last entry, and we want to subtract the first entry. So we just run that determine time format. We want to grab the first entry, which is .0, and then we grab the Y value. And I forgot we should grab the Y value on this one as well. So hopefully that made sense. All it's doing is grabbing the last data point and subtracting the first data point, and it's going to use this function to figure out which data set to work on. So now we have color, or now we have a Boolean, and we can use a ternary operator to say, if it's positive, if this value is greater than 0, we're going to return this. But if it's not greater than 0, then we're going to return this nasty red. And then here we can change the colors and just pass in the color variable. And I made a mistake. I'm going to move this. Or actually, I won't move this. I'm going to move this determine time format function above this because it's referencing that, so it needs to be above it. And now we can try that. Looks like things are working. Let's try 7 days. 1 year. Okay, well, they're all going down. So let's go back and find, I think, what was the one we were looking at? ANET. Okay, so that's going down. It's red. Good. Red. Green. Perfect. So now let's implement the delete or remove functionality. So we should be able to hover over one of the rows and then remove it from the list. And like I said, I wanted to save this until we got the detail page working so that I can show you a little issue that we're going to run into. And I was trying to figure out the best way to kind of implement a kind of a delete button or icon, and I kind of got lazy, so I just picked the simplest way. So if we go to our stock list, and you go down to the bottom where we render out the data, all I'm doing is just adding a button in here. I could have picked something a little bit classier, but I was just, the idea is that we want to implement the logic. That's what matters. And so the logic's going to be the same regardless of what is the icon you use and where you put it. So we're going to put this button here. This is going to say remove or delete, whatever you want. And let's give this a couple of classes. So I'm going to say class name equals btn, btn-danger, btn-sm, ml-3. And then d-inline-block. And then we also want to add in a separate class called delete-button. So all of these come from the Bootstrap library, except for the delete button. We'll implement this ourselves. And so now we go back. There's a remove button. However, we only want to show this when the user is hovering over the specific row. So how do we do that? Well, I'm going to go to our app.css. I'm going to define some rules. So I'm going to say we're going to reference that delete-button. And I'm going to say visibility by default is going to be set to hidden. And then I don't think this is going to do anything, but I see this in my notes, so we'll just add it anyways. Then when we hover over a row, we want the button to show. So this gets a little tricky. So we want to say when table-row, and if you recall what table row is, we got to go back to stock list. And table row, where is it? Here we go, table row right here. So this class that goes assigned to the specific row. When table row is hovered, we want to select the delete-button. And then here, all we do is just set visibility to visible. Simple as that. And now if I hover, whoop, 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 there you go. Now we got the remove working. So the next thing that we have to do is set up the on-click event handler. So here's our button. I'm going to set the on-click. So here we're going to call we're going to have to grab the delete stock from our context. So we'll call it delete stock. And if you forgot where that's coming from, that's just coming from our context API, where we have this function that we're passing down that handles deleting it from the watch list. We'll say delete stock. And then we want to pass in the symbol, which is going to be accessible through stockdata.symbol. And I think that should be it. So let's take a look. I'm going to try to delete Microsoft. So if I hit delete, okay, well, something interesting happened. It routes me to the next page. So why is that happening? Well, think about this. When I click on this delete button, technically I am clicking on this row, on the row that this button is assigned to. So if I go up to this row, where's the row? I think I scrolled too far. The row, this has a handle stock select on-click event handler. And if I go to handle stock select, that's what handles the navigation. So what's happening is when I click the button, it's also triggering this on-click event handler. And this is the issue that I wanted to show you guys. So what's happening is that I do technically click on the remove button. However, the event bubbles up. So it starts bubbling up all of these elements up to the TR, and then it triggers this event handler or this on-click event handler. So that's the problem. It's due to event bubbling. So how do we avoid this? Well, React gives us a handy thing we can call. So we have to first get access to the event. So I'm going to pass the event into the function, and we just say e.stop propagation. So this is going to prevent the event from bubbling up to that parent component. And this is apparently an A. I've been mispronouncing it. So now let's go back. Let's see, can I remove Microsoft? Perfect. And you see Microsoft got removed. Can I remove Google? Perfect. Perfect. All right, and that's all we had to do for handling the deletion of an item from that list. The next thing I want to do is implement the stock data component, which is going to give out some extra information about the company, like what was its IPO date, what's its market cap, what's its website, and things like that. So let's go back to our components and let's create a new component. And this is going to be called stock data. We'll do export const stock data. Now, the way that stock data works is that it's going to fetch data from a new API endpoint, and I believe it's called company profile 2. And so, yeah, this is the one that we want to use. So we just send it to /stock/profile2, and then you provide the symbol, and it's going to give us all of that information. That's all we got to do. So let's handle fetching all that information. And this component is actually going to accept a prop, which is going to contain the symbol of the stock that we want to get information for. So let's import the useState and useEffect hook. And then we'll call the useEffect hook. And let's go ahead and set the dependency array. This is going to render anytime symbol changes, anytime that prop changes. And then we'll do const fetch data. And let's import the API as well. And I'm going to go a little bit faster for this. You guys have already seen this enough times, so it should already be second nature. But here we can fetch the data, and I'm going to do let's get the try catch block. And so this is stock and then profile 2. And then the params is going to be the symbol only. And if we go to our detail page, we want to render this component out in the detail page. And so I'm going to just render it right out, right below the stock chart. So let me import it. Sorry, this should be stock data. And I got some errors. Let's see. And I actually already know the error. So this should be APIs. Okay, and let's take a look at, oh, it doesn't look like it rendered out, or no, we need to, I think I forgot to console log it. No, I console logged it. Yep, and I forgot the parentheses. Okay, so we got that. Let's try this out now. All right, and so now we have all of the information about the company, and so we can render that out now. And that's really all this component's doing, is just fetching a little data and then rendering it out. But we do have to store this information in a useState hook. So let me just do a const stock data, set stock data. That should be in the useEffect hook. And then right after here, we'll say if is mounted. Then we want to set stock data to be response.data. And then we'll add the cleanup function. And now it's just a matter of rendering out all of that data. So this is now going to be changed to a div. And I'm going to do that same expression where I say stock data, if that's set, and only if that's set, will we then render out the rest of this. And what we're going to render out, let's see, we'll start out with the div. And we'll give this a couple classes. So we'll say row, border, bg-white, rounded, shadow-sm, p-4, and mt-5. And then within here, we're going to have some divs. This is going to have a class name of COL. And there's going to be 3 of these. And then within each of these, there's going to be 3 entries for the individual data points. So I will say, and let me not copy that. I think that might confuse you guys. So we'll say div. And in this div, we're going to have a span with the class name of fw-bold. And we're going to have 3 of these within each one of those parent divs under call. So I'm going to add 3 in there and 3 in here. And now we can just name the property. So this one's going to be name. This one's going to be the country. This one will be the ticker. This one will be the exchange. We have the industry. The IPO. Market cap. Shares outstanding. and the URL. All right, so now if we check this out and go back to the main page and okay, so it's got all of the headers, but it's not spread out the way it should be, so I feel like I'm missing a class or two. Okay, yeah, I just had a minor typo that got messed up with the divs, but now it's spread out across the three columns that I've defined, and now it's just a matter of passing in that data into each section, and we already have the different properties. So if we want country, we just do country, currency, exchange, and so on. So I'm just going to quickly go through this. We have the stock data stored in this variable, and we can just access it through that property. So we'll say for the name, we'll just do stock data.name. And I'm going to just copy these real quick across each one of them, and then we'll update it individually. We have the name. The next one's going to be the country. This one will be the ticker. This one will be the exchange. This one will be Fin Hub Industry. Next one will be IPO. Then we have market capitalization, share outstanding, and then this last one is going to be a URL to their website. So I'm actually going to make this a link. And the href is going to be stockdata.web URL. And then for the text, you can make it whatever you want. I mean, you could just do the same thing if you wanted to just make it stockdata.web URL. And let's give some spacing between these, like I did for the other ones. And I think that should be everything that we need. There we go. So that's going to wrap up the stock data component. So the next feature that we need to add for this project is, let's say that the user navigates to our website the first time. We automatically populate these 3 stocks for them. And then let's say they go in and they search for a specific stock. And let's say they want McDonald's. And then let's say they delete one of these other stocks. If they navigate from this page or refresh the page, guess what happens? Our website doesn't remember, and it goes back to Google, Microsoft, Amazon. If you take a look at the final product will remember any stock that it remembers our entire watch list. So if I grab McDonald's and I delete Google, I hit refresh, it remembers it. And the way that it does this is if we go to the Chrome Developer Tools and we go into Application and you go under Storage, Local Storage, you could see that what I have done is I have stored the list of stocks that the user wants to keep track of in storage, in local storage, so that when we populate the website the next time they visit it, we could just pull this list and then query that data. So this is the next feature that we're going to implement, and you're going to see that it's actually going to be pretty quick and pretty easy. So this is all going to be done in the watch list context because that's what handles the watch list. And I'm going to import a use effect hook. And I'm going to add a use effect hook here. And I want this hook to run whenever we change watch list. So anytime watch list changes, I want to go to local storage. And then I want to set something. So I'll do set item. And the key is going to be called watch list. And the data we're going to pass it is going to be our watch list. Now, this useEffect hook is going to run every time this provider component re-renders. We don't really want it to do that. We want it to render every single time the watch list gets updated. So we just say, we set the dependency array to be watch list. And this really is the main use case for useEffect. So anytime something changes in your application and you want to update something kind of outside of your application, like the local storage or a session or some other property outside of your application, you use a useEffect hook. And this is the perfect use case. So this is going to set it. And I think I forgot a T. Wait, item. So let's test this out. So I'm going to add in Tesla. And now if I go to my application tab and we go to local storage, we can see Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla. So now if I refresh, it remembers. Well, it didn't actually remember it, but that's because we set it in our local storage. However, it's not actually pulling that information from the local storage. So where and when do we pull this from the local storage? Well, it's going to be in this useState hook. So when this useState hook runs, the first thing it should do is, and I'm going to copy this for a second, and I'm just going to paste it here, make this a comment, and I'm going to put this across multiple lines. So when the default state for our hook should be when our application first loads, we should look into local storage, and we should call get item for watch list. So this is going to give us a string. And if we actually take a look at it, it just gives us this string. So we have to turn it into an array. So how do we turn it into an array? We call a dot split method. And we want to split it every time we see a comma. And if we don't have anything in local storage, then we're just going to default to this. Does that make sense? Right? Remember, this is just a string. When you read and write to local storage, it's just a plain string, right? And so when we call the split method, it's going to split it wherever there's a comma, and it's going to add that as an entry into a list. So let's try this out now. I'm going to add Tesla. Okay, Tesla's in there. Let's refresh. And it remembers Tesla. Let's remove Microsoft. Does it remember that? It does, in fact, remember that. And keep in mind, I have to refresh this. So if we can see Microsoft's not there. Now, I'm going to show you a bug in our application. If I go to my watch list and delete it, and I hit refresh, nothing shows up. What's going on? Well, let's see if there's something in the console. And we can see the error says cannot read properties of null. So what happened? Well, our application loads, the provider loads, and then it runs this useState hook where it sets the default value. So it looks into local storage. It tries to get item watch list. Keep in mind, if we go to our application in here, we can see there is no watch list. So this returns nothing. And if you try to, this is returns undefined. And if you try to perform a dot split on an undefined, that's the exact error that we're getting, right? Cannot read properties of null, reading split. We can't call split on null. So how do we get around this issue? Very simple. You just put a question mark right here. So what this question mark does is it's going to check to see if this actually exists. If it doesn't, it's just going to return a null and it's not going to run this code. I think this is called null coalescing. I can never remember the terms, but yeah, so all this does is check to see if it exists. If it exists, perfect, we'll just run the next code. If it doesn't exist, it's going to return null. And if this returns null, then we just default to this. So let's try this again. Okay, and look at that. It defaulted to the 3 despite the fact that we had cleared the local storage, and we can just test this out once again. And that's perfect. So it looks like it's working. I'm going to remove this Stack Overview page. We don't need that. Let's see, where is that? Stock Overview. Okay, guys, so that's going to wrap up this project. We've implemented all of the features that I wanted. We've gotten a chance to learn a lot of different features and functionalities within the React ecosystem. Things like the Context API, React Router. We've gotten a chance to work with different libraries and APIs like the Apex Charts library, as well as the FinHub API. And hopefully you guys enjoyed this project, and I will see you guys in the next one.
We've reached the end of the course. Not only have you learned the basics of React, you also coded 3 React projects. Good luck using this knowledge to create your own React applications.